Man, I cannot wait to find out what happened to Luke, Han, and Leia after Return of the Jedi. Episode 1? Episode 1? Does that mean this story's going backwards literally and figuratively? Also, reading. Also, I didn't read any of that let alone comprehend it. A New Hope's first scene, Battle of Vader overtaking Leia's ship. Empire's first scene, Hoth battle. Return of the Jedi's first scene, Tatooine rescue. But this movie's first scene, political ambassadors part of an envoy to talk about trade blockades. Funny, since the days of Episode 4, which is technically after this movie's events, how much extra technology this era has over its successor.
This way, please.
When our high-ranking political guests have to walk at the slow-ass pace of a droid like this, maybe we've taken the robot workers concept too far.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Come with me if you want to live! Also, Liam Neeson isn't killing anyone in this scene. Also, god damn it, this stupid-ass rat tail. I thought various ponytails were for either preventing hair from getting in the way or to be cool. This is neither. Discuss.
Be mindful of the living force, young Padawan.
The ambassadors are Jedi Knights, I believe.
Why would the Chancellor send obvious Jedi to the Trade Federation when it's pretty obvious they would never agree to enter the same room with them? Sending Jedi to something like this is almost like declaring war. At least make them not dress like Jedi so it can be a surprise.
Kill them immediately.
As you wish.
Because killing Jedi is easy. We're on it, boss. Can you send gas to just one room when you feed it into the air conditioning system? Or was this room created by Spectre to execute people you don't like on a whim?
They must be dead by now. Destroy what's left of them.
Not only does this asshole not wait long enough for the Jedi to be dead, but he also thinks dead Jedi need further destruction. These motherfuckers had these Jedi in here all alone, with pretty much nowhere to go. The room is filled with gas. They had no reason to open this door at all. Even if you think they might lightsaber their way through the door, why not just have your droids waiting to gun them down as they did that?
Check it out, Corporal. We'll cover you.
Robot soldiers have corporals? Here's your action in a nutshell. Jedi mowing down mindless minions, making a mockery of middling mechanisms.
What is going on down there?
We lost the transmission, sir.
You might be expecting me to sing these characters' obviously racist accents, and fine, I will. But I'm more interested in seeing how an advanced ship like this could possibly lose all transmission from the affected area. You don't have a backup camera or hallway gear? Why not just do that for the whole army? What did this exactly do anyway? Are they dead? Unconscious? Are we about to see them reboot like all Terminators do? All this destruction and there isn't any smoke, scratch marks, burns, or anything marking a battle took place other than some ruined droids. If you want to know why subconsciously you were hating this movie, it's little details like that. Did someone open a dusty chest where this spare droid was just lying around? Fly, my pretty, fly!
They are still coming through.
This is impossible!
This guy doesn't understand what impossible means, or Jedi.
Master, destroy us!
This movie suddenly becomes like a video game where the bad guys send new enemies for the hero to fight, but just 2 of them so the game doesn't get too challenging too fast. Are they watching this footage in the door that was nearly melted by Qui-Gon just a second ago?
They've gone up the ventilation shaft.
Quick, shoot some gas in there! I see they applied Natalie Portman's board makeup. Oh wait, that's not makeup?
A communications disruption can mean only one thing. Invasion.
What? Do you not know about asteroids and other space anomalies? Are communications always perfect for you assholes?
The Senate would revoke their trade franchise, and they'd be finished.
You're still talking about this? Why didn't this movie start off with Jedi doing real Jedi things with the political theater firmly in the background? Who gives a about this stuff?
I will not condone a course of action that will lead us to war.
But I will condone this hairdo I'm sporting, which surely cost gobs of government dollars, but whatever. I'm guessing in 2019, George Lucas will want to add some more lizards to this shot so that it will finally be complete. This is basically Jurassic Avatar.
Oh, muy, I love you!
So look, of course we're going to raise the sin total by 100 just because of Jar Jar Binks. But, as we all know, Jar Jar is just a symptom of a far greater evil going on with these movies, blissfully unaware of what makes a positive impact. Glad we could see the camera follow this chunk of sprites falling to the ground to add to our enjoyment. I think this movie's discount Dagobah scene was so cheap it might as well be from Spaceballs. Jedi can only go underwater via the help of some they stole from Q at MI6.
You should follow me now, today.
Jar Jar is the friendliest Song of the South character of the modern era.
You're going to the bosses. You're in big doo-doo this time.
Yusa in big doo-doo this time. You can see it, right? The green screen studio Ewan McGregor and Liam Neeson are standing in.
A droid army is about to attack the Naboo. We must warn them.
We sound all like the Naboo.
Wait, I thought Naboo was the name of the planet.
You and the Naboo form a symbiont circle. What happens to one of you will affect the other. You must understand this.
It appears that the Gungans and the Naboo are completely separate from each other. These guys live in what is basically a secret underwater city and do fine without one another, so I don't get it.
The speediest way to the Naboo 'tis going through the planet core.
This place is basically Earth, right? The planet core isn't going to be ridiculously hot or anything? Okay. Also, the whole reason the clone army came down to Naboo was to fight the people here, but they decided to land on the other side of the planet? Why? Is it so we could see Star Wars turn into Finding Nemo before Finding Nemo existed?
He owes me what you call a life debt. Your gods demand that his life belongs to me now.
I know this because I know everything about your culture I just learned existed 5 minutes ago. I mean, seriously, he just had this exchange with Obi-Wan.
Master, what's a bongo?
A transport, I hope.
But now he's suddenly an expert on Gungan law. Get the out of here. You know, some folks say Lucas got bogged down in his world creation with the prequels, and those people are onto something and not entirely wrong. This underwater craft, built by an underwater civilization, has no mechanism for detecting ginormous fish that might be swimming behind it within swallowing distance. 20,000 Jedi under the sea. A big thing that ate a smaller thing gets eaten by an even bigger thing cliché. We're not even 20 minutes in, and these hologram meetings make me want to stab the movie screen with Twizzlers.
I have the Senate bogged down in procedures. They will have no choice but to accept your control of the system.
Why?
You didn't tell him about the missing Jedi.
No need to report that to him until we have something to report.
And obviously the reigning Sith Lord can't sense Jedi activity on his own, so we're gravy, baby.
Where is it going?
Don't worry. The Force will guide us.
The Force also guided you to nearly getting eaten by a gooberfish just a second ago. Why do we trust this Force anyway? Obi-Wan fixes the ship by playing with a couple of wires. Seems legit.
Relax.
Qui-Gon waits 20 minutes into this movie to do this. Why are these invading ships attacking in a straight line instead of a super wide front?
Viceroy, we have captured the Queen.
Victory!
Wait, they captured the Queen without a fight? That's not so much a victory as it is a forfeit. Jar Jar's sub containing 2 Jedi pops up to the surface of a downtown Naboo waterway and no one notices. This is actually fake Queen Amidala, played by Keira Knightley. And this trailing servant is actually Natalie Portman, the real Queen, which you only really notice on your second or third viewing. But my question is, what the f*** are you doing watching this a second or third time? I'm curious about many things in this shot. Most importantly, the reason why it looks fake as shit. These birds are flying to join the birdemic. I'll let you debate which movie is better. You could argue that it's a huge coincidence the 2 Jedi show up in Naboo at the same time the Queen is being whisked away and at the same spot. But someone's just going to show up in the comments schooling you on midichlorians, so why bother?
We should leave the street, Your Highness.
So absolutely no one from the Federation except a bunch of droids were ensuring the Queen got to the right place?
They need her to sign a treaty to make this invasion of theirs legal. They can't afford to kill her.
What? They need her to sign a treaty to make the invasion of her home planet legal? Movie substitutes the previous robot action scenes in like we won't notice.
There's the blockade!
One ship is going to attempt to go through a planetary blockade with the Queen in tow. In other news, I just beat LeBron James one-on-one with one hand tied behind my back, my left shoe tied to my right shoe, and playing with a football when I was on offense. Every droid but R2-D2 gets shot off the surface of the ship like bottles on Kid Rock's fence. R2, though, that f***er is indestructible, of course. And that's saying nothing about these droids' crazy ability to drive on the exterior surface of a moving spaceship.
They can't get the shield generator fixed, we'll be sitting ducks.
Aren't you all ready? You're right in front of the blockade with a million ships staring you down. How are they missing you?
Deflect the shields up at maximum.
So this movie is saying if you have a shield generator, you can easily survive a blockade. Also, once you escape a planetary blockade, no one comes after you.
I want that treaty signed.
Why does it matter if the treaty gets signed or not? Aren't you evil? Do you care about laws and Also, movie steals the treaty excitement from, that one exciting treaty-based movie. I want to know how holograms actually work. Is there a booth you step inside? From the Emperor's perspective, does he see these 2 guys sitting down as holograms on opposite sides of a table? If so, what at this table is broadcasting them? Also, what's up with this hologram technology, that Darth Maul could be standing a few feet behind his master and not be seen, but step forward and reveal himself?
An extremely well put together little droid, Your Highness.
The Queen has time to recognize droid heroism.
R2-D2, Your Highness.
Yay, R2-D2! I remember that little guy. I completely forget that the first 28 minutes of this movie was about trade disputes.
The hyperdrive generator's gone, Master. We'll need a new one.
That'll complicate things.
And the screenwriter saw that it was good, and it was good. We're on a stealth mission, so let's bring the slow-ass droid and the clumsy court jester Jar Jar. Brilliant! Oh! Go! Fine, even if this movie is for kids, even if Jar Jar was made for kids, no matter what excuse you give me, this stepping in scene is basically a metaphor for the whole franchise. Name one great kids movie that has a scene like this. Go ahead, I'm waiting.
Don't touch anything.
Dictionary is unsatisfactory in coming up with the right words of anger for this scene.
Are you an angel?
Thus began the least believable on-screen romance since Anakin and Padme in Attack of the Clones. Wait. If you subscribe to the brand new and totally insane internet theory that Jar Jar was originally intended to be a Yoda-like evil Jedi Master this whole time, how do you explain this Three's Company bull?
Credits will do fine.
No, they won't! What, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that?
This didn't work against Jabba, and it didn't work against this pissant. So if the Force is only good against the weak-minded, what good is it? It should be able to take down some smarter creatures too, if it's worth a damn.
Wouldn't have lasted long anyways if I wasn't so good at building things.
Character backstory disguised as whining. Is that Greedo in the background? Why can't that motherfucker be shooting his trigger-happy gun right now, when a body meets a body coming through the CGI?
Chesko Saboba. Chaporko Uman Gisa.
Aren't you supposed to be cleaning the racks? How did you get out of your child labor obligations to go save Jar Jar?
This storm will slow them down.
Looks pretty bad.
It does? I mean, I hear wind sound effects and the picture is a tiny bit blurry, but as a viewer, I've been given no indication of a super serious sudden sandstorm or its severity.
We'll head back to our ship.
Is it far?
Anakin is allowed to walk around with Qui-Gon everywhere he goes now, because he saved the most annoying character in the movie from a fight. How these characters all end up together is hardly organic. Jar Jar does nothing except be oppressed, so they keep him. Anakin saves that asshole, so they keep him. Remember how Luke and Han became a team? It came out of need. These characters get to tag along because the script says so.
Come on, I'll take you to my place.
Because sandstorms are very, very dangerous, and this sandstorm happened to coincide with a time when the Jedi and company were humoring a little boy tour guide, the rest of all the Star Wars can happen.
Isn't he great? He's not finished yet.
So, Anakin built C-3PO. Also, the odds of them being in the same narrative by the time A New Hope rolls around are astronomical.
Oh, hello. I don't believe we have been introduced.
The movie takes a character introduction that should feel epic and makes it feel... what's the opposite of epic?
The death toll is catastrophic.
As is this bill I just got for hologram communications. It is absolutely through the roof.
We must survive on our own.
Jar Jar misses the apple, but he's definitely an asshole.
I'm the only human who can do it.
You must have Jedi reflexes if you race pods.
Pod racing? It's no different from NASCAR or Formula One. The only human who can do it? Just another bullshit explanation for Qui-Gon to recruit this kid into the Jedi Academy.
The prize money would more than pay for the parts they need.
Basically, Star Wars turned into one of those 80s sitcoms where the characters need $10,000 and they find out there's a dance competition where they can win $10,000.
He was meant to help you.
Thank God Jar Jar got curious about some bullshit and accidentally started a fight with some asshole and Anakin was around to save him, even though I still don't think he cleaned those racks. Hologram budget exceeds $50 million.
What if this plan fails, Master?
By the way, movie sticks Obi-Wan on this ship, doing nothing the entire time on Tatooine. That's exactly what we wanted to see the badass character from the original trilogy do, now didn't we?
There's something about this boy.
Why can't they Jedi talk to each other? Why do they need these little radios?
Who was his father?
There was no father.
Wow, way to Jesus Christ the Anakin character. You know what would have been way more interesting? Almost any mysterious character from the galaxy impregnating you and then leaving. You could have even made that a big surprise reveal in the third movie somehow. Anything but this.
Oh, no, you're okay, Annie.
Quiet, baby Greedo. You're lucky we even let you hold the paddle. This movie has officially come to a dead stop. What's happened so far? 28 minutes about taxes and another 15 minutes or so of the Brown Bunny when we watch Vincent Gallo wash his car in real time. 35-second long conversation about midichlorians is 36 seconds too long.
I need a midichlorian count.
Hey, remember when you watched the original trilogy and you thought, man, if I could believe in the Force, I could be a Jedi? Well, turns out Jedi creation depends on whether or not you have a lot of something really dumb called midichlorians in your bloodstream. How does an evil ship with a Sith Lord on it land on this planet without radar or Jedi intuition picking it up? As usual in these movies, only the bad guys have autonomous probes.
I'll wager my new racing pod against, say, the boy and his mother.
Oh, I see. Qui-Gon either knows for a fact that Anakin will win the race, or he's literally risking everything on a hunch. Either way, sin. Qui-Gon practices the Jedi way and cheats at the dice throw. He should just use his Jedi powers to sabotage the race if he's going to subvert honesty anyway.
I can assure you they will never get me onto one of those dreadful starships.
Wah, wah. I love how strange evil flying drones are able to wander this planet without anyone thinking it's weird or shady. The first Star Wars accomplished and established more in 20 minutes than this movie has in an hour. Sure, why not? Here's 100 cents. Sebulba sabotages Anakin's pod racer in front of thousands of spectators, yet no one sees a thing. Whoa, I just noticed something. Qui-Gon is played by a real person. Why didn't you fuckers tell me? Next thing you know, you're going to tell me the kid isn't CGI. Lucas thinks the mere appearance of Jabba will make us jizz our pants, but Lucas is wrong as hell. Is there seriously nothing that tells Anakin that some part of his pod is broken right now? Okay, I'll admit it, pod racing is badass, and I'll even give 2 sins off for it, but it's not going to help this piece of trash's ultimate sin score that much. Just in case you were wondering what happened to this guy you didn't care about, here's a scene explaining what happened to him. Alien rat carcasses here! Get your alien rat carcasses here!
Sebulba's in the lead, followed closely by Skywalker!
Okay, so how did Anakin catch up to Sebulba after his pod didn't start for the first 20 seconds of the race? And if his pod is faster, then why hasn't he blown past him already? He's had 2 major delays and somehow he's right behind the leader. Remember when Sebulba sabotaged Anakin's pod before the race even started? Yeah, after 3 laps and going zany miles per hour, only now does that affect the ship. So these computer screens tell you when something's wrong after all, but only after a ton of damage has been done. Aw, isn't that cute? This movie thinks it's Ben-Hur. Jabba does an impression of me watching a NASCAR race.
Well, we have all the essential parts we need. I'm I'm going back.
If you hear groaning, it's because these camel aardvark things are CGI abominations that were called into existence by an unmerciful god.
Our meeting was not a coincidence.
Yeah, it was. Look at the things that had to happen before they ran into Anakin. He had to stumble on Jar Jar on another planet, take him in, have him show them where his home was, get released by the Gungans, survive going through the Naboo core, have ship problems on the way to another planet, just happen to land on Tatooine, befriend the child slave of a guy who sold the part they needed, and then have Jar Jar accidentally get into a fight with a professional pod racer so Anakin could break it up. Even then, the kid just kind of joined him without an invite, and I still don't think he cleaned those racks. So what the hell has this probe been doing the whole time? Darth Maul sent 3 of these things out late one night, about 25 minutes ago in movie time. These things couldn't find the broken down ship for one whole evening, during the pod racing the next day, and a 5-hour goodbye to Annie's mom? Qui-Gon and Anakin are already running long before they know a Sith is just about ready to attack.
Anakin, drop!
Why couldn't you feel Darth Maul approaching a lot sooner than this? Thank God George Lucas shot this lightsaber battle in super close-up jump cut vision, because I almost figured out what was happening in this scene.
Take off.
Why doesn't Obi-Wan help Qui-Gon fight this guy? Neither of the Jedi are important for this ship. They just need to get Queen Amidala to the Senate. And later, the Jedi Council tells him to go investigate Darth Maul anyway, so why not now?
Anakin Skywalker, meet Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Meeting that should have been a lot cooler than it is.
We're a democracy. The people have decided.
Tuck him away.
Skip. Padme will go from maternal figure in this film to sexual partner in the next. Like that. And that is creepy as f***.
Space is cold.
It sure is, but aren't you on a ship? Doesn't it have heat?
I made this for you. I carved it out of a Japor snippet.
When did you have time to do that? The total time Qui-Gon and everybody was down on the planet was like 3 days, and most of that time was spent fixing up your pod racer. Also, Japor snippets.
I don't need this to remember you by.
Because we already have a creepy romantic connection that won't be spoken of aloud until you're old enough for me to see your Japor snippet, if you know what I mean. Wink.
Many things will change when we reach the capital, Annie.
It's called puberty.
Coruscant. The entire planet is one big city.
Thanks, narrator.
I'm grateful for your concern, Chancellor.
Do you think that maybe this fake queen has actually been playing the queen for so long she's gone too deep undercover? You think maybe she feels like she's actually the queen right now? These airships all stay in their lanes, despite there not being any clear Back to the Future 2 lane markers or anything. Queen Amidala, you look so obviously different from the last time I saw you. How do those handmaiden disguises even work?
The courts take even longer to decide things than the Senate.
They do? Well, It took an hour and 24 minutes for Yoda to even show up in this movie. You want to figure out where things went wrong? It's having Jedi play politics and only using their powers to smash up f***ing robots. Why didn't this movie start at a secret Jedi training ground? Something kind of like Dagobah, where Darth Maul comes in and assassinates a Jedi Master played by Delroy Lindo or someone else 90s, and start the movie with that instead of tax law.
A boy. His cells have the highest concentration of midichlorians I have seen in a life form.
Therefore, he's a good guy, I think.
It is possible he was conceived by the midichlorians.
The midichlorians were later arrested for sex offense.
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the Force.
No, because Star Wars would never do anything as stupid as having some ancient prophecy muddy the waters, right? Who makes these prophecies?
Which started right here with the taxation of trade routes.
Star Wars Episode 1, it's just as exciting as watching C-SPAN.
I present Queen Amidala, recently elected ruler of the Naboo, who speaks on our behalf.
Making my job as senator completely superfluous. Also, space politics. Also, this dangling dildo bullhorn hairdo. I know you want me to say something about the ET delegation down here, but I'm much more concerned about the Oogie Boogie delegation up here absolutely butchering the Running Man.
The boy will not pass the Council's test, Master.
Jealous much?
Do not defy the Council, Master, not again.
Movie hints at a much better movie that we'll never get to see.
Afraid to lose her, I think.
Well, wouldn't you be too? Jedi Council makes it out like loving your mom is bad, assholes.
Fear is the path to the dark side.
Movie continues assault on fear, as though it never once led to a saved life or an avoided accident. Also, if you're telling me no Jedi has ever had fears, f*** you, Yoda. You're a liar and a dickhead. Everyone has fears. Why don't you just teach the kid how to move beyond them instead of acting like he's a total cheese for even having them? Samuel L. Jackson, just grateful to be in these f***ing movies, will now stroke his chin knowingly.
You're thinking, people gonna die?
Ladies and gentlemen, the power converters line of the new trilogy.
No, he will not be trained.
Yoda just went on a rant about how fear leads to the dark side, but isn't the Council practicing fear by not allowing the training of Anakin?
An apprentice you have, Qui-Gon. Impossible to take out a second.
The code forbids it.
Why?
I heard Yoda talking about midichlorians. I've been wondering, what are midichlorians?
Skip.
I don't understand.
I think Jake Lloyd got a bum rap. Look at the cast of this movie. It's full of amazing actors. Ewan McGregor, Samuel L. Jackson, Natalie Portman, Liam Neeson, Keira Knightley, and they're all playing blocks of wood. I can almost hear Lucas on set. That was a good take, but try doing the line more like you're dead inside. You know, like you're a computer. Lucas deserves any and all sins that might otherwise have been directed at the actors in this movie.
Come on, R2.
There's no chance you can roll up the high edge of this platform, but we'll cut away before that so no one will ever know. Did something happen to the blockade? Remember, absolutely nothing changed since they left, except the Trade Federation has a tighter stronghold on the planet, so why the free reign to fly into Naboo all of a sudden?
I am Queen Amidala. I'm sorry for my deception, but it was necessary to protect myself.
How were you all so fooled by this Ancient statues that are never explained and have no bearing on the plot accidentally inspire Lost.
We shall make you Bombard General.
Well, he certainly is qualified.
We can enter the city using the secret passages on the waterfall side.
Secret passages ex machina. Somehow George Lucas manages to rip off the never-ending story.
Once we get inside, you find a safe place to hide and stay there.
What the f*** is he doing on this mission anyway? Why isn't he chilling in Obi-Wan's apartment somewhere watching cheesy How to Be a Jedi videos? Phantom Menace accidentally inspires all the albums made by T-Pain. Prequel screen. That guy should have ejected.
Steady, steady.
Oh, no one's listening to your dumbass. Well, why didn't they just do this before? Also, what kind of force field keeps out cannon fire but lets droids just walk through it?
We'll handle this.
I don't know why the Jedi have to take Darth Maul by themselves. They have a whole army behind them that could easily take him out right now. Well, Darth Maul is a criminally underused badass, and Duel of the Fates is one of the finest pieces of film score ever written, so we'll take 3 sins off here without looking back.
Wait, here it is.
While looking for the trigger, Anakin, a trained pilot, first pushes 2 dashboard buttons before grabbing the obvious trigger device. Everything this scene is and represents. Also, in the span of 6 seconds, Jar Jar hits more targets than all the stormtroopers in the entire Star Wars franchise combined, and on accident. Why isn't Anakin dead? He doesn't even know how to fly this thing yet, and he's running straight into the enemy without any problem.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Yeah, try that, asshole kid we hate, who we already know is going to survive whatever bullshit we see. Try that. Birds! We're about to see our first true scene of suspense in the movie, but what the hell is this place? This is some Galaxy Quest here. Oh yeah, the Gungans are fighting in this battle. I completely don't care about them. I mean, forgot about them. Jar Jar makes a fantastic tactical decision by complete accident. No.
Your occupation here has ended.
After her! This one's a decoy!
Look, I know you want to make these Trade Federation guys half-wits, but do they really think the real queen would just run out in the open like this to save a decoy? Also, why were they certain the unmade-up queen was the queen anyway? I know Amidala came out from hiding to the Gungans, but to the rest of the world too? Well, it isn't a Jedi-Sith duel without there being an impossibly unending fall of some kind nearby.
What's that? It's blowing up from the inside!
Yeah, funny story. Some little kid accidentally autopiloted one of our spacecraft inside the enemy ship and then accidentally fired a torpedo that set off the very chain reaction we need to defeat this thing. I know, I didn't believe it either, but what are you gonna do, am I right?
Now this is pod racing.
No, it's not. Too bad you don't have the 1,000 other ships that were forming the blockade earlier. Oh well. Enemies are controlled by one power source and die when it explodes cliché. Darth Maul taunts Obi-Wan here, but wouldn't it be pretty easy for him to kill Obi-Wan by, like, spear throwing his lightsaber 5 feet down into Obi-Wan's face? I mean, where's he gonna go to dodge that Darth Maul stands perfectly still while Obi-Wan does all this bullshit to kill him. Also, the coolest character this trilogy has gets killed like a little bitch in the first movie.
It's too late.
You're still alive? Goodbye, Qui-Gon. I'll be sure to mention you in the next trilogy. Psych!
Now, Viceroy.
Why did Amidala bother going back into her queen makeup and outfit and after doing battle with her soldiers? Did they actually sit around and wait for her to get all formal before sending the Viceroy back?
Confer on you the level of Jedi Knight. The Council does.
Because you killed that one Sith guy, and not because you passed whatever nebulous trials were talked about earlier, but which were never shown.
Grave danger I fear in his training.
Fear leads to the dark side, Yoda.
Agree with you, the Council does.
The Jedi Council changes their mind about training Anakin because he lucked out destroying the droid ship. They still sense fear in him, right? Nothing else has changed, right? Qui-Gon's funeral is, for some reason, held on Naboo.
What will happen to me now?
You turn into Hayden Christensen, of course.
There's no doubt the mysterious warrior was a Sith.
Always two there are.
Except when you kill one, right? Then there's only one, right? Right?
But which was destroyed? The master or the apprentice?
This would be a great way to end the movie. But, well, the first movie ended with a big celebration, so I guess this one has to as well. Are you still excited by this? Because that means you didn't see the last movie. Opening text crawl continues to bore and delight everyone. More talk about the Senate. The next thing you know, this franchise is going to turn into The Manchurian Candidate, which is a great movie when it's not called Star Wars. The third paragraph of this crawl is about the exciting action of voting. Discount CGI Cloud City.
There was no danger at all.
bomb was timed to explode at the moment of jinxing.
I failed you, Senator.
Well, you blew up instead of her, so I'd say that's pretty successful.
Senator Amidala, please.
How does one go from queen to senator? Do you have to renounce your bloodline's claim to the throne? Is senator actually a higher office than queen to this society? I am so confused.
We're keepers of the peace, not soldiers.
Did the Jedi luck out with sporadic uprisings until this moment in time? How do they keep the peace with so few of them if there aren't enough to go to war? That's like having a National Guard based in Nebraska with 15 people in it who can go to Florida if need be, but are powerless if anything happens later in Texas.
The dark side clouds everything.
Let's just go ahead and say it, Yoda is useless as a prophet. Also, how does Palpatine have such amazing control of the dark side of the Force that none of these Jedi can sense it 3 feet away?
Impossible to see. The future is.
And yet future prophecy bullshit will drive everything we do from here on. Desktop hologram.
I think the Count Dooku was behind it.
Well, then, if you say so.
The Count Dooku was once a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character.
Did these assholes never once run into a Jedi who went to the dark side? Why does everyone fret about training someone like Anakin if that's the case? Sure, Darth Maul said something about revealing ourselves to the Jedi, but I thought he was implying they'd been gone a long time, not that they never existed.
He's just returned from a border dispute on Ancion.
He and Anakin were able to take care of that border dispute all by themselves. Not only amazing, but not filmed, to show us how that works.
I haven't felt you this tense since we fell into that nest of Gundarks.
That sounds exciting! Let's watch that instead of this.
Arby?
Just like a phone that constantly rings, Jar Jar enters the picture to jangle your nerves.
Annie? My goodness, you've grown.
But you haven't. Hell, you guys are the same age now.
Annie, you'll always be that little boy I knew on Tatooine.
So let's have kids together.
I hit the ship, but they used a decoy.
Why did you wait until the ship was deboarding to hit it?
We'll have to try something more subtle this time, Sam.
Why?
She covered the cameras. I don't think she liked me watching her.
Yeah, would anybody? Especially someone who basically led Dick first during the introductions a minute ago?
You're using her as bait.
Why not use another decoy? Why not dress and drag in her bedroom while she sleeps on a nondescript floor of this building?
Besides, your senses aren't that attuned to my young apprentice.
And yours are.
Just how much back talk has Obi-Wan put up with from this little throughout the years? Because I'm betting it's way too much.
Just being around her again is intoxicating.
Good God, man. Anakin is already out of control. The guy needs to bang a hooker fast.
You've made a commitment to the Jedi Order, a commitment not easily broken.
And which doesn't allow for the power of boners. If they know the exact floor and exact room Padme is sleeping in, why didn't they just program this thing to fire missiles into the room? Yeah, the assassins felt like they needed to be more subtle, but do you think people wouldn't be able to figure out this was foul play?
The Chancellor doesn't appear to be corrupt.
Now here's something extremely weird. Obi-Wan jumps and crashes through the window like a dick, through blinds and what is probably some tough-ass glass, even if it has a small hole in it. It's amazing it doesn't fall to his death right here. This is something unbecoming of his character, and something Anakin might more likely do since he's a hormone-based horn dog of a Jedi right now. Also, Obi-Wan jumps out of a window to grab onto a probe sent to kill Padme, because he thinks the probe will lead him to the person controlling it? He thinks he can interrogate the probe? Who sent you, probe? You'd also think a subtle device like this might have a self-destruct button in order to evade evidence and capture, but luckily for Obi-Wan, this murder probe is programmed to return to its owner after a failed murder attempt. I've got a gun that can fire with utmost accuracy, but I'll shoot the probe and let gravity decide this. Whoa, wait, what's that? Is that my falling master in the middle of all this craziness? Ex Machina to the rescue! This is the equivalent of thinking that if you jump at the last minute in a falling elevator, you'll be safe.
There he is.
Obi-Wan finds the assassin because I guess every question is answered with the Force. But even with that, the assassin decided to fly in the general direction of Obi-Wan's fall just a second ago, even though she was way up high earlier. Geez, how do they survive this? The answer is just because. Phew, glad that's over. Time to take off my mask for virtually no reason.
I hate it when he does that.
You did the exact same thing a minute ago! Do you remember crashing through the glass after a fucking flying probe? Here's the problem. If you're going to explain he survives these things and somehow knows where Zam's ship is just because of the Force, you're gonna have to do a better job of relaying that message. This is some serious bullshit right here. Anakin doesn't pull out his lightsaber and infiltrate or crash this speeder instantly. What? Once Anakin does use his lightsaber, he's terrifically bad at killing speeder pilots with it. This is more unbelievable than Harry finding Peter in the World Unity Festival crowd in Spider-Man, the stupid kid finding Spider-Man's mask in Spider-Man 2, and Peter Parker finding his engagement ring while falling off a building in Spider-Man 3. Also, Obi-Wan conveniently catches Anakin's lightsaber, but then sets it on the passenger seat without care, almost ensuring it will go airborne or otherwise missing during the ensuing aerial chase. Also, I thought Anakin wanted to see where this ship went, where the assassin went, and who she's working for. Instead, he just went right back to let's kill this asshole and doesn't seem the least bit concerned about the other knowledge.
This weapon is your life.
It really isn't. You can make more. And there are alternatives to fighting, as we learned from somebody else in the earlier trilogy. I forget who.
Why do I get the feeling you're going to be the death of me?
Not hilarious, overly manipulated foreshadowing.
You wanna buy some death sticks?
What a creative name for a thing.
You want to go home and rethink your life?
I want to go home and rethink my life.
This is the only time Jedi mind tricks ever work. Once with a stormtrooper in the first movie, and with this drug dealer in the 5th movie. Also, during this entire chase, no one is standing at the door to make sure the assassin doesn't walk out. Obi-Wan is drinking, definitely something a fucking Jedi does when hunting somebody down. Oh, now I know why Obi-Wan is drinking, so that there's a callback to the original Star Wars in the Mos Eisley Cantina, and so George Lucas can find an excuse to cut off another limb. Also, why didn't she just shift into her other self for a disguise and simply walk out?
Tell us now!
They don't even try to Jedi mind trick Zam. They just go the old-fashioned Batman and or Jack Bauer route.
It was a bounty hunter who called!
There's no chance in hell Django knew where anyone was and what time they'd be here. Just go right to hell with that. By the way, he had no problem jumping after probes and defying death in traffic a minute ago to find Zam. But this Django dude, we'll just wait here and hope the dying changeling can tell us some stuff.
Toxic dart.
It'll probably be the only good shot this guy ever gets off during these movies.
What about Senator Amidala? She will still need protecting.
Handle that. Your Padawan will.
I sensed he cared deeply about his mother and didn't want to train him because of that earlier. But now I can't sense this horny teenager's desire and will make him the primary guard for Amidala. Everything here would look beautiful if it didn't look fake as shit.
The boy has exceptional skills.
But he still has much to learn, Master.
Somehow, between the last movie and this one, Obi-Wan and the Jedi Council have completely reversed their roles on the idea of Anakin as a Jedi.
Too sure of themselves they are.
Maybe it's that constant fear leads to the dark side tripe you've been preaching this whole time that makes them more confident than they should be.
The prophecy is true. Your apprentice is the only one who can bring the Force back into balance.
Yeah, about this prophecy. Is there some sort of turmoil going on where the Jedi need the Force to come back into balance? If so, what does Anakin need to do to bring about that balance? Exist? There's absolutely no explanation for this, and it feels like it was put in the script just to sound good.
It will be your responsibility to take my place in the Senate. Representative Binks?
Well, he certainly is qualified.
I haven't worked for a year to defeat the Military Creation Act, to not be here when its fate is decided.
Amidala's exposition is as clunky as the opening crawl, which already talked about this vote for which she wants to be present. Funny how after Amidala had the run-in with the autonomous probe the previous night, she's allowed to walk around unobstructed windows to her heart's delight.
He's overly critical. He never listens.
Where the f*** did this come from? You were just talking about making sure she's safe, and it turned into a diatribe about how life's unfair to you.
It's not fair.
Padme will not only ignore this childishness, but go on to enter a sexual relationship with this whiny baby.
Please don't look at me like that.
Why not?
Because it feels like you want to f*** me with your lightsaber, you creepy bastard.
Sorry, milady.
Well, that is f***ing evil and creepy, and now I need a shower. Rose Byrne and Natalie Portman are not my sister wives in this scene.
Don't do anything without first consulting either myself or the council.
Especially f***ing this queen, you hear?
I ain't seen one of these since I was prospecting on Subterrell.
You saw these kinds of poison darts when you were prospecting?
It's these funny little cuts on the side that give it away. Those analysis droids only focus on symbols.
Oh, I mean, what? This is a library, right? And it looks like everything is digital, so why the need for large stacks of blue everywhere? The official subtitles here say that R2-D2 gave that cook robot raspberries. What the f***?
Or be with the people that I love.
You do not love her yet! You haven't even seen her in 10 years. You have a boner. That's it. How does Jedi training not include sex ed?
Attachments. Forbidden.
So, do all the Jedi just hope that all potential Jedi in the universe are created by that Shmi Skywalker method of midi-chlorian pregnancy? I'll tell you how this romance is made even more painful. It has to start with Amidala resisting Anakin for nearly the whole movie before they can start lying around in flowers and floaty ball practice.
Because someone erased it from the archive memory.
Oh, come on. So let me get this straight. Just on the off chance someone was looking for this planet for whatever reason, someone decided to erase it from the archives. And why would anyone be looking for this planet? Except when someone finds a rare poison dart that only the chef at a diner could recognize. Also, they removed the planet, but they didn't remove anything else that might help someone locate it? That gives you, like, the opposite effect of what you're trying to accomplish, right? You might as well put a neon sign there that said planet removed for incriminating purposes.
But Master Yoda, who could empty information from the archives? That's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, who could it be? Who has the power around here? I'm gonna blame George W. Bush until we get to the bottom of this. Apparently R2 navigates stairs one by one, very slowly, but can catch up to them no problem even though they never stop.
I heard they even tried to amend the Constitution so you could stay in office.
She was a queen, though, right? Not an elected official. Or does this planet just elect people and call them queens?
The day we stop believing democracy can work is the day we lose it.
Let's pray that day never comes.
You have a queen in this world, right? Isn't that a monarchy? Or are you like the British monarchy where you have a queen but she has no power?
There it is, R4.
Yep, the planet we've probably seen for many, many parsecs because it is a huge celestial body in space. I am just now acknowledging that I see it.
You will be delighted to hear that we are on schedule.
All these people need to know is that Obi-Wan is a Jedi, and they just blab the whole evil plan to him before making sure it's okay to tell him.
I don't like sound. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Never a more eloquent word was spoken in order to woo a fine woman.
Here everything is soft and smooth.
This line works. Also, didn't you fools just get here? Rapid romance is f***ing rapid.
We take great pride in our combat education and training programs.
But we don't spend much time on aiming practice.
An unaltered clone for himself. Curious, isn't it?
Not if you're trying to come up with the origin story of Boba Fett, it isn't. Everything in the background of this shot is some bullshit people should be ashamed of. Movie unintentionally inspires Twilight. Do you get the sense they walked into this meadow and, like Back to the Future 2, ordered this background to show the scenery channel?
We need a system where the politicians sit down.
This romance and politics in the same scene. Skip. Anakin pretends to be hurt more seriously than he is. She falls for it, and movie thinks that's love. Movie misses its chance to insert the lightsaber swooshing noise in this scene. No one apparently told Jango that a Jedi was coming, because he left his incriminating in the closet completely out in the open for anyone to see.
They'll do their job well.
A whole army of Jango Fetts, and somehow the bad guys are going to lose this thing. They're about to eat fruit with f***ing silverware.
From the moment.
And skip.
I'm haunted by the kiss that you should never have given me.
Ladies and gentlemen, the f***ing poetry of George Herbert Walker Lucas.
You're starting to become a Jedi. I'm a senator.
Sex is impossible because senators have senator parts and Jedi have Jedi parts. We could have accepted this love story in Attack of the Clones if we could have seen Anakin doing awesome Jedi shit throughout the movie, and Padme, despite everything in the world telling her not to, decided, you know what, f*** it, I need to go to this Jedi and break off a piece. And the story of Luke and Leia's birth gets told, without all this arguing, pleading, and terrible dialogue trying to make it so. And it would have cut about 20 minutes from the movie. Obi-Wan has to give his report while standing out in the middle of a torrential downpour.
Did the Council ever authorize the creation of a clone army?
Palpatine came into power about 10 years ago. The Jedi who supposedly ordered a clone army died about 10 years ago. And there's only one guy who has the kind of power to do all this. So, who could it be?
Blind we are. With creation of this clone army, we could not see.
But instead of explaining how that's possible, we dedicated many minutes to Amidala and Anakin not having sex. In other words, these movies tell you a lot about what is happening, but don't tell you the ins and outs of why those things are. And there definitely isn't any ins and outs going on in the bedroom either.
I think it is time we inform the Senate that our ability to use the Force is diminished.
Whoa, what? Where did that come from? And even if it's true, why would you tell the obviously corrupt Senate? Also, this movie uses the word Senate, Senator, and vote more than it uses the word Force.
Only the Dark Lord of the Sith knows of our weakness.
Thankfully, he's not also the Supreme Chancellor. I mean, phew, could you imagine?
No.
You got that right.
I saw my mother.
Thank God a vision came to Anakin to go save his mother. I just wish it could have happened about 30 minutes ago.
I'm sorry, I don't have a choice.
You're right. You have no choice between ignoring your dream mom's drama and continuing to honor your non-dream pledge to hide and protect Padme. Fate is forcing your hand, as it often does, through vague dreams.
Dad! Look!
Whoa, what the hell is going on? How did we get here? Obi-Wan fistfights with this dude instead of force choking him or force pushing him or any of the other non-hand-to-hand force attacks. Ah yes, of course, I remembered to bring my throwable homing beacon that instantly sticks to anything I throw it towards. Also, the world of Star Wars is one in which a homing beacon like this can just casually be tossed on your ship without said ship's sensors picking it up whatsoever. Shouldn't rain be hitting the lightsaber and producing little puffs of smoke?
Do you know where they are now?
It's amazing, even with all the Jedi training and peacekeeping he's done over 10 years, there wasn't one time he was allowed to fly over to Tatooine and visit his mom.
He must have put a homing device on our hull.
They do realize they're being tracked, but only after they arrive at their destination. Inconvenient. This is a clear case where the challenge is way too high for anyone to survive it, and therefore you just sit in the theater wondering why Obi-Wan isn't dead.
Get him, Dad! Get him! Fire!
Boba Fett, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me, why is it in Star Wars when the bad guys' ships fire at the good guys' ships, the lasers go all around the ship instead of at least one blast hitting it? Once again, something easily catches up to another something that can't close any further distance when it's 50 feet away.
Well, we won't be seeing him again.
Overly cocky Jango Fett is overly cocky. Hey, I remember that scene. I just noticed something. There's really no reason R2 couldn't have come on this mission. All he's doing right now is following Padme and Anakin around. I'm pretty sure R4 is the red R2 you look for in toy stores at this point.
Stay with the ship, R2.
Why did you even let him out?
I am C-3PO.
So Watto sold Shmi to some other person, and she decided to take the incomplete C-3PO with her, and someone decided to finish the job?
Owen Lars, this is my girlfriend, Beru.
Let me get this straight. The powers that be decided that Luke would someday come to live here, even though Anakin met Owen and Beru? You didn't think that would be a huge risk? What if Vader decided to come back to the old homestead for whatever reason? Not that I'm complaining, but Padme decided to wear the super hot ab-bearing outfit to go meet Annie's mom. The editing is confusing. We were logically following Anakin as he seeks bloody revenge against the Tusken Raiders who killed his mom. And this scene makes us think we're still following him, but no, we're suddenly on an entirely different planet following Obi-Wan.
We must persuade the Commerce Guild and the Corporate Alliance to sign the treaty.
Just once, I'd like to see somebody hiding in a corner somewhere, and the bad guys aren't talking about the most important essence of their plan in earshot. Just once, I'd like to hear they had bagels for breakfast or something. Furthermore, the guy he was following, Jango Fett, isn't even in this meeting with Count Dooku, so what kind of luck is that? He just decided to walk around, find a secret opening in the mountains, and stumble on the plot of the movie? Count Dooku walks right past a Jedi here and does not sense him.
Stay with me, Mom.
In the grand tradition of all dying Star Wars characters, Shmi held on long enough for one final meeting before passing away. Also, Anakin watches his mother die because something dark side motivation something. This movie doesn't earn the dark side transformation of Anakin. He was a whiny kid for most of this movie, and now he massacres a bunch of Tuskens. Had someone been here to stop him, and that need for revenge festered in his heart, the next time would be a good time for a massacre. Most of everything we know about Anakin was talked about, not shown, and this comes off as rushed.
Pain. Suffering.
Yeah, but apparently your ability to use the Force isn't good anymore, so what can you trust?
Death, I feel.
I don't feel any of that but maybe I should act like I do. What's the bigger sin here? Bad guy bug thing stumbling upon Obi-Wan? Or Obi-Wan parking his ship out in the goddamn open like this? Anakin takes his dead rotting mother into the house because Jedi reasons, and also disease.
Why'd she have to die?
She probably didn't, but you left her alone here as a slave on this planet to pursue your own Jedi goals. What did you think was going to happen to her? Happily ever after?
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever.
This is pretty much par for the course as to why we hated this performance. We kind of want Anakin to start being a colder person, definitely a lot less whiny at this point, more Darth Vader-y. Instead, our brains keep referring to their shut up section.
I killed them all.
Don't use the pronoun game, Annie. Using the pronoun game leads to the dark side. And she still had sex with him after this, for some reason.
And not just the men, but the women, and the children, too.
Anakin can somehow tell Tusken women and children from the men. I'm not even mad, that's amazing.
I'm a Jedi. I know I'm better than this.
And this is the only time we see Anakin struggle with the good and bad of his feelings. Everything else has been dark side and wanna screw Padme.
I miss you so much.
Lucas asked him to deliver this line as though his dick got cut off halfway through. But he also knew an enchanted fairy would eventually grow his dick back, so he's not super concerned about it. But he wants to seem like he is.
It's carrying a message from an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Master Annie, does that name mean anything to you?
I wonder if he means old Ben.
I have tracked the bounty hunter Jango Fett to the droid foundries in Geonosis.
Despite the fact that Jango completely disappeared from the action, I managed to stumble upon a completely new part of the plot that is important for all the good guys to know. Hologram action sequence.
He's like my father, but you heard Master Windu. He gave me strict orders to stay here.
And Obi-Wan gave you strict orders to stay on Naboo, and we saw how that worked. Why the f*** is C-3PO suddenly on this mission?
If only Senator Amidala were here.
Entire sequence of events leads to Jar Jar making an important decision in the Senate to give Palpatine more power. Also, was this part of Palpatine's plan? Did he know that Padme would appoint the dumbest character alive to be her replacement when hit the fan? How awesome would this be if Dooku had been in the first movie, and the first movie wasn't the first movie? How many awesome backstories are we left to imagine while the story leaves us wanting?
The dark side of the Force has clouded their vision, my friend.
Again, how? Perfect time to explain this bullshit, and immediately goes on to the next subject. Wait, this is an exhaust vent they landed in, right? Do exhaust vents usually have perfect landing platforms for ships?
Where are you going now?
R2 decides to go against orders and leave the ship anyway, something he must only be doing to piss off C-3PO at this point, because at no time has R2 shown a tendency to go against orders since the new trilogy began. Conveyor belt of dangerous industry cliché. Also, this is the most video gamingest movie scene ever included in a movie just to sell a video game. I guess R2 knew that this would turn out okay. What a psychotic little bastard. Hey there, Star Wars fan. FYI, R2-D2 can fly. F*** you.
I wonder what happened to poor little R2. He's always getting himself into trouble.
How do you know that? You've only known R2 for a couple hours. And don't give me he knew him from the first movie crap either, because 3PO was an off and on incomplete robot the entire time.
Oh, I'm so confused.
Maybe that explains why you aren't funny anymore. Movie is an asshole. That is the very definition of cheating in filmmaking, you f***er. This is equivalent to telling your mother you have terminal cancer, and then when she starts sobbing, you trash talk about how you pranked her and how stupid she is. Give me a break. Why would there be anything like this sitting around in this random part of the factory? And once again, R2 compatible. I still can't figure out why Jango even needs to be here. On one planet, he's the guy they used to make clones. On another planet, they're making army bots, and he's here because Obi-Wan needed to catch a break.
I thought that we had decided not to fall in love.
You see why the romance should have taken off a lot sooner? There's basically 40 minutes left in this movie, and they're still trying to resolve this.
I truly, deeply love you.
George Lucas thinks people talk this way. Also, Jedi skip! Our heroes luck out and are taken to an arena to be executed, instead of simply getting killed on the spot. Movie unintentionally inspires John Carter. I might be scared of these things if they didn't look like Tex Avery drawings put into the weird science machine and donated to the Umbrella Corporation.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Character breaks the fourth wall to talk to the audience about the film itself. This creature basically didn't want to kill Amidala, just make her sexier. Nobody seems particularly concerned that one of the prisoners is free. This thing is terrible at thinging. Bullshit. Also, a simple kick to the chest incapacitates this heaping mound of psychosis. Hey George, while we're here, humanizing Boba Fett was one of the stupidest ideas you had in these prequels, and that's saying something. Aren't these animals weak-minded enough so they can Jedi mind trick them? Or is that just a human-to-human interaction? Obi-Wan pokes at the beast instead of just force-throwing the spear into its brain. Ow, my vagina!
You're impossibly outnumbered. I don't think so.
How did these robots know to start coming down the hallway? Everyone in power is here, and no one gave an order or pressed a button or anything that would make a robot army start coming down here dramatically. And why only 4 of them? Star Wars finally gives us a nerdgasm scene with dozens of Jedi and lightsabers all at once, and I'd take a sin or 2 off if I hadn't had to sit through 2 movies of mostly boring bullshit to finally get this. Since you enjoyed this in Phantom Menace so much, Lucas ups the ante with even more Jedi versus copious amounts of CGI droids. Why did the drone with the C-3PO head decide to march into battle? Doesn't his mind work differently? Wouldn't he just go lie down somewhere until all this was over? Jesus Christ. Skip! Django Unchained.
I'm terribly sorry about all this.
Basically, these things don't even need heads if they have no control with them on.
I'm quite beside myself.
I hate you and I wish you would die. First off, this is too many goddamn shots to block. Second, and maybe more importantly, Padme doesn't have a lightsaber. How does she live?
Look!
Eagles?
A perimeter create.
What was that, Yoda? I couldn't hear you over the battle of this ship and your 3-pack-a-day voice. So, if his dad's head had fallen out of the helmet right here, would he have been even more traumatized, or, you know, you think he would have laughed a little? 'Cause, come on, that's funny. Also, the birth of Boba Fett might have been cool if that asshole didn't get casually tossed in a sarlacc. Okay, Sam, you're running, there's all sorts of battle going on around you, we'll fill that in later. The Death Star is apparently fully operational in like 20 years. They must have had 1 million contractors working 24/7 on that thing. Cerebrum aside.
Shoot him down!
We're out of rockets, sir.
You are not. Why are you even still flying around then? Why didn't you tell anyone that before we got to this point?
You're gonna pay for all the Jedi that you killed today, Dooku.
Saying things. Electricity, curiously a trait only dark side Force users have. What a f***ing surprise. Is that the 50th limb cut off in this franchise? He could finish them both off right now, or at least Obi-Wan if he knows where Anakin is headed, but decides, nah.
The dark side I sense in you.
Which I somehow can't sense when I'm on Coruscant when Palpatine is around. And we've established we've lost much of our Force power, but f*** it, I can now. Yoda finally pulls out a lightsaber. He finally fights. It took 10 hours of Star Wars to finally see this, and I'm torn because he's a bastard CGI creation now. Why does this guy need a cane again? Here was a glorious chance to see 3 Jedi all combining their Force power together and stopping this ship from flying. Or, as we said before, why can't Yoda just stop this ship himself if size doesn't matter? This thing is smaller than Luke's ship in the swamp. The Force is powerful, but is no match for an internal combustion engine. Everybody goddamn misses. Let's talk about Palpatine's plan. It required Amidala to be taken off the planet so she couldn't vote on the Military Creation Act. Then she had to make Jar Jar Binks her replacement, who was then passively bullied to request a vote granting unlimited power to Palpatine. Then the Jedi have to stumble on a poison dart that was only used because another assassin failed, a dart that only a diner owner could verify. Then Palpatine removed the planet from the archives, which required even more sleuth work. Then when Obi-Wan went to the Cloner planet, the people there showed him the entire plot no questions asked, which led him to Django. Django had to curiously leave for another planet where the droids were being manufactured so that Obi-Wan could relay that message back to the Republic, and only then could they get the ball rolling. Without all that, what did he plan to do?
Begun. The Clone War has.
Did Yoda just name this war? Or did the Jedi have some prophecy that warned of a clone war? I mean, who gave him the authority to name wars and shit? Do you? Yes. Do you? Dude, I totally did already. Lots.
My goodness, you've grown.
Grown more beautiful, I mean.
You've grown up. Don't try to grow up too fast.
But I am grown up.
You've changed so much.
You haven't changed a bit.
You're sure sprouted, huh?
Oh, I grown up so.
I'll admit, this shit's gonna feel weird under a Disney logo. Tradition for tradition's sake. Also, reading. The March of War! These opening crawls always seem to tell a story that is not logical from where we left off. The Jedi and the clones destroyed the droid army and the factory where they were built in the last movie. But suddenly Dooku can go around making successful attacks that he wasn't capable of before. These 2 ships are doing absolutely nothing except making a long, unbroken shot possible. Of course, when it's all a cartoon, how impressive is that? This is just stupid, ludicrous survival. Also, this brings to light the fact that there appears to be no solid military plan involved on either side. Hey, just send all your ships out and we'll flip a coin. Heads we die, tails we die. Well, someone's gotta win, might as well be us.
Flying is for droids.
Obi-Wan became the one-liner asshole of this series. If you have droids that can do this, why not give them bombing capabilities?
The General's command ship is dead ahead.
Still, like 4 minutes ago you said the same thing.
General Grievous's ship is directly ahead.
Neither it nor you moved or changed direction in the last 4 minutes.
Oh, I have a bad feeling about this.
In earlier uses of this line, it was always in a situation that was undefined. The person saying it didn't know why they got a bad feeling, but they got it nonetheless. Now you're just sticking it in for lip service. Revenge of the Sith brings the new trilogy's circle of life to a close by delivering us more extremely useless Jedi droid battles. If only the bad guys in these movies had made their ships less R2 compatible, they would have won this. So it's come to this, a coughing robot.
Destroyers!
This is almost a reenactment of the scene from Phantom Menace when these destroyers showed up. You'd think they learned to come from the sides to make defense nearly impossible.
Drop your weapon.
There's no reason these droids didn't blast these guys already. You stood here for a solid minute while Anakin hung from this thing. R2 continues to accidentally himself out of every situation he finds himself in.
Sith Lords are our speciality.
Yeah, except for Qui-Gon. Too soon? Also, you faced one Sith Lord by my count, and you only beat him because Qui-Gon softened him up. Anakin here is a newbie, so this statement makes no sense whatsoever, especially considering the two of you lost quickly to this dude last movie.
My powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count.
I rolled a 20-sided die and got 1,000,000 extra hit points, so come at me, bro. Also, no one for whom this was true would actually bother to say this shit. Robots enter this Jedi battle to make things extra pointless. Get! This CGI makes it look like this shouldn't even hurt. Yep, somewhere in George Lucas's basement, there are a number of severed arms and hands. He didn't commit the crimes, but he is haunted by them.
Good, Anakin, good.
I remember Return of the Jedi too.
He cut off your arm, and you wanted revenge.
Tale as old as time. Another Wilhelm bites the dust. Such a tragic family. So the good guys are blasting this ship, but why? Don't they know Palpatine is on it? Don't they know two Jedi are trying to save Palpatine? I don't know what I just saw, but it was total bullshit.
Activate ray shields!
Why didn't they do this before?
Do you have a plan B?
I hope not. Luke and Leia need to be born. Aside from the coughing, which is dumb as hell, how does a robot get promoted through the ranks so quickly and become a general? What the f*** is this nonsense? Discount robot Darth Mauls. Somehow, the best chance for survival involves Anakin trying to crash land this gigantic ship, as opposed to any kind of Jedi something escape pod something.
8 plus 60.
Well, that means something. It's good to see that during all this war, someone spotted the crashing ship and sent 4 firefighting jets to come spray water on it. Maybe don't shoot it down next time.
Landing strip straight ahead. We're coming in too hot.
Too hot for 10 miles of runway? How is that possible? Calculated risk? Behind-the-scenes control? I don't know. Seems a bit foolish to me for the Emperor to endanger himself in a crash landing like this. Well, the first 24 minutes of this thing are some bullshit, but it's still better than the Trade Federation negotiations.
Well, you owe me one, and not for saving your skin for the 10th time.
9th time. That business on Cato Nemoidia doesn't count.
Once again, Jedi talk about some we never got to see. These two are doing a marvelous job hiding their secret romance, and by marvelous, I of course mean terrible.
There were whispers that you'd been killed.
Why? Who knew the situation enough to make any kind of speculation?
Wait, not here.
Yes, not here, where you've already run to me, picked me up in your arms, and canoodled me. Let's actually save the kissing for another place, where no one can actually see us and
Annie, I'm pregnant.
It's truly amazing how Yoda and a whole bunch of Jedi Council members can't sense this.
What are we gonna do?
Okay, I have an elaborate plan that involves you dying, me turning evil, and our twins not knowing they're related for almost 30 years. What do you say?
The happiest moment of my life.
Except when my mom died and I slaughtered all those Tusken Raiders, but this is a close second.
You are so beautiful.
She's okay, but have you seen her decoy?
It's only because I'm so in love.
No one who has ever been in love would write dialogue like this.
But it's probably true.
In the span of one movie, Padme has gone from serious, determined protector of Naboo to flirty giggle girl in a nightie. Anakin rips off the "My love is gonna die" Chosen One dreams from Neo in The Matrix Reloaded. How do you sleep with this much light pouring in the window? Shut the fucking blinds, you idiots. Also, you're dating and gestating a baby in secret, but you're living together openly in the capital city?
You die in childbirth.
It was only a dream.
I won't let this one become real.
I will lightsaber the death out of you.
I doubt the Queen will continue to allow me to serve in the Senate.
How do you go from queen to senator, but then the replacement queen has more power than you do? Is this monarchy not based on birthright? Is the queen elected but then still called a queen? I'm so confused about Naboo's politics, and that's in a trilogy that spent ungodly amounts of time on politics.
Yourself you speak of, or someone you know?
There's no way Anakin is holding back all of his feelings right now. This guy wears his whole life on his sleeve, and yet the Force tells Yoda nothing.
The fear of loss is a path to the dark side.
What isn't a path to the dark side, huh?
Train yourself to let go of everything You fear to lose.
Seems like this would have been Jedi 101, with Obi-Wan teaching Anakin this on the first day of class, especially since the whole Jedi Council didn't want to train him because of that very reason. Somehow this guy made it through his training without one whit of knowledge.
Seleucumai has fallen, and Master Voss has moved his troops to Bos Pitti.
My brain just spun a wheel of chance to figure out what the hell Obi-Wan just said.
I'm depending on you. For what? I don't understand.
Why would you? He's literally given you zero information so far. I guess this guy is somewhere on some other planet, sitting in a chair with the exact dimensions of this chair? Jesus.
What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
He's right. It's a system we cannot afford to lose.
Because Wookiees produce tons of wool for the universe or some shit. Actually, I have no idea what they do, but Chewbacca, man!
What kind of nonsense is this?
George Lucas films his actors speaking in private.
The only reason the Council has approved your appointment is because the Chancellor trusts you.
Can someone not bug his office? Why do you have to enlist the iffy Anakin as an undercover detective?
Anakin did not take to his new assignment with much enthusiasm.
It's very dangerous putting them together.
Seems like maybe you three could have prevented a galactic disaster, but just didn't for some reason.
With all due respect, Master, is he not the chosen one?
With all due respect, Obi, were you not voicing your own concerns about him in the last f***ing movie? Because you were, ass. It's like Lucas thinks of a line of dialogue that will propel his narrative, then assigns it to a character at random.
A prophecy that misread could have been.
And you're only bringing this up now? You guys have done a lot based on this prophecy you suddenly don't seem to trust because the writers want to make you Nostradamus.
He will not let me down. He never has.
What? These movies have implied nothing short of an exasperated mentor and rebellious student dynamic between these two. The f*** are you saying right now? I mean, Anakin literally disobeys you at every turn.
I hope right you are.
Man, did the prequels take all the fun out of Yoda's speech patterns or what?
Hold me. Like you did by the lake on Naboo.
Specific hugging instructions are specific. Also, I didn't ever think it would come to this, but I'm sinning love.
So long ago when there was nothing but our love. No politics, no plotting, no war.
While you were falling in love last movie, all kinds of politics, plotting, and war were going on. What the actual f***? Cirque du Soleil bubbles.
I know they don't trust you.
Anakin is officially the worst undercover cop ever. Blabs to Palpatine within 90 seconds. I want to know who the f*** on the council trusts Anakin and has the power to override Yoda and Windu on matters such as these.
The Jedi use their power for good.
Good is a point of view, Anakin.
Anakin's mind is more easily manipulated than a first grader's.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Shh, quiet. I'm trying to watch the Electric Bubble Show, dude.
He could use the Force to influence the midi-chlorians to create life.
What purpose did it serve for Darth Plagueis to impregnate Shmi, who then went to Tatooine and gave birth to a potential Jedi who, without a whole bunch of bull happening, would never have been discovered?
Then his apprentice killed him in his sleep.
This series has been so focused on keeping the Palpatine Darth Sidious secret that it's lost sight over what could have been an awesome thing to see. Sidious learning about the Force and killing his master. That's all these movies are, explanations and backstories of things that would have been awesome to see, but we only hear about. Cheap Chewbacca cameo feels cheap in cameo. Did these Wookiees just do a Tarzan yell? My god, man, it just hurts my soul.
However, it may turn out just to be a wild panther chase.
Goose called, it doesn't appreciate your appropriation of its idiom.
I have trained you since you were a small boy. I have taught you everything I know.
Except that part about controlling your emotions and whatnot. We skipped that lesson.
I'm not gonna die in childbirth, Annie.
You remember the dream about his dying mom he had as she was actually dying, though, right?
We are being held hostage. They are watching us.
But not closely enough, apparently. Obi-Wan watches himself pilot a ship away from the dock, and I'm left to wonder, am I watching the island right now? And somehow Obi-Wan managed to fake everyone out by not being on the ship when it flew away. Something we didn't get to see because it's total bullshit. When did Obi-Wan learn to ride one of these random bastards? This military fortress has no way of detecting and alerting General Grievous of this Jedi lizard intrusion.
Be thankful, Viceroy. You have not found yourself in my grip.
Grievous sounds exactly like Saris from Galaxy Quest.
Kill him!
While these 4 stun gun guards attack Obi-Wan, none of the Grievous loyal robots do jack or Wow, that was perfectly sized to fall on 4 incompetent robots.
I've been trained in your Jedi arts by Count Dooku.
When did you guys have time for that? What's better than 1 or 2 lightsabers? 4 lightsabers. This is the funniest image in all of Star Wars. People just walking around and minding their own business while a huge battle takes place upstairs.
You must realize you are doomed.
Saying things. Obi-Wan's instant spiritual bond with this planet's version of a hippogriff. And yeah, sure, I guess he's using the Force's connection with all the universe to do this, but honestly, I just wanted to say the word hippogriff in this video, okay? I mean, it's not like you didn't roll your eyes at this too. And you've never seen more lost lightsabers than these fucking prequels. That shit's like candy in these films. I think the whole reason for the plot now is so that George Lucas can insert holograms on screen.
I sense a plot to destroy the Jedi. The dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor.
Oh, so you guys got your ability to see more clearly now? The dark side's been clouding your vision all the way up until now. I guess the Force simply acts according to the whim of the screenwriter.
Don't you wonder why they won't make you a Jedi Master?
Don't you wonder why Anakin is so powerful in the Force, but so blind to this super obvious manipulation?
And you will be able to save your wife from certain death.
Except not, and when Padme still dies, it makes no sense that Anakin Vader doesn't then go into berserker mode and consume the entire galaxy, or at least kill Palpatine for lying. Obi-Wan apparently can punch this robot's electric weapon with his bare hand and not suffer damage from it. These two are wrestling on the control seat of this disc transport while it perfectly executes hairpin turns. In other words, f*** you. Both of these fools land on the hangar floor, which is lucky as since this disc craft goes over the edge and falls 18 stories below. Revenge of the convenience. Obi-Wan never once uses the Force push against this asshole, even though he clearly showed the ability to do so.
I think Chancellor Palpatine is a Sith Lord.
A Sith Lord?
What? 90 seconds of what am I gonna do contemplation.
You're under arrest, Chancellor.
We didn't even get a scene where they tell Yoda about Palpatine, what he might think about the situation. This arrest seems totally rushed and emotionally charged, completely anti-Jedi in every way. How did this asshole become a Jedi if he's so damn easy to kill? And Mr. No Name here too? And this is sort of the problem movies have in general. They have a hard time explaining how good someone is at a particular art, so the answer is let's make everyone else really bad at their job. Emperor versus Mace Windu battle really heats things up with a big load of boring. I'm surprised a big turkey power-up icon didn't show up on screen, or a big pile of money. I think this officially qualifies as a fetish.
Henceforth, you shall be known as Darth Vader.
I don't know why that name popped into my head, especially since everybody else has not-so-subtle Darth names like Maul, Sidious, and Plagueis. But I'm not married to it. Let's see what happens. This is all we see of Yoda during this entire section of the movie. He just feels something is wrong. He doesn't do anything that ever makes us appreciate the character from Empire Strikes Back. The guy who told us do, not try, is the least doing character in this entire trilogy.
I want you to go to the Jedi Temple. We will catch them off balance.
Somehow, they'll not feel all this evil bullshit going on right now, and won't detect you when you come to slaughter all the kids.
Execute Order 66.
Yes, my lord.
Commander Cody doesn't stop for even 1 second to ask why the Emperor looks more like a potato than he does the Emperor. Also, if you remember, Cody, 66 is the order the Senate defines as wiping out the Jedi like little bitches. What planet is this? What Jedi is this? You don't care. I don't care. I don't even think Lucas cares, as long as it looks pretty. Tim Burton designed this alien planet, but asked to be uncredited after he saw a rough first cut. Oh no, not that Jedi. I grew to love her so much. Oh, f*** you. I can't believe these movies actually made me hate Yoda so much. There are CG animators out there who got tired of all the ways they had to draw Yoda feeling bad about something. Dumbass Jedi does not eject. Look, I know we're going for a killing the Jedi montage here, but you are the ones who set them up to be superhero gods. So when you go to slaughter them, maybe make some of them a fraction better than regular humans in these situations, eh? Jesus, this movie does more to tear down the lore of how powerful Jedi are than it does anything else. CGI is fun, whee! They took forever to kill him, and now I'm supposed to have a boner because Yoda killed 2 guys. As long as you throw the Emperor down a shaft later, all these kids' deaths will be forgiven. Very f***ing tragic misuse of Natalie Portman. Wait, a second ago they were letting this asshole leave. Then some Jedi Tommy Tomasino jumps in and starts killing troopers, and then they're trying to kill this guy? The f***? If I had told you at the outset that 2 of the 3 prequel movies would contain scenes of Obi-Wan swimming underwater, would you have believed me? Because I don't think you would have.
Goodbye, Chewbacca.
Oh, so that really was Chewbacca. How did this guy get caught up with Han Solo then? Goes from a war hero on this planet to helping some asshole smuggle stuff across the galaxy. That's some coming home right there.
Did you find Kenobi? Sir, no one could have survived that fall.
In real life, almost everyone thinks there's at least a small chance someone could survive a fall like that. In the movies, all the bad guys are 100% sure no one can survive a fall like that.
I heard there was an attack on the Jedi Temple. You can see the smoke from here.
Yeah, that Jedi Temple getting attacked scene was intense. I heard a lot of harrowing dialogue about it.
I feel so helpless.
You mispronounced pointless. This lava moon's orbit is so close to its giant-ass planet, I'm surprised it hasn't burned up in the atmosphere yet. Who the f*** said, yeah, definitely need to build an outpost on this moon? I know there's something wrong with the scene because none of these younglings' hands are detached. Anakin kills the 33 people necessary in order to attain orange eyes.
So this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause.
Sorry, something really stupid stuck in my throat there. Carry on.
For the clones to discover the recalibration, a long time it will take.
Roughly as long as it took you to say that sentence, so yes.
There can't be.
Another failure here. So much of the reason why Obi-Wan can't believe Anakin did this is because of all the adventures they've had off-screen together that they've merely alluded to a couple of times. Meanwhile, all we've seen of Anakin is a whiny, quick-to-anger little bastard. The emotion of this scene is lost.
You have done well, my new apprentice.
Good of the Emperor to say this in perfect view of the security recordings.
Use your feelings, Obi-Wan, and find him you will.
Since when do a Jedi's feelings work in these movies? Why doesn't Obi-Wan just play the incriminating security video of Anakin killing children for her?
Anakin is the father, isn't he?
Ask that again. I was distracted by all the bullshit in the background.
Anakin is the father, isn't he?
You seriously didn't know that already? God damn, can Jedi sense shit or fucking not? Obi-Wan leaves Padme, walks toward his ship, and the next time we see them, they're about to fly to the lava planet. At no point do we see Padme making a tough decision to say, "F***ing Anakin is evil, let's kill him. I don't care if I'm carrying twins, that guy is dead." Also, I guess Obi-Wan didn't search his feelings about Anakin's whereabouts. He just happened to know someone who knew the information he needed. Obi-Wan brings Padme to the lava planet for his kill of Anakin, because what could possibly go wrong?
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Why do we hate this line so much? Is it because the badass character Padme we saw in Phantom Menace going around leading an assault on the Viceroy has become a lump of melodramatic mush?
Let her go.
Okay.
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Discount what Jesus said. This is what it's all been leading towards. Obi-Wan fighting Anakin, and it's really kind of the letdowniest of all letdowns. Man, if only we could have had some of this Yoda 2 movies ago. Hell, under this trilogy's structure, it practically demanded Yoda be terrible at Yodaing until way later. Yoda takes this lightning blast as if he wasn't expecting the Emperor to be evil or something.
At last, the Jedi are no more.
Not if anything to say about it. I have.
Good job, movie. You made me want Frank Oz to shut up, somehow. Anakin's robotic arm somehow isn't strong enough to just crush Obi-Wan's throat. Not much but dual lightsaber duels going on right now. But I wonder, the Emperor had a tough time with Mace Windu during their duel, so how does he keep up with Yoda, who is flipping all around, is super fast, and is mostly considered to be the best Jedi up until recently? Seriously, how does he not see this until the last second? How did he not see Yoda stop it mid-air and start spinning it and then throwing it towards him? Yoda can catch the Sith lightning in his hands, proving his badassery. But eventually he falls, and another fall takes him out of the action. You assume temporarily. But the movie cuts back to the Anakin Obi-Wan fight and basically makes you forget that Yoda has options to get back in the fight. For example, elevators, stairs, the Force. Instead, the next time we see Yoda, he's crawling through a wiring duct as if he's totally defeated. Why would the battle ever come to this? I'd rather take my chances even if I was cornered than to jump down on a fucking pipe hovering above lava to fight. It's completely unbelievable a lightsaber duel could go on this long without any lost limbs or ears or heads. Apparently not being nearly epic enough, the Obi-Wan-Anakin fight now has to feature them falling on a large metal thing that we have no idea what its purpose is other than to make lightsaber fights more dramatic. Because Lucas only has so many ideas, here's a hero after a near defeat falling from the bottom of a hovering space building into an awaiting rescue ship driven by the handsome minority side character, in case you haven't seen Empire Strikes Back.
Into exile. I must go. Failed, I have.
I know we need a reason why Yoda goes to Dagobah, but he very much gave up the fight with the Emperor too soon. All the cool stuff Yoda did in the past 10 minutes, forget about it. How fortunate is it that this tower stays upright while floating down a river of lava it's being consumed? Oh, f*** it. My lack of interest should be beyond obvious by now. Just tell me when it's over. This is supposed to be epic, but it feels like a guy who just learned After Effects creating his own fanfiction and sharing it on YouTube, which was founded the very year this movie came out. Coincidence? Wait, aren't they powering their pieces of metal junk to fly over this lava pit? Seems like this is a talent that could have gotten a lot more use over time. Basically, this means you can fly, as long as you have a thing underneath you.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
Yep, a movie about superhero Jedi freaks that can leap small buildings will now somehow be decided by a couple of feet above sea level, because Sun Tzu!
I have the high ground!
So did Darth Maul, and you saw how that turned out. Also, even if high ground mattered, why would Anakin need to give up in this instance? Can't he simply drive back to where all this started, or find another spot to dismount?
It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them!
You're still on about that? Stupidly, Obi-Wan takes pity on his former student and walks away before confirming his death. Terminator Genesis.
Medically, she's completely healthy.
Are there really no human doctors left in this world? Everyone here gets treated by a Big Hero 6 dressed in Johnny 5 clothing.
For reasons we can't explain, we are losing her.
It's called the She Wasn't in the Original Trilogy disease.
Luke.
Padme names her kids as they exit her womb, which is simply unnatural. It's like Lucas said, no one will know who these kids are. Better have Padme name them as soon as they pop out. I see Padme went to the Close Your Eyes and Tilt Your Head school of movie deaths.
It seems in your anger, you killed her.
Darth Vader believes this. Also, wow, lying liars and the lies they tell. Isn't he already Darth Vader? Does he really still need manipulating? Yes? I mean, no.
We must take them somewhere where the Sith will not sense their presence.
We'll take Luke to somewhere like, I don't know, Anakin's old home planet. Why the hell not?
And what of the boy?
To Tatooine. To his family send him.
It's almost like they forgot the guideline they set just 20 seconds earlier.
I will take the child and watch over him.
Kinda. Also, he and I will keep our same last names, because that pseudonym bullshit.
Qui-Gon?
How to commune with him, I will teach you.
I'll also teach you about forgetting him, too.
Have the protocol droid's mind wiped.
But not the R2 unit. He'll go on with all his memories, but forget he knew any of these people. Yeah, this saga would have felt incomplete without the Padme funeral. Good call. Jar Jar is extra sad about his own part in the fall of the prequels. I mean Empire. Man, they buried her with extra hair, right? Did she have that wigged out in the closet somewhere already? That is a ton of hair, is all I'm saying. Discount long distance, not actually Peter Cushing. Movie thinks construction footage of a doomed thing will make for an exciting ending. And movie is wrong for the 147th time. Isn't Vader still badly burned? Did they ever give him anything for that? That's gonna get infected. Touching Alderaan baby delivering scene is undercut by the future knowledge that all these people on this planet gonna die. Here, have a baby. Also, Jedi storks. Also, Owen and Beru age like 40 years while Luke ages 20 the next time we see them. Movie prequel trilogy thinks it's tied off all the loose ends, despite ending roughly 20 years from the start of the original trilogy. What about Luke's puberty? What about Leia's struggle with why her parents' castle has a ballroom but never has any balls? Also, are we supposed to believe that Luke got his double sun gazing habit from his aunt and uncle while he was 2 weeks old? Such poetry.
Oh, this is going to be easy. Flying is for droids. Oh, dear.
Oh, I have a bad feeling about this.
Always on the move, Sith Lords are our speciality.
Did I miss something? How did this happen? We're smarter than this. Do you have a plan B? And try not to upset him. Not to worry. We are still flying half a ship. Another happy landing. Hello there. So uncivilized.
I have the high ground!
Reading. Damn, I forgot what all that just said. Stormtroopers with infamous bad aim somehow managed to actually kill enough rebel soldiers here to take over the ship. They survived this.
Darth Vader could choke fools just by using a hand gesture. We learned that later on in this very movie. So why is he getting all touch me in the morning with this rebel scum, man? Vader's got to get that close to a guy who's committed his life to overthrowing the government. You get that close, homie can grab Vader's lightsaber and kill the Sith out of Mr. Suddenly Touchy-Feely. Yo, Vader, choke that chicken from across the room, bro.
And bring me the passengers. I want them alive.
You didn't seem to have a problem firing on the ship or having your stormtroopers blasting away when they torched the door down. Leia's plan is to shoot once at 4 stormtroopers, then Prometheus' school of running away from things into the open hallway that offers no cover.
I'm not getting in bed.
Didn't Vader tell these fools he wanted passengers alive? Hey, it's a good thing that the Star Destroyer didn't completely swallow the smaller ship, or else this escape pod would have crashed into the floor somewhere.
Hold your fire. There's no life forms.
Unless this is the first day that droids were released to an unsuspecting buying public, everyone in the galaxy knows about droids and their capabilities, but they just let the escape pod go because of no life forms. They don't even want to shoot the thing down just to be safe, man. These guys are the biggest f***ups in all the Star Wars movies.
They must have short-circuited.
Oh, right. You're right. That stupid assumption is the most likely reason for an escape pod to jettison from a recently captured rebel ship under siege.
An escape pod was jettisoned during the fighting, but no life forms were aboard.
You mean an escape pod? Like one escape pod? Why did the other guy say, "There goes another one," which implies more than one? Droids are moving so slowly that there's no way they shouldn't be caught immediately by Vader's troopers.
R2?
Well, that's convenient. They spent the whole afternoon going in opposite directions and still got to the same place. Those Jawas cover some damn ground, man. Also, do they have this main sandcrawler ship going around while they dump off loads of Jawas to hide in the mountains in case lost robots show up? I guess you're right, George. This scene felt so incomplete without the CGI riding lizard in the background. Also, isn't it lucky that these things have claws that don't leave any tracks? That makes their appearance more cost-effective and unrealistic.
What, sir? Droid?
That conveniently drop pieces of themselves along the way like breadcrumbs. Robot roll call.
I suppose you're programmed for etiquette and protocol.
Uncle Owen rejects droids immediately with a simple no, and knows exactly what C-3PO does just by looking at him, but mysteriously talks to him anyway. I'm guessing so C-3PO can persuade Uncle Owen to buy him.
But I was going into Toshi Station to pick up some power converters.
All right, every right-thinking human being on the planet is gonna sin this awkward line, and it's equally sinnable reading. Heavens, we were looking for some Damon here, and we got some Affleck instead. But this power converter thing sounds like a lie to me, man. Like when my friend Malcolm would say, "I'm going a city walk, eh?" And then he'd secretly hook up with dudes at bear bars. So I'm saying Luke wanted to go to Tashi, but it wasn't his power he wanted converted. He was sneaking away for public restroom rendezvous with Arcturians, man. Male or female, don't matter, it's Arcturian, baby.
Red droid melts down conveniently so that R2 can get a job and stay with his buddy.
Hey, what are you trying to push on us?
Hey, yeah, I thought you were reputable salesmen with your sandcrawler full of random robot selections.
What about that one?
What about that blue one?
You mean the one you instantly dismissed earlier? Luke is a teenager who plays with Model T-16 Skyhoppers, probably so you knew what to buy when you went to the toy store.
I'm not even sure which planet I'm on.
Well, if there's a bright center to the universe, you're on the planet that it's farthest from.
He's a droid. It's not your dude, bro. He doesn't understand sarcasm, man. Homie may be fluent in over 6 million forms of communication, but wise ass ain't one of them. Stop confusing your sex droids. Wait, they're not sex droids? The one shaped like a human and little Mr. Right Height? They're not sex droids. Then that's a sin right there.
Who is she? She's beautiful.
How can you tell? It's a blue hologram full of 1970s-ness. Also, if he can discern whether she's beautiful or not, why can't he figure out that this is Princess Leia? You know about the Civil War going on, and she has the title of princess, so how is she unfamiliar to you?
Called Obi-Wan Kenobi. I thought he might have meant old Ben.
Say, both these guys named Kenobi. You think they know each other? Homie changes the Obi-Wan part of his name and keeps the easily identifying Kenobi last name. If he'd gone with Ben Johnson, literally none of the rest of this movie could ever happen, man. And don't tell me it's because Kenobi knew one day Luke would need to find him, man. He's in hiding, like all the Jedi that are left alive. Just admit it, man. Dude's got a good heart, but he chose a stupid alias.
He has too much of his father in him.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Understatement foreshadowing. Is that undershadowing? How is it this dark out with two suns? You'd think the combined power would make it look like daytime out here. Also, suns this close together would cause wicked insanity on this planet. One sun would heat the other sun, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. The director said, okay Luke, just stare at the suns, because any line you might say would honestly make this scene worse.
It's too dangerous with all the sand people around.
That's racist.
Look, there's a droid on the scanner. Dead ahead.
Thank God we went in the one direction R2 did so we could find him.
Hit the accelerator.
Who's driving this thing? You or C-3PO? He's probably saying, hold your fire, there's no life forms. Obvious reverse job is obvious, but instead of killing Luke, he just knocks him out for some reason. How did he knock him out? It can't be with the weapon he's holding. That's sure death if you get hit by that thing.
Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Obi-Wan basically half-truths his way through this entire movie.
I was once a Jedi Knight, the same as your father.
Now, this is the first time Luke's even hearing about his Jedi dad. But the real news here is that his uncle has been lying his ass off for years, man. Forget the dad you never knew stuff. This Uncle Owen, this farmer who's trying to pull moisture out of the desert like a dick, he's the liar you always thought he was, man. Your whole life is a lie. Get your revenge, Luke. You go back and you burn your lying uncle alive right in front of his own house. Oh, too late.
Not as clumsy or random as a blaster.
Damn, Obi-Wan, you might have wanted to tell Luke which way to point that thing before turning it on, which is what I tell all my sex droids. Luke could have accidentally cut off the head of Old Man Exposition. Movie franchise nearly sends Obi-Wan to his death 75 minutes too early, ending said movie franchise again.
The Force?
The Force is what gives the Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things.
And something about midichlorians, but that's not nearly as cool as what I'm saying.
It surrounds us and penetrates us.
The Force kind of sounds like a sex offender.
Years ago, you served my father in the Clone Wars.
Anytime you want to tell Luke that this is his long-lost sister, here's your chance, Obi-Wan.
Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Lord Vader.
Oh, look at Mr. Keeping It Real, man. This has to be his first day on the job, am I right? Has Darth Vader never shown his powers at any time during this guy's life? I imagine that right before he left for work, his wife was telling him, you gotta be more assertive in that job if you want to get ahead, honey. Don't be afraid to speak your mind to your bosses. They like people who challenge them.
Slow-ass stormtroopers only recently killed these Jawa fools. They left the Star Destroyer 1 minute after the droids, but are somehow a day and a half behind. What the f***?
It looks like the sand people did this all right. I've never heard of them hitting anything this big before.
They didn't. But we are meant to think they did.
Because Imperial stormtroopers know a shit-ton about Tatooine and sand people in order to frame their ass.
And these blast points, too accurate for sand people. Only Imperial stormtroopers are so precise.
Look, Look, I know we got to get Luke into space somehow, but the stormtroopers just go and melt his aunt and uncle and don't think, I don't know, maybe we should ask some questions? Maybe we should figure out if this boy is coming home soon. Maybe with the droids we're looking for. But they don't, man. They just leave. They just create destruction, just leave. You know what would have been more metal than this? If they ripped the flesh from these dirt farmers' bones and dressed up in their skins. Can you imagine that? Luke comes home and he's greeted by stormtroopers wearing the bloody skins of Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen draped over their helmets, and they're asking about droids. Like, I would tell them anything, man. I'd even tell them what I was really doing whenever I went to Tashi Station.
Ah, I see the Death Star has branded their truth serum robot, so that all visitors know this isn't some knockoff Death Star shit here. Also, how is Leia able to deny the truth serum's effects? Don't tell me she's a Jedi. We don't know that yet, and she doesn't know that yet. And if she Jedi'd her way out of this somehow, Vader would have sensed it. Obi-Wan said, "Okay, C-3PO, let's burn a giant pile of Jawa bodies, because that's the absolute last of their race, and no one will ever miss them. Burials are for closers only."
I want to come with you to Alderaan.
Even though I have tons of other options at this point. Also, Luke doesn't seem all that broken up about his aunt and uncle dying, does he? He must have had a titanic cry on the way to the Jawa massacre site.
You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Except Gary, Indiana, of course. Ew, you've got some obvious Phantom Menace in My New Hope.
I can't abide those Jawas. Disgusting creatures.
That's racist. This iconic tavern scene does not contain an alien lap dance. Among the many creatures here, Satan also likes to hang out in the cantina. That's basist.
We don't serve their kind here.
3PO gets a taste of his own racist medicine 90 seconds after dismissing the Jawas.
I don't like the look of this.
All the unnecessarily added CGI bullshit. Me neither.
Like every other citizen of the First World with enough time on their hands to care about this kind of shit, we're also mad that Han no longer shoots Greedo first like the cold-blooded badass he was in the 1977 cut of the movie. So we're going to send this. But did you have to make Greedo such a horrible shot? This might be the worst shot in the history of movies, man. He's literally 3 feet away, and he misses like a dick. Dude's supposed to be a bounty hunter. Is this his first day on the job? Like the mouthy guy in the Death Star? Is Star Wars really a movie about a bunch of people starting their first day at a new job?
Han is a dick to Jabba's tail, and these special effects are a dick to the audience.
What's that flashing?
Luke is the most annoying backseat driver since your mom.
Commence primary ignition.
It takes 10 seconds for the Death Star to shoot its laser after this. Remember that, kids, when this takes forever later. This yellow monster dies immediately from getting lifted. What a pussy.
You mean it controls your actions? Partially, but it also obeys your commands.
Oh. Wait, what?
Your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them.
Yeah, but I'm gonna guess your eyes don't deceive you as much as everything else you use to detect things. It's not like the Jedis going around blindfolding each other before a lightsaber match. Yeah, what a bunch of bullshit that is. This asshole Luke isn't feeling the Force already after spending just a couple hours with that floaty ball.
I call it luck.
In my experience, there's no such thing as luck.
You just experience luck. It's okay to give in and accept it.
Let the hate flow through you.
I told you she would never consciously betray the rebellion.
And to emphasize this point, I'm going to start gesturing after I talk.
Terminate her, immediately.
Immediately on the Death Star means f***ing around for a couple of hours waiting for the Millennium Falcon to arrive and save the day.
We come out of hyperspace into a meteor shower.
Did they get out of hyperspace just before chunks of Alderaan slammed into their ship? Because in my experience, that's some serious luck right there. Also lucky is that the Death Star just happens to be around Alderaan right now. That way you can save Princess Leia and this trip won't be meaningless.
Well, he ain't gonna be around long enough to tell anybody about us.
Why is it taking so long to get in range to blast this one little TIE fighter? This ship made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs.
They must be trying to return the stolen plans to the princess. She may yet be of some use to us.
You can't possibly think that they'll get the idea to rescue Leia from her prison, or that they'll even find out she's here. Remember, it takes a crazy-ass plan to get into the control room and R2 messing around with the computer to even find out that information. Even if you have an idea to capture them, put them in Leia's cell, and hope she blabs to them about where the secret base is, this is silly. Leia bullshit you and proved too strong for the mind probe, so she's officially useless. Darth Vader needs to start setting up charges on the Millennium Falcon, take the Death Star plans back, destroy Luke, and execute Leia at the same time, while his children get baptized in the Catholic Church, Godfather style. Oh, wait.
There's no one on board, sir.
Let me get this straight. You have sensors that can tell whether there are life forms on an escape pod, but you can't detect life forms on a ship inside the Death Star. Knowing this, anybody could send a ship full of killer droids buried in the floorboards to kill and take out the entire Empire. And people bitch about our TSA.
I sense something. A presence I've not felt since...
Since when? Since when?
There's no one here.
They've already reported to Vader that no one is here, so these stormtroopers were sent on the ship to basically, what? Walk around and confirm what the last crew of stormtroopers just did a second ago? The stormtroopers are still on the ramp exiting the ship, and Han picks this exact moment to open the secret panel on the floor. And also, I guess he figures there's no way they're coming back, or that it could be a trick.
Use them for smuggling.
Yeah, bone smuggling. Snooch! I apologize if that joke fell forced. Snooch again! But here's the thing. Your big conflict with Jabba was that you had to let go of cargo when you got boarded, man. But you have all these secret panels in the floor that the Empire can't find. So why do you ever sweat getting boarded? Sounds like a rookie move, like maybe it was your first day on the job or something like that. This movie is just like The Office in outer space, man. Han is Jim, Luke is Dwight, and Greedo is like Ryan the Temp.
And why did Obi-Wan get his own compartment while Luke and Han had to go three-way with the Wookiee? That beats my fanfiction, but why?
The scanners pick up anything, report it immediately.
Oh, so this is the scanning team. Why didn't some of the stormtroopers stay on board until the scanning team was ready to go? Scanning the ship requires loading this huge cumbersome box on the ship itself. I know this is set a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but you have technology that beats us here in 2015. And I know that simple heat signature technology would tell us there are assholes on this ship. Blaster fire inside heavily guarded ship raises no alarm or suspicion. It sure is lucky that Han and Luke blasted the two stormtroopers with the exact same size uniforms they needed. And those suits are remarkably intact after getting blasted a second ago.
You know, between his howling and your blasting everything inside, it's a wonder the whole station doesn't know we're here.
Luke Skywalker, too, would be excellent at CinemaSins. Phallic data extraction. Also, thankfully, the Death Star has a computer port that has access to the entire station that also happens to match R2-D2's output thingy.
What is it?
I'm afraid I'm not quite sure, sir. He says I found her and keeps repeating she's here.
C-3PO defines the problem with the pronoun game while R2-D2 plays it.
Well, who? Who has he found? Princess Leia.
You just said you didn't know who he was talking about, and R2-D2 has not said anything since the conversation started.
Well, more wealth than you can imagine.
Luke is drawn by the power of boners to take on the whole goddamn Death Star, and Han is drawn by the power of money boners. There is no way the Empire created something so innocent and jovial. Stormtrooper aim is only good while good guys occupy the costumes, although it still kind of takes them a while too.
Boring conversation anyway.
I'm surprised this radio didn't shoot Han first. Han and Chewie somehow need to retreat while holding this super tiny opening in the elevator these troopers have carved. Then, the entire rest of this scene, none of the Imperial troopers come down this hall and fire into this obvious escape hole into the garbage compactor. Everyone survives this.
You forget it! I already tried it! It's magnetically sealed!
Bullshit. When did you ever have time to try shooting the door before Han jumped down to shoot, man? He jumped down 4 seconds after you did. And hell, Chewbacca was standing there at the door when Han landed, so you're a lying Luke Skywalker. I call you Fib Fortuna. That's a deep cuts reference, man. Achievement unlocked.
There's something alive in here.
The Empire just recently threw a live swimming creature into this garbage disposal, just before our heroes jumped down in it. Because how else would it have survived the numerous amounts of compacting unless it's Gumby or some shit? How does Luke get swallowed whole by the shallow water this creature is in? Okay, at this point, Luke is dead. That dude drowned. He comes from a desert planet with virtually no water, and no practice with water. He's out of his element. The Empire's addicted to tall stormtroopers.
If you hurry, you might catch them.
These still aren't the droids we're looking for.
What?
Yeah, what? Thank God for extremely slow trash compactors. Han shoots one guy and the entire stormtrooper unit starts running away. And it's not like they're setting a logical trap, because the ship is in a different direction. Willstorm Helm Trooper.
If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Basically, I'll be able to occasionally talk to Luke through ghost power. So there. Honestly, this is pretty badass, and it makes sense for the plot, too. Obi-Wan knows he's outmatched, he knows Luke would stick around to try and save him and would never get on the ship. And so, we will remove 5 sins for Obi-Wan's badassery right here.
No!
No, here's a blanket, Luke. Wouldn't want you to catch cold or some shit.
That's it! We did it!
We did it!
For the record, Princess Leia is a badass, but in this scene, she didn't do anything.
You're sure the homing beacon is secure aboard their ship?
This might explain why the stormtroopers were so awful at shooting our heroes earlier, but how did they coordinate this plan with everyone on the Death Star? Was it, make the shooting look good but don't hit them? You might die, but it's for the greater good. Or did Vader set it up so the heroes could escape, but didn't mind if they got killed in the process?
They're tracking us.
Not this ship, sister.
Well, your male confidence certainly is convincing. I guess we should just go straight to the rebel base without any precautions.
An analysis of the plans provided by Princess Leia.
Princess Leia.
We'll hear all your stories when we get back, all right?
It'll be like old times, Luke. She'll never stop us.
This guy is trying to jinx the entire mission, and he's definitely dead.
We're passing through the magnetic field.
For some reason, the Death Star doesn't use its tractor beam to render these ships useless. Obi-Wan turned it off, but he didn't destroy it.
I'm going in. Cover me, Porkins.
What have I told you about calling me Porkins?
We've analyzed their attack, sir, and there is a danger.
Should I have your ship standing by?
Or maybe get some of our ships in formation over the one weakness this entire space station has, so that a direct hit doesn't destroy us. Vader locks on his target, then immediately sprays fire over everything except his target for the first 2 seconds of firing. Just like old times, man. They'll never stop you.
Use the Force, Luke.
Your targeting computer is a piece of dog shit, Luke.
Commence primary ignition.
Okay, guys, this took 10 seconds with Alderaan, so it's going to take about as long. Holy shit! It takes 48 seconds for this thing to even get close to firing, man. So the first time they use it, the Death Star unleashes a massive payload all over the face, neck, and chest of Alderaan. That money shots it out of existence, but it takes way longer if it wants to go again.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
This is the most erotically charged line in the movie, and something I say to Jason Mewes whenever we go to City Walk, if you follow me.
God, how can you not get the chills? I'll take another 5 off for Luke's hit here because the execution of this scene is awesome. Hey man, in the excitement I'd call her Carrie too. On some nights she might be Darlene. You don't know. Role-playing can be a powerful tool. Oh my god, that's his sister, isn't it?
How come Chewbacca doesn't get a medal, man? He was in the Falcon too. He helped take out Vader and save Luke's ass. And look, he even yells about it. At this point he goes like, "Where's my medal?" And everyone just claps. Like, yay, the status quo is maintained on this little animal farm, where all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. This is horse shit. It's always bothered me about this movie, man. Let the Wookiee win a medal. Is it really winning since he so clearly deserves it? I'm leaving it at that.
Hey, that's how the last movie started. Also, reading. Also, if I'm supposed to be reading and absorbing all this, f*** you. And if there's a quiz, I'm keying your car, teach. As we're about to see, the Empire is going to get their asses kicked yet again, with Luke Skywalker leading the charge. Aside from the Death Star, during this entire series, we never see the Empire bring an aerial attack on a planet. They just send down these cumbersome Imperial walkers. So what did they do to actually win something for once? And if they were winning, why were so many of the rebels allowed to flee across the galaxy? Okay, so this is a remote ice planet, I'm assuming where no one really lived before, because it's colder than f***. But the rebels came here and then found, tamed, and learned how to ride the indigenous Tauntauns, and built a whole base inside the mountain in 3 years, and no one from the Empire had any idea. Don't you think this was a little like the Oregon Trail for a while? You have died of dysentery. Well, that was some convenient timing, assuming this planet is not super tiny. What are the odds Luke's patrol coincides perfectly with the probe's arrival?
Steady, girl. Hey, what's the matter?
Discount horse. Movie rips off Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer's abominable snowman. Thankfully for Luke, this species of snow monster drags its prey back to the cave before fully killing it. Holy shit. Who would have guessed that of all 3 movies, including the one where she wears a bikini, that this would be the sexiest Leia moment of all? Discount Hoth Chic C-3PO.
I thought you had decided to stay.
Well, the bounty hunter we ran into when Lord Mendel changed my mind.
First off, Han refers to some other adventure we have no context for unless we read the f***ing books. Second off, Han decides it's time to go because he ran into a bounty hunter on some other planet who obviously doesn't know where he is now. It's been 3 years. Does Han actually think it's best to risk his freedom by going to Jabba now?
Excuse me, sir. Might I? Yes, sir.
Covering a robot's mouth actually stops it from making noise. Huh. Who knew?
Are the speeders ready?
Not yet. We're having some trouble adapting them to the code.
Which is weird, because everything else works on this planet regardless of cold.
Your tauntaun will freeze before you reach the first marker.
Then I'll see you in hell.
Hungry Wampa decided to knock out Luke and put him in the fridge before eating him. And Luke has been dangling upside down unconscious for who knows how long. Blood running to his head. And before you go telling me his Jedi ways help him avoid traditional physiological problems like that, I'll point out his Jedi ways did jack and shit to help him avoid landing in this situation to begin with. The real question is, how did that lightsaber manage to fall close enough to Luke for this, but far enough away that it couldn't have just slipped out of his holster and fallen straight down? I get what you're going for here, I really do, but in the last movie you showed me this asshole using the Force while blind to deflect unseen laser blasts from a drone. How can he do that, but not this? What is it about this series and cutting arms or hands off? Luke is smart, right? Why doesn't he just kill that thing and stay in the cave? Han's so worried about nightfall he's headed out to find Luke, and he does, but only because Luke is stupid enough to wander out of the cave just before nightfall. So Luke left the beast's cave, fell unconscious for a bit, but then woke back up and started walking again? Really? Luckily for Luke and Han, this planet's freezing temperatures do not lead to hypothermia and quick death.
Luke!
This asshole only shows up in the absolute most extreme Luke might die situations. Why couldn't he appear to Luke 4 hours earlier and say, "Luke, do not explore the meteorite you saw"?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Provided, of course, that Han sticks you in a dead tauntaun so that you can live. Also, the Dagobah system sounds racist.
There you will learn from Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed me.
Sorry I didn't tell you this sooner over the last 3 years. I was baking brownies. Minutes in my time are years in your time. I still say that in all the Star Wars movies, the most unbelievable thing is that Han somehow finds Luke during dusk on a huge snow planet. Tauntaun ex machina.
but it'll keep you warm.
How does Han stuff Luke into a tauntaun belly? They're not much bigger than humans. Han somehow survives the bitter cold all through the night without getting inside the tauntaun himself. That sounded dirty, but Han should be frozen much like Luke was a minute ago. Why is this asshole flying up and down over the hills, rather than just flying over the hills? Does he like to cheat death on rescue missions? Hoth spa. Also, these things have very little privacy. This guy has to rehab in front of everyone in a diaper.
I don't know where you get your delusions, laser brain.
What's worse, this lame-ass insult or the fact that Chewie found it funny? Neither the Force nor Obi-Wan has told Luke about Leia being his sister yet, even though it's been 3 years. This must be a massive, very dark practical joke. Translation, this is some f***ed up shit right here.
It's metal.
Then it couldn't be one of those creatures.
Could be a speeder, one of ours.
You mean the speeders you were just told last night can't go out in the cold? Can we all at least agree that in this one instance Han shot second?
That is the system, and I'm sure Skywalker is with them. Set your course for the Hoth system.
Look, if you're sure, as you say, why did it take a drone report and a photograph for you to figure out Skywalker's location?
The rebels are alerted to our presence. Admiral Ozzel came out of light speed too close to the system.
Why didn't Vader specifically leave an order not to do that? Or is the movie saying no one could have possibly known that and Vader's just being a dick?
Sir, rebel ships are coming into our sector. Good. Our first catch of the day.
After one small ship beat the Death Star, ignorance and confidence are the same thing. So you can land these things outside the energy shield, but you can't get some quick fighters down here to perform an aerial assault. Look, these things are awesome in many ways, but that doesn't mean they make sense. Besides, how are these things not using tracks like tanks to move? They needed to use actual freaking legs. Also, movie completely glosses over how much slipping and sliding should be going on with all this snow and ice.
Rogue group, use your harpoons and tow cables. Go for the legs.
Why the hell do these small fighters have tow cables? For towing a 1974 Buick? And harpoons for, I guess, whaling? Goddamn, falling down makes these Imperial walkers go from bulletproof to flammable as hell. The birthing process between walkers on Hoth was accelerated tenfold, and the baby is already walking. I didn't even see any f***ing, so this is amazing. Ku Klux Stormtrooper. Luke survives this crash. Honestly, how do you guys even build all this underground infrastructure in snow anyway?
This bucket of bolts is never going to get us past that blockade.
That's kind of true, but why was Luke's X-Wing somehow able to get through the blockade no problem? Man, this ship is always taking off just in the nick of time, and while being shot at. I'm sure it takes off under normal, calm circumstances plenty of times, but we don't ever seem to see it. Vader senses or sees the Falcon leave, but does not apparently sense his son Luke, fellow Force user, a few hundred feet above him on the snow. Okay, so why can't he use the Force to maybe even slightly knock the ship off course and crash it into the mountain? As we learned from Yoda, size doesn't matter, so why not at least try? Or rather, do, because there is no try. Here's another thing. How are there not any Imperial ships guarding the exit off the planet? We even heard them talk about a blockade earlier, so where is it?
And the rebels didn't find some other side of the planet where the blockade wouldn't affect them, so what gives?
2 of these 3 Star Destroyers pursuing the Falcon run into each other. How is that possible? How do you not see another Star Destroyer in your path? Do you not have radar, training, skill? Who's flying the ship right now? Leia? Autopilot evasion software?
There was no laser blast, something hit us.
Like an asteroid? How does an asteroid hit you when you're not dead yet? Water creatures in the Star Wars franchise never find the heroes tasty. Oh yeah, and how is R2 still working right now with all that sludge in his system? Whoa, that does not look like James Earl Jones at all.
Does that include shutting me down too?
No, I need you to talk to the Falcon, find out what's wrong with the hyperdrive.
But he just said what was wrong with the hyperdrive a few minutes ago, didn't he?
I noticed earlier the hyperdrive motivator has been damaged.
And you didn't fix it because you hit the asteroid field before you could do anything. So that's still the problem, right?
I'm looking for someone.
Looking? Found someone you have, I would say.
Tonight on Unsolved Mysteries, we'll try to figure out where Yoda's sense of humor went after this one scene in The Empire Strikes Back. Luke's dinner consists of Cheetos, blocks that look like cheese, some sort of white candy or pills, hush puppies, and strips of drywall.
You seek Yoda.
You know him?
Take it to him, I will.
Just like Obi-Wan, Yoda initially pretends not to be the person he actually is, mostly just to f*** with the audience. I mean Luke.
I believe, sir, it says that the power coupling on the negative axis has been polarized.
Is that another way of saying the hyperdrive motivator is damaged, or is this some completely new invented bullshit reason for the hyperdrive not to work?
Sir, I've isolated the reverse power flux coupling.
The C in C-3PO stands for cockblock. Where the f*** is this? Why are holograms just shooting out of the floor here?
Why are there screens in some instances and random holograms in others?
I have no doubt this boy is the offspring of Anakin Skywalker.
which is a weird thing to say to Anakin Skywalker. Also, didn't the very fact that his name is Luke Skywalker tip you off? You can't seriously expect us to believe that after Luke destroyed the Death Star, the Empire didn't hear what the hell his name was. Also, Luke was hidden on another planet so that Darth Vader couldn't find him, yet he kept the name Skywalker.
I cannot teach him. The boy has no patience.
Yoda talks about Luke to a ghost in front of Luke, and this is his way of revealing himself to actually be Yoda.
This one, a long time have I watched. All his life as he looked away to the future, to the horizon.
Maybe because you assholes stuck him on a shitty distant planet with his aunt and uncle and gave him no other type of future to look forward to. How the hell do you blame him for that? Are you saying if you'd stuck around on Tatooine and enjoyed dusting crops, you'd have flown out here like magic to train him? I think not. Either way, he's not a Jedi. What the fuck?
You are reckless.
So was I, if you remember.
Obi-Wan is basically Jedi Ghost lawyer here.
He is too old.
Is Yoda cranky? Does he not really want to train Luke? Why the 100 excuses thing? I know we're building tension for the audience. I mean Luke, but other than that, why is he so resistant? This movie is basically saying Ghost Obi-Wan is wiser than 800-year-old Yoda, which is just fucking stupid. Cool for sure, but how does a creature this giant survive on an asteroid with little to no food available?
A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack.
But tell me why I can't...
No, there is no why.
Jedi Master gets frustrated with obvious questions. I thought you assholes were supposed to be at peace with everything, even annoying trainees.
That place is strong, with the dark side of the Force. A domain of evil it is.
There's a domain of evil sitting around just being evil in the Dagobah system? What the f*** for?
Your weapons. You will not need them.
Because you see, this evil domain, strong with the dark side of the Force, out in the middle of nowhere, it just, well, it's here for psychological reasons. In the unlikely case someone comes down here. It's a strict Freudian, I hear. What will really bake your noodle is what this would have been if Luke hadn't brought his weapons with him. Also, face your adversary in a dream before facing them in real life cliché. Someone set this video game to the easy setting. Symbolism. Also, Luke cuts off Dream Vader's head and sees his own face inside, and still can't figure out what's going on. The Force is literally screaming the truth at him, but he's not listening. So Darth Vader's orders are that he wants the passengers alive. So why are these millions of green lasers getting shot at the ship right now? What happens if one of these things ends up destroying the ship?
Try not. Do. Or do not. There is no try. Luminous beings shall we, not this crude matter.
Yoda breaks the teacher-student boundary rule. Okay, so after this big talk about how rocks and spaceships are different from each other, and size doesn't matter and all that jazz, Yoda then proceeds to power the ship out of the water, but with considerable effort, I might add. If the Force supposedly doesn't distinguish the size of objects, this thing should have emerged immediately.
I don't believe it. That is why you fail.
Pimp. I'm taking a sin off for that too. Yoda is too badass.
Captain Solo, this time you have gone too far.
What the hell is he blabbing about? Gone too far? In what way? This is an amazing move of considerable cunning, and it got them out of being captured or killed. It at the very least bought time, even if he didn't have a plan after that. Instead of waiting even a few minutes after floating away with the garbage before taking off, Han takes off immediately, thereby allowing himself to be trailed. Boba Fett makes one of the luckiest guesses ever and has himself shot out with the trash to follow the Falcon, just in case it was doing the old attach yourself to the big ship so it can't be read by their scopes, and leave when they empty their trash trick. Also, why can't the Falcon detect this ship right behind it?
If you leave now, help them you could, but you would destroy all for which they have fought and suffered.
Because your dad is Darth Vader and he can turn you to the dark side and the rebels would lose the war. But that's a spoiler for the audience that you, the most important character in this movie, is just better off not knowing.
Welcome, Leia.
Leia isn't pregnant with Lando's baby already.
It is you and your abilities the Emperor wants.
And also, Darth Vader is your Damn, I can't tell him that until the big surprise, can I?
If you end your training now, if you choose the quick and easy path, as Vader did, you will become an agent of evil.
Except he doesn't, so in your face, false prediction Yoda.
That boy is our last hope.
No, there is another.
Kinda makes you wonder what would have happened if Luke got killed or turned to the dark side. Would Leia have received a vision to go to Dagobah somehow? But Yoda would have died before she got there, leaving nobody to train her. I'm guessing her training would have consisted of going to the library, learning Jedi Master from microfiche, and also stuff about demons. Lots and lots of demons. Threepaway. Aha! Proof that Cloud City is funded by Gringotts. I'm surprised Vader didn't shoot Han first.
I had no choice. They arrived right before you did.
How did they do that? Even if Boba Fett tells Vader that they're going to Cloud City immediately after he starts following the Falcon has a huge head start, and this is after the Star Destroyers went into lightspeed in a different direction. Empire scientists create another what the f is that thing for a torture device. It looks like it's made of at least 5 failed science projects. This contraption does things so horrible, it's better left off screen, because whatever bullshit that thing is doing is probably bullshit, but it sure does hurt.
Oh yes, that's very good. I like that.
C-3PO's reconstructive porn dialogue.
Oh my! What have you done? I'm backwards, you flea-bitten furball!
You know, C-3PO was kind of an annoying character in the first movie, but lovably so. In Empire, he's a whiny know-it-all who's actually kind of mean.
I love you.
I know.
No, Walt Disney.
Skywalker has just landed, Lord.
Good. See to it that he finds his way in here.
Awesome. How the f do I do that? Do you think he'd respond to breadcrumbs? What the f? Is David Copperfield pushing that thing? Islando.
Look, don't, it's a trap!
Somehow, despite this scene, it's still Admiral Akbar that is most remembered for saying it's a trap. Also, like any hero in any adventure, Luke ignores his friend's warning that it's all a trap, because the power of space boners is stronger. Oh, they actually succeeded in following Vader's orders to lead Luke here, by parading the prisoners around in circles below this arena until he showed up, apparently.
You think that after what you did to her in the room...
Oh, come on. This is one of those things where I understand, but I don't understand. He just risked his own neck to take you out of custody, but we're going to waste time with trust issues after a baller move like that?
Just try it out!
We don't need any of your help.
Really? Like the kind that just freed you from captivity so you could escape? You don't need that kind of help?
Put Captain Solo in the cargo hold.
Unnecessary orders. Rest of the good guys running directly by random spot R2-D2 just happen to wind up cliché.
Obi-Wan has taught you well.
Why does Vader assume that Obi-Wan taught Luke? And we know that Luke doesn't quite have a hold of his thoughts and his emotions yet, so how does Yoda not pop into Darth Vader's head? And if dead Obi-Wan could have done the training, why did Luke even have to go to the Dagobah system? Already this lightsaber battle is complex enough to confirm my suspicions that Vader was merely humoring Obi-Wan last movie. Vader starts using the Force to throw objects at Luke during the battle, which not only feels like cheating, but also makes me wonder why he doesn't do more of that. Well, here's the Millennium Falcon again, taking off amidst yet another hail of laser fire. There goes another limb. No one just gets stabbed by a lightsaber in this series, do they?
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
For reasons pretty unclear, considering you would be finding out anyway via the Force, or in this case, dramatic reveal to the audience.
He told me you killed him.
No. I am your father.
We're gonna get a supreme bullshit explanation for this discrepancy, aren't we?
Search your feelings. You know it to be true. It
requires about 10 syllables to say no in Tatooine English, or Tattoo English. Also, no. Movie paints suicide as the noble choice. Luke falls off a bridge, basically to his death, and then is saved by this thing. I don't know what it is, or if Luke knew it would do this, but what a crazy asshole random this is. Well, if the antenna isn't an ex machina, him somehow grabbing onto it while falling definitely is.
Look, someone's up there.
How can you tell that from this distance?
Luke.
Father.
Damn, he went right into the acceptance phase of that shocker, didn't he?
Why didn't you tell me?
Because if he had, it wouldn't have been a big whammy for the audience. How can this character not know he's in a movie, for Christ's sake? You guys have hyperdrive, right? Meanwhile, here's a load of rebel ships that managed to somehow escape the Hoth blockade without incident. We didn't show you that because we showed you the Millennium Falcon's escape attempt, but it totally happened. I promise. Reading. Third film of the franchise decides, you like the Death Star? We'll give you the motherfucking Death Star. Again! It's just like Jason Voorhees, that Death Star. Hey, the Death Star was a horrible failure. Let's build another one. Now, I love Jim Henson as much as the next person, but this is where the Star Wars creatures started to get that more lovable fake plastic chic look. You know, for kids.
They wanna wonga.
Spiral Wrap Penis Head has a point. Jabba's looking way chunkier and realer in 1983 than the last time we saw him, which was in 1997. Also, if Leia didn't choke him, Jabba was certainly going to die from smoking green swamp heroin.
R2, look! Captain Soap. And he's still frozen in carbonite.
Thanks, 3PO!
What could possibly have come over Master Luke?
C-3PO is too smart to not understand what's going on. This scene suggests that the robots somehow behave differently when put upside down, and that they have feeling in their feet. Also, hilariously, these brands never even touch the robot's feet, despite all that steam you see shooting out. Tatooine loves a different kind of superhero, the Heil Hitler Spider-Man. The song Jedi rocks. Also, it was like Lucas was wondering, how can I possibly turn Return of the Jedi into a bad movie? Everyone here appears to be enjoying this music and this dancing. Look, I like this movie, a lot more than most, but the plan here was to send 3 waves of troops?
droids, then Leia, Chewie, then Luke, when Luke is Jedi enough to not really need the help of any of the others? Makes for good cinema, sure, but as a military strategy, it's kind of stupid, considering every single person Luke sends ahead of him gets captured. Everyone else had to lie their way in here, but somehow Lando is just f***ing here already, man. Deal with it. Also, sneaking around Jabba's palace will require the removal of my mask. Why does Jabba have wind chimes in a place where there is rarely wind? Also, any plan that involves sneaking into a room with this many creatures sleeping in it is a bad plan. She may be a princess and a Jedi without knowing it, but stealth is not one of Leia's strong points, as this scene proves. Futuristic melting looks oddly like how melting might look on an Atari 2600.
I can't see.
Seems like one of the first things Leia could have said to Han was, "Don't say a word, silence is golden." I really don't even know why she bothered keeping the mask on, since she was doing some highly improper in Jabba's palace anyway.
Leia.
Delicate escape plan has time for a makeout session. Not only did Jabba catch Leia rescuing Han, he was hiding behind a curtain like he was expecting this. I agree that Leia's pretty hot, but how does Jabba, a giant snail/excrement pile, get turned on by human women? Crime boss that has been chasing Han for years immediately puts him in a cell with his right-hand man Chewie. Jedi mind trick is the same in Tutties and English.
Master Luke, you're standing on...
Even though 3PO gets interrupted, Luke ignores the warning he might be standing on something unsafe. Luke tries to force pull himself a blaster, and Jabba somehow beats him to the punch. But more importantly, why did Luke try to force pull a damn blaster? Does he not have a lightsaber? Jesus, this is the worst rescue plan ever. I mean, can you imagine how short this fight would be if Luke had his lightsaber with him? Can Luke not Jedi mind trick this thing? That thing looks pretty weak-minded. He's not even trying to make him think, this is not the food I'm looking for. Luke sticks the bone in horizontally, but it's a perfect vertical jaw prop in the next shot. Why is there any kind of electronic door down in this dungeon? Just to f*** with people who think they found a way to escape? Magic Gate appears out of nowhere in this sequence, giving Luke the proper gate ex machina he needs. Luke throws the skull instead of just using the Force to sling it. You could argue that Luke highly underused the Force in this battle. Star Wars succumbs to subliminal ad placement and allows Joe Camel to hawk cigarettes during the movie.
In his belly you will find a new definition of pain and suffering as you are slowly digested over 1,000 years.
Luckily, I'll die of hunger, thirst, any number of things in just a few days, so the 1,000 years thing is overkill, unless I'm being fed and watered while I'm down there. Thank God for the special editions, so I can have this shot of the herd of f***erams to help set the emotional stage for the Sarlacc scene. Bar 2D2.
Just stick close to Chewie and Lando.
Han should be freaking out at the mere mention of Lando, the dude that sold him out in the last movie, because he got sold out and then went to sleep and literally just got up a few minutes ago and should still f***ing hate Lando.
I've taken care of everything.
Oh, great.
Han acts like Luke isn't the guy who murdered the f***ing Death Star. In order to fall into the pit of the Sarlacc, you must walk a plank first. As we soon see, the plank becomes a perfect way to ex machina this real quick. This takes forever, and none of the bad guys kill Luke while he's flipping around or waiting for his lightsaber to fall in his hands. On the other end of this, why didn't Luke command that thing to come to him faster? Also, I see, the lightsaber was hidden inside R2-D2, because you assumed it'd be better to have it now than back in Jabba's lair where you could have smoked all the fools in seconds. Gotcha. Even the Tatooine Wilhelms suffered tragedy. None of these assholes can aim or shoot at the same time. It's kinda easy to look like a Jedi Master when everyone else sucks. Boba Fett, a skilled bounty hunter, can't aim either. Boba Fett, badass bounty hunter, goes out like a bitch. I'm surprised that Sarlacc tentacle didn't shoot Han first. Convenient multiple electromagnets on random pirate ship come in way handy.
Thanks for coming after me. I owe you one.
In The Empire Strikes Back, Han tells Luke,
That's two you owe me, Junior.
But this is the first time Luke has done anything to return the favor, and suddenly Han has flipped the math where he owes Luke one? When you're a regular-ass stormtrooper and you hear this laugh, don't you have second thoughts?
Then I am a Jedi.
You must confront Vader.
I guess all the other Jedi had to confront some terrible, extremely difficult evil to become Jedi too, huh?
Is Darth Vader my father? Rest I need.
God, a cat's out of the bag, and this asshole still won't tell him that Darth Vader is his father.
They're not ready for the burden, were you?
Oh, come on, this is some nonsense here. Don't you think it would have been better to tell him, like, immediately? And then he could have gotten used to the idea before his friends got in trouble? How does becoming a Jedi settle you in for that Darth Vader is your father whopper? Arguably, the training would have been a lot smoother, and you could have prevented him from going so soon.
When gone am I, the last of the Jedi will you be?
Another Yoda lie.
There is another guy.
Yoda survives just long enough to tell Luke a whole bunch of shit he already knew, and then in his last breath finally provides the mere setup to an important bit of new knowledge.
He ceased to be Anakin Skywalker and became Darth Vader.
So, you know, symbolic technicalities prevented me from telling you the real truth. You can see how my hands were tied.
The good man who was your father was destroyed. So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view.
Okay, now Obi-Wan is just being a dick. It was purposely misleading, and he has the gall to say, well, I told you the truth as I knew it to be, but you had to play a game to which only I knew the rules for it to be completely true. Also, you didn't know you were playing a game. And, oh, by the way, I f***ed your mom, too.
But I was amazed how strongly the Force was with him. I took it upon myself to train him as a Jedi.
It was actually Qui-Gon who noticed Anakin's specialness and took it upon himself to train Anakin as a Jedi. I only took over that after Qui-Gon died, but you don't need to know all that right now. You're on a need-to-know basis.
You must face Darth Vader again.
When he left, he hadn't completed the training yet, and they told him not to face Vader. Now he's back, no more training than before, and now he has to face him. But honestly, what else did they even need to teach him? They've said don't give in to your anger, in its many forms, at least 100 times in the last 2 movies. Was there an anger course coming? Was Yoda going to give him special instructor Bruce Banner to help with all that?
The other he spoke of is your twin sister.
I'll let you fill in the blank, since from my arcane Jedi point of view, Leia is your bangable friend you didn't need to know was your sister.
Leia's my sister.
1983 audiences then went, oh my god, what an amazing surprise. This series just keeps... Oh my god, they kissed each other several times in this series, didn't they?
While the fighters fly into the superstructure and attempt to knock out the main reactor.
Death Star has the same weakness as the original Death Star. You know what needs an energy shield? The f***ing main reactor does.
We have stolen a small Imperial shuttle.
Stealing.
That's 1.
General, count me in.
I'm with you too.
Where did this asshole come from, and how did he hear that? Does he even know what he signed up for? It could be a gangbang for all he knows. Lando looks confused that he's in a room with giant Millennium Falcon wallpaper in it.
Yes, my master.
The Emperor gives Vader orders and then immediately consults with 2 purple dudes we've never seen before and never see again, making me wonder if the purple dudes are somehow above the Emperor.
Shuttle Tidarium, transmit the clearance code for shield passage.
Hey, isn't that the ship that got stolen from our fleet? Quiet, you.
I'm endangering the mission. I shouldn't have come.
That's correct. Is R2-D2 gliding across thick Endor flora right now? Even if there's a path, this guy's gonna have a hard time gliding over hilly, muddy, grassy land, isn't he? Goddamn, how many people does that f***ing thing hold? I thought it was just Luke and Han in them. Jesus. Why do stormtroopers have different armor everywhere they go? It couldn't be anything to do with the toys, could it?
Go for help! Go!
Go for help? Can't you radio it in?
Jam their comlink!
Yeah, jam their comlink. All speeder bikes come standard with communication jamming devices. Instead of just lightsabering this dickhead, Luke jumps over the dickhead's speeder bike to take him out manually, and much more slowly than necessary. Yeah. Ah! How can I possibly avoid this stomp? Oh, I should have gone over it. Well, I'm dead. The Ewok haters. Wicket is cool with me, and I'm taking a sin off just for how cute Wicket is, and you can all suck my furry ass if you have a problem with it. That said, the cuteness of Ewoks are the reason Jar Jar Binks exists, even though chronologically Jar Jar came first.
You want something to eat?
Leia offers alien food to an Endor Moonanite. There's no stormtrooper alive who could walk through this force without making a sound.
My son is with them.
Are you sure?
Aren't you the Emperor? Wouldn't you know?
He will come to me.
I have foreseen it.
Even though I did not foresee that he was on the moon right now, but whatever. In this huge entire moon of Endor, Luke just happens to wander by Leia's discarded helmet.
I'm afraid that our 2 sensors can find no trace of Princess Leia.
Then our 2 sensors aren't worth because she was all over this joint just a little bit ago, and even Luke's faulty Jedi Spidey sense thinks you're wrong. Literal Deus Ex Machina.
But I do believe they think I am some sort of god.
They think I'm some sort of god cliché.
It's against my programming to impersonate a deity.
What, because it's lying? You've lied plenty of times in this series, so if it's specifically impersonating a deity, that is some very specific programming.
Jabba, Jabba, Jabba.
Did that Ewok just speak Jabba's name 3 times? That's some Candyman right there. The Ewoks are basically furry Lost Boys, only with fewer assholes among them. Too many minutes of Ewok cultural misunderstanding bullshit.
3PO, tell them they must be set free.
But it's against his programming, right? He can't impersonate a deity, therefore he cannot give orders to the Ewoks. QED.
Tell them if they don't do as you wish, you'll become angry and use your magic.
And here he is again, pretending to be a deity. What the hell was all that nonsense before they got dragged here? If Luke can do this, why can't he untie the ropes?
Princess Leia was a Wadma Atu.
C-3PO's story of Star Wars highlights how very little there is to Return of the Jedi. Mainly because there's time for this. All that stuff that happens in Jedi could have been settled in an hour, but Jabba the Hutt lasts nearly 40 minutes, and then they sandwich the Ewoks into this thing for even more exciting waiting around.
She died when I was very young.
Leia has memories of Natalie Portman.
The Force is strong in my family. My father has it. I have it. My sister has it.
Damn, that took 2 minutes to get around to the crux of this story, and he still doesn't even come out and say it.
It's you, Leia.
I know. Somehow, I've always known.
Even during this scene?
I can't tell you
This secret will make you explode, Han.
Could you tell Luke? Is that who you could tell?
Star Wars General Hospital. The Death Star still has the same progress it did at the beginning of the movie. These assholes aren't doing jack to build the rest of it. Wait, earlier Luke told Leia he could feel that Vader was on this very moon right now. But then this scene suggests Vader is only just now arriving on this very moon.
The Emperor has been expecting you.
I know, Father.
Father, this dialogue is stilted.
I see you have constructed a new lightsaber. Your skills are complete.
When did the lightsaber weaving class take place on Dagobah? Or do you just know how to make one after various Force-related activities?
Indeed, you are powerful, as the Emperor has foreseen.
There is never a realistic moment that we see where Luke becomes a badass Jedi. At the end of Empire, he was more mature, he'd seen some but not quite awesome yet. This movie is apparently set a whole year after the last one, although it's incredible to think that they waited that long to save Han. I guess in the meantime, Obi-Wan conducted ghost ops with Luke, but the movie wants him to be awesome right now, with no hint of the journey that got him to this place.
Oh crap! Prepare to jump into hyperspace on my mark.
All right, stand by.
Wait, what? You're standing by and he hasn't given any order, but you still instantly jump your ass to hyperspace? Chain of command, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Look, over there!
It takes 75% of the guards to go after this one Ewok. Apparently the door opens when you shoot it.
Everything that has transpired has done so according to my design.
Really? Even the destruction of the first Death Star? Even Luke and Leia's birth?
It was I who allowed the Alliance to know the location of the shield generator.
And part of that plan was hoping they would steal one of your ships so they could make it to Endor? How did you make that possible, or know it would happen? They very nearly weren't allowed in because Vader sensed Luke was on the ship. Also, why not have 2 shield generators? One you tell the Alliance about, one that's secret. Just in case the rebels, however unlikely, manage to destroy the one that you've let them know exists. That's maybe a little unfair of me to bring up, but seems like more could have been done with this plan to ensure the rebel defeat. Han's allowed to throw this rather than just get blasted.
Red Leader standing by.
Gray Leader standing by.
Remember the first movie when you loved this shit? Well, swallow a couple spoonfuls more. None of them can hit shit.
Strike me down with it. Give in to your anger.
I really don't understand how he suddenly becomes a bad person if he kills Vader and the Emperor. The story requires them to die if the rebels are to win. So if Luke can't turn Vader, is he supposed to kill these guys with warm feelings? Any reason why our heroes are merely prisoners and not shot to death?
Were you looking for me?
Bring those 2 down here!
2? You definitely only saw 1. In addition to having terrible aim, stormtroopers are also known for being easily taken down by a pack of basically living teddy bears. Can arrows really pierce stormtrooper armor? Good God, man. Being hit by these things at this speed and falling this kind of distance would not hurt anyone. Once on the ground, the stormtrooper is cuddled to death. Oh, come on! This is useless. You might as well be dropping hopes and dreams on the walkers. I mean, how do ordinary rocks drop from 30 feet, not just bounce the f*** off a stormtrooper uniform? This battle is all the stupid. Haha, so cute. F*** you.
Fire at will, Commander.
I can't prove it because I'm too lazy to just open the other movie and check, but I think this is recycled Death Star firing footage from A New Hope. And if it's not, it's close enough to be sinned anyway.
Han will have that shield down.
Han? Like ham? The f***? Why does Han's best friend mispronounce his name? Han and Leia somehow find cover in this position.
Come on!
Last time you shut the f***ing door and it opened. Now you need R2 to open the door. And oh look, the Empire still uses R2 compatible hardware.
Well, I suppose I could hardwire this thing.
What? Since this Death Star beam can only fire in a straight line, shouldn't all the big rebel ships just start flying around in circles and shit?
Your fleet is lost.
Man, these scenes are tedious. Basically, the Emperor invited Luke here so that he could narrate the rebels' doom to him the whole time, and repeat things over and over. Is there a path to the dark side through boredom? Let the Ewok, who is without sin, cast the first stone. Damn, why didn't they do this in the first place, rather than trying that hang glider rock drop bullshit from earlier? The flaws of a robotic walker are exposed yet again. Han cops a feel after Leia gets shot in the arm.
Use your aggressive feelings, boy. Let the hate flow through you.
I still don't know how this takes you to the dark side, but I guess the Force is unforgiving when it comes to killing absolute evil. You have no recourse after you've aggressively killed your father. If only you could find a nicer way.
Obi-Wan has taught you well.
There he is, giving Obi-Wan all the credit again. Does Yoda not make any ripples in the Force?
I will not fight you, Father.
I mean, any more than I already have and stuff.
We need reinforcements to continue the pursuit.
Send 3 squads to help.
First off, apparently there are no identification protocols with the Empire anymore after that first movie.
Who is this? What's your operating number?
So this works. Also, how are there any Empire guys left? You had a whole army outside waiting for them. And you still have enough for 3 squads who were previously sitting around just jacking off, even as the Ewoks began winning?
Good.
Does the Emperor not realize that taunting makes somebody not want to do what you want them to do? This shield generator is a super huge satellite thing, so while Luke was down here, why couldn't he turn the satellite in a different direction, and maybe even break it using the Force? Hell, Magneto could do it in X-Men First Class. You're gonna tell me Luke couldn't do it? Force lightning is introduced as a power 10 minutes from the end of the third movie.
Now, young Skywalker, you will die.
Then kill him already! No, with the rules set so strictly for Luke so that he can't kill these Sith Lords without turning to the dark side, with his only hope being able to turn Vader somehow, I can't imagine a scenario that's luckier, other than finding out that Leia is adopted. Just as luckily, there's a place in this room where Vader can let gravity decide this. That said...
That was too close.
The real question is, why is there a ship-sized path to get to the power generator? The arrogance and stupidity of the Empire is amazing. Hey, that doesn't look like James Earl Jones. Anakin Skywalker does not disappear all Jedi-like, as Obi-Wan did and Yoda did. And he's clearly going to heaven because he shows up later during the Ewok Jubilee. Luke, who had no idea what else was going on, manages to make peace with his dying father and board a shuttle just in time to barely escape these goddamn flames from the Death Star explosion. Every one of the heroes are a bunch of lucky bastards. Didn't it take forever to get to the middle of this thing with lots of twisty passages? And why does the Death Star not immediately explode like it did the first time?
I'm sure Luke wasn't on that thing when it blew.
He wasn't. I can feel it.
I can tell because Luke told me I had Force power, and now I can use that power without any training.
You love him, don't you?
Yes.
Leia answers this question as if she actually told Han about Luke being her brother earlier, even though she kept it a secret for no reason.
He's my brother.
Han's probably also thinking of this scene. Digital cheering. George Lucas doesn't resist the temptation to the dark side and defiantly puts Jar Jar Binks in the original f***ing trilogy. Maybe I don't like the Ewoks like I did when I was a kid, and this new music isn't all that bad, but the Yub Nub song was a pretty fitting ending. And yet, now it's changed to something more special. Not only do you get to go to heaven, Anakin, you get to be your young prequel self again, while Obi-Wan and Yoda stay old as shit. Reading. Leia leads a brave resistance that will only account for 5 minutes of screen time for a legendary character. Long after you've either finished reading that shit or dismissed it altogether, it's still scrolling by. Dark shadow of an evil ship gives the finger to an audience hoping not to see a remake of A New Hope. Also, if a Star Destroyer's shadow is this large and looming, then it's either super close to this galaxy's sun, or else this is a tiny-ass planet. Or you're just having fun with visuals and don't really care about scale. BB-8 is an obvious attempt to sell toys. Where can I buy one? Here, this is how you close your hand.
Without the Jedi, there can be no balance in the Force.
Funny, since I once heard that Anakin was prophesied to bring balance to the Force, and he weren't no Jedi. Well, not long-term anyway. Look, I realize you don't want to get shot at, but how is taking control of a ship cannon instead of taking off a good idea here? Thankfully for the plot, those two overachiever stormtroopers who shot at him actually damaged his ship enough to keep him from taking off. I guess they missed the memo about how they're supposed to be horrible at aiming.
You take this. It's safer with you than it is with me.
I learned about this from the historical documents. Leia did it 38 years ago, so it should work for us. Also, why is it safer with a dumbass droid than a savvy pro-pilot human being? Couldn't you literally bury it in the sand and it'd be safer than with either one of you assholes? Here, let me mark you so people can tell you're the conflicted stormtrooper. Oh yeah, and before I die, there is another Skywalker.
The map to Skywalker. We know you found it.
Wait a minute, the guy who vanished left behind a map? Like, a physical f***ing map that any asshole could stumble upon and find you with? What this movie should have said at the beginning was Luke Skywalker has set everyone on a scavenger hunt. It's like a mad world in space. I have to take 2 sins off here for Kylo Ren stopping the blaster shot in midair, something we've never seen anyone in a Star Wars movie do.
So who talks first? You talk first? I talk first?
Hilarious 2015 style line makes its way into not hilarious scene from a galaxy long ago and far, far away. That guy shot at me and definitely was given the map by the old dude. Let's take him prisoner for later and ignore him for now. Even though the map could literally be 5 feet away. Brilliant! Kylo Ren senses the Finn stormtrooper's rebellious thoughts, then does nothing, because he knows Finn is important to the plot later, I guess. While I think it's cool that Kylo Ren stopped this blaster bolt in midair, was he really dedicating some of his dark power to keep it in midair the whole time? That one explosion must mean Poe died. I wish they never programmed depression inside of me. And Poe appears to be the only prisoner they took from the planet. I guess because Kylo was so sure he knew about the map. But then so did Max von Sydow's character, and Kylo just wasted that guy's ass on the planet's surface. So what gives? Finn Trooper walks in here and there is no one on the left side, but as soon as he removes his helmet, boom! Sudden Captain Phasma. In its quest to be unique and Star Warsian, movie unfortunately rips off Oblivion. Discount Tatooine. Why does she park her speeder all the way out here by itself, especially when she has to f***ing drag all this heavy shit a long distance after parking?
What you brought me today is worth 1/4 portion.
GameStop. Rey doesn't know about the 5-count diagonal slash method of line counting. I mean, how are you supposed to count this shit at a glance? This thing probably died because it was trying to walk in a desert. Luckily, BB-8 is found by someone who is profoundly important to the story.
No one has been able to get out of you what you did with the map.
why waste time with human torture if your resident Sith pupil can just mind extract the information out of the subject? Why not just start with this?
It's in a droid. A BB unit.
Let's leave this prisoner I got that information from alive for now, just in case we all forget that information I just force grabbed from his brain. Definitely don't kill this dude, okay? Got it?
Follow the girl and get that droid.
Damn, dude, you clearly had other customers behind Rey when she left. I mean, after you gave that order, what the f*** else do you have to do?
Ren wants the prisoner.
I know it's hard to believe, but you should totally trust me. He sent the recently disgraced stormtrooper to do that job following 0 protocols. Why in the f***ing f*** is there a tether on this TIE fighter?
Alright, we gotta take out as many of these cannons as we can, but we're not gonna get very far.
Hey, why not just fly perpendicular to the ship? Like, away and shit. Eventually the cannons will be out of range to hit you, right? Do you have to attack them? Or could you maybe just dodge their fire for a few seconds and f***ing leave?
I'm Poe Dameron.
Can we get to the introductions after you're out of danger?
FN-2187 reported to my division, was evaluated and sent to reconditioning.
But obviously not, because he was simply allowed to wander freely about the ship. Somehow upon crash landing, Finn and Poe end up super far away from each other, which is sort of crucial to the plot, but not very logical. Good thing Poe left his jacket behind for no reason, so that Finn could pick it up and be seen by BB-8 later. Is the desert eating this ship? Why didn't it do that to all the other wrecked ships on the planet?
Him.
Instead of just calling out to Finn and maybe trying to talk to him normally, Rey goes into full attack mode immediately because BB-8 thinks he sees Poe's apparently one-of-a-kind brown jacket.
What's your hurry, thief?
Rey apparently works for the Ferguson Police Department.
Luke Skywalker. I thought he was a myth.
But why? Wouldn't he be in all the history books and news and f***ing what? They survived this. Why are the TIE fighters just blowing up everything on the planet? And wouldn't they have strict orders not to do that, since the whole point of this is to get a stupid map? A stupid map that they could easily destroy by doing this
That one's garbage! The garbage will do!
How can the bad guys be close enough to obliterate this one ship and surely notice them running for the Falcon, but not obliterate the Falcon before they can fire it up and take off? Also, Millennium Falcon just happens to be on Jakku for some reason.
You ever fly this thing?
No! This ship hasn't flown in years!
Apparently, every ship in the universe is easy to access, requiring no keys or combinations of any kind, and are ready to fly on a moment's notice. That should be the end of the journey right there.
Nice job!
I'm getting pretty good at this.
That's great, kid. Don't get cocky. One sin removed for awesomeness, and after that there were no more bad guys, even though the Star Destroyer with Kylo Ren and red-headed Hitler was presumably just orbiting this planet and In fact, here's a Star Destroyer just chilling out near Jakku, who did not see Finn and Rey escape the planet in the Falcon, just FYI.
We were unable to acquire the droid on Jakku.
Okay, so this leads to an entertaining scene where Kylo goes ballistic with his Satan Saber and wrecks a bunch of computers. But my question is, all you need is a droid with a map inside it. Why didn't you go down there and get it? Why are you that much of a stickler about letting minions do the work when this map is so important? You could have taken it easily.
The two were accompanied by a girl.
Excessive use of the Force.
Get us there as fast as you can.
I'll drop you two.
Okay, goddammit, I'm gonna remove 3 sins for this. Yay, it's Han Solo and Chewbacca! One question though, why the f*** are they flying around in this system at this very moment in time? They just happened to find their old ship like it was gifted to them. And yeah, they were looking for a signal, but they still got here right when Rey and Finn got into space.
Stay there until I say so, and don't even think about taking the Falcon.
What about BB-8?
Stays with me until I get rid of the gang.
But why? Wouldn't it be safer for BB-8 to stay hidden? Movie earns an extra 10 sins for the colossal waste of talent in hiring the 2 guys from the Raid 2, only to have them say a few lines and get eaten by the spaghetti monster and promptly waste them.
That BB unit, First Order is looking for one just like it.
Well, damn. Han's great plan to have BB-8 with him for reasons unexplained just backfired.
I got a bad feeling about this.
What? You heard those monsters screaming at a distance? Of course you got a bad feeling about this. This is not the kind of strange, odd, bad feeling that classic Star Wars characters have when they go into the unknown. This is a prequel-like bad feeling where the danger is right in front of them. These Rathtars have been gobbling up people left and right, but when it comes to Finn, it's all about stocking the fridge. Well, how does Rey know that this control board will... How did she know that button would close the...
Watch the thrust. We're going out of here at light speed.
But why? Can't you just fly out of here and then do that? And since when do you get so cavalier about light speed?
The droid we seek is aboard the Millennium Falcon, in the hands of your father, Han Solo.
In case you forgot what your father's name was.
We shall see.
By the way, is this the rented space where Thanos and Sinestro conduct all their space conspiracy business? It's at this point you had a nagging feeling in the back of your mind that this whole movie was simply repurposing everything from A New Hope, and you haven't even gotten to the new Death Star yet. This is why you don't bring a highly wanted droid into discount Mos Eisley. Why does nobody ever think about this shit? Maybe we should have seen this in Return of the Jedi, but Luke decided to bring that Darth Vader mask with him when he escaped the second Death Star, but why? To symbolically burn it in the Ewok bonfire later? The Death Star was going to blow it up anyway, and way better than that fire could. but now Kylo Ren has it, meaning some enterprising Ewok sold that on eBay to Darth Benjamin 1983 since we last saw it.
Like all of them, I was taken from a family I'll never know. But my first battle, I made a choice.
That was his first battle? He's like 30. How f***ing long do stormtroopers train? At what age was he taken? Jesus, this truthful confession only brings up more questions. Also, they sent a rookie stormtrooper to help find Luke's map. Key to Rey's past just happens to be in this remote and random bar. And basically some lightsaber memory voices draw Rey into the cantina basement. Basically. Is this an alarm system? Here at Force Awakens, we handle all your security needs by giving thieves scary glimpses of the past and future that will have everyone arguing about what it means for years. Your thief will be too confused to steal.
That lightsaber was Luke's, and his father's before him.
Huh? You mean the one that he was holding when Vader cut his hand off in Cloud City? You mean someone found that and now it's here? Artifacts from the original trilogy are more easily found than pop-up ads on a porn site.
Today is the end of the Republic.
Because we have finally built a planet moon-sized death machine that cannot be defeated. Third time's a charm.
As the last day of the Republic!
If you didn't get the Hitler parallel already, here's some stuff to smack your face with. Also, how does energy this intense, coming from this very technological terror they've constructed, not, at the very least, melt their faces off like Raiders of the Lost Ark? And what's the point of this anyway? They blow up 5 planets, none of which we know anything about. And for what? At least when the Empire blew up Alderaan, we knew it was Leia's home planet. Why not just go ahead and blow up several other planets while you're at it and just end this thing? You don't even need to find Luke anymore. So the First Order is coming down to find Luke's map. But how did this plan coincide with their Megadeth Star plans? Why didn't they threaten the 5 planets first? And if they didn't get the map, then they'd cause mass genocide. The First Order might actually be dumber than the Empire.
Where'd you get that?
A good question. For another time.
Well, that's a tidy screenwriter's trick to get out of explaining shit. Hey everybody, let's just mindlessly fire into the building where the map might be. We're giving out wings.
I need a weapon!
You have one!
After all, any Joe Schmo can handle a lightsaber.
I like this thing.
Cute moment, but that's the first time ever that Han has fired Chewie's bowcaster. Seriously?
Raider!
So he has this badass staff thing that can deflect lightsabers and but he still threw down his guns so he could get into a mano-a-mano sword fight, which is some bull.
Forget the droid. We have what we need.
Because Rey definitely memorized that entire map she was shown for 10 seconds earlier and was told was incomplete anyway. So the Resistance swarmed all over this place, but they never once decided to destroy this ship or Kylo's. Yeah, better be sure to kill random stormtroopers running around and not their means of escape. Rey! Goddamn C-3PO. So, Leia should be pretty one with the Force by now, right? She's had a good 30 years, and they made such a big deal about it in the original trilogy that if anything happened to Luke, her untapped Force magic could save the universe. But appears she's the same old Leia. Still awesome, but not a Jedi.
And even worse, it matches no charted system on record.
I don't know how there's a map of this place, unless Luke spent all this time charting it, then found his way back to civilization, then decided to vanish. The movie so far makes us believe that Luke got upset that Kylo turned to the dark side, and in shame, he vanished. But somehow he left 2 pieces of a map of an uncharted place just before flying away. Why is BB-8 curious about what's under this blanket? Is it so there's yet another crowd-pleasing reveal of R2-D2?
R2-D2 has been in low power mode ever since Master Luke went away.
A metaphor for the entire Star Wars series, actually. If you're a fan of girls, then this moment pulled you straight out of the movie. Adam Driver is a good and appealing actor, but once you do something as unique as his character on that show, the thought of him being a Sith Lord is hilarious.
It's carrying a section of a navigational chart, and we have the rest. Recovered from the archives of the Empire.
So that means the isn't uncharted, as that lying liar C-3PO said just a minute ago?
Then the Resistance must be destroyed before they get to Skywalker.
Why didn't you just destroy them already? You clearly have the power to do it. Why is their ability or non-ability to find Luke so important to that decision? Just do it already.
If what you say about this girl is true, bring her to me.
Why didn't Kylo drag her here in the first place? And if you suspect she has that kind of power, she's probably already convinced Stormtrooper Daniel Craig to set her free.
You will remove these restraints and leave this cell with the door open.
Rey, realizing she might have Jedi powers and attempting to use them on the fly, is one of the best things about this movie, and I'm not even shy about giving a sin off. Kylo's walk back to Rey's cell is the longest walk concocted since Lord of the Rings.
Yes, sir. Weapon charging.
It will only take approximately all the minutes to charge. Welcome to the J.J. Abrams Roadshow. Can you guess how many actors in this scene were once in well-regarded J.J. Abrams TV shows? The clock starts now.
It's another Death Star.
I wish that were the case, Major.
You see, because this new weapon is way larger than the already huge Death Star, it's completely different.
Some kind of thermal oscillator.
There is one. Precinct 47.
Okay, Finn spent time on the Starkiller base as a stormtrooper, but how does he know that
Some things never change.
True.
Still drive me crazy.
Star Wars General Hospital.
We're making our landing approach at light speed.
Finn would be amazing at CinemaSins. From the sheer momentum alone, the Falcon should be toast at this point, and it's going to crash through all sorts of shit before it comes to a stop. I mean, we're not talking about a ship merely going fast. It was going faster than the speed of motherfucking light. Time for Hollywood's expert rendition of paper football. Touchdown! Super important Starkiller base. You'd think they'd have surveillance cameras basically everywhere, but they do not. Wait, is there going to be enough room in this compartment when that big metal thing goes back into it?
Lower the shields.
And now here's the scene where the supposed badass Captain Phasma, Lord of the Stormtroopers, lets down the shields like an asshole, instead of standing up to Finn, dying, and winning the day for the First Order in the process. This whole base is looking for Rey and can't find her. These two dicks just happen to luck out and find her at this very moment in the movie. And they go from seeing her across the way to right in her path without so much as a wrong turn.
And their weapon will be fully charged in 10 minutes. It would take a miracle to save us now.
C-3PO somehow never saw Star Wars. Every dramatic Star Wars finale needs to be set in a giant whatchamacallit, complete with Han Solo Death Bridge, with narrow walkways and heights that would kill a Sherpa just by looking at them. Ben! Yep, Ben was named after Obi-Wan, the guy neither Leia nor Han had a real relationship with. Anyone that doesn't know at this point that Han is dead just doesn't know movies, and it makes me wish the film did more to hide this reveal. It's not Star Wars if someone doesn't fall 1,000 stories. Leia can sense when Han has been killed halfway across the galaxy, but still no idea where her living Jedi brother is without a f***ing map. Do I have that right? Chewie scores a hit against Kylo, and then suddenly the Stormtroopers are alerted to his presence, as if the two very loud Chewbacca growls during Han's death didn't do that in the first place. Also, Chewie stops firing at Kylo Ren because Stormtroopers start shooting at him. Chewbacca's been through a lot of shit. He knows how well they aim. He could have shot Kylo at least 10 more times before engaging with them. Speaking of which, so could Rey and Finn, but they just stand there.
Admiral, their weapon will fire in 2 minutes.
More like 10, but it sounds super urgent, doesn't it?
Traitor!
Why is this supposed to be an insult? It's not like Finn made friends in the First Order and it's some huge betrayal.
Come get it!
Kylo does not have to engage with Finn in a lightsaber duel. He can just throw him with a little force magic. But he gets in a lightsaber duel anyway. I realize it's possible Finn is a force user and doesn't know it. In fact, I'd say it's positive, since otherwise someone as powerful as Kylo's been shown to be should finish Finn off in about 3 seconds flat. Did you see what he did to Rey? And she is a force user. Well, damn, that shit's just awesome right there. We will remove 3 sins for this badassery. Oh yeah, better cut back to the copy-paste space battle for a second so everyone remembers that's going on right now too.
Weapon fully charged in 30 seconds.
Nope. Sure is good of the planet to wait to explode so they can have this fight. Rey strikes Kylo in the face with a lightsaber and it does not kill him. And oh, a perfect rift just formed between them so that sequels can happen. Thank the Force, Rey and Finn were both on the same side of the sudden gorge that appeared. Tonight, the role of Lord of the Rings Eagles will be played by Chewbacca. Massive planet explodes, but as long as you show the ships flying away from it, there's no way that big explosion can catch up to them. Right now, Rey's thinking, how do I tell this woman I stood and gaped as her husband was betrayed and killed by a guy we all should have realized was evil? Or she's thinking, this is a really long hug with a stranger. R2 suddenly wakes up because time to end this thing with one last emotional whammy. R2-D2, meet a better you. BB-8, meet the previous holder of the cutest Star Wars droid title. I still don't understand this map. Like, do you actually need to follow the path Luke draws out in orange on this thing? Wouldn't a simple dot that says I am here suffice? And leaving R2 with everything except one missing piece? Were you worried someone was gonna hack into him? Having found her long-lost brother she's been searching for years, Leia sends the strange girl she just met and Chewbacca. Why isn't she going herself? Also, where the f*** is Lando? Man, they destroyed the Starkiller base and found Luke Skywalker all in one day. That's like probably the best day the Resistance will ever have. Do you think Luke was maybe a passenger on Oceanic Flight 815? Jeez, this is an awful lot of staring and silence for this moment. I guess Luke is stunned that someone solved his deviously plotted map. Foiled again! And honestly, I'd rather have the movie end with Rey flying off to look for Luke, as opposed to this final scene of her finding him and him looking old and tired. This entire final scene is fan service, plain and simple, and it makes no sense for the actual story. The story, as presented, ends more naturally on the mystery of not knowing if Rey even finds Luke. But whatever, you sold your toys, so who gives a shit, right? Reading.
This is where we snuff out the Resistance once and for all.
How do all the makeup people keep forgetting to put on his twirlable mustache?
Incinerate their base, destroy their transports, and obliterate their fleet.
Why not just say kill everything?
Resistance ship approaching. Guns and shields in attack mode.
But despite the fact that we're here to destroy all rebel scum here today, we will talk to the pilot of this puny ship, because it will be an amusing situation. Also, the First Order gets distracted by this one pilot, and decides not to go ahead and blow away the rebel base, because inside every Empire First Order bad guy is a capacity for love.
We gotta take out that last cannon or our bombers are toast!
Seriously, one f***ing cannon is gonna be the difference here? These guys barely hit anybody when they have all the cannons.
Work your magic!
BB-8's magic quickly devolves into an electric version of the boy plugging the wall from that one ancient fable I've forgotten the name of.
Disengage now, Commander. That is an order.
Rabble, rabble, you taught your dress. Rabble, rabble, face is a mess. This Marty McFly maneuver somehow works.
Bring the bombs! Resistance bombers approaching.
But why? Is every member of this rebel fleet a Poe Dameron ignoring General Leia's orders? This battle sure does go to awfully fast. Like, so fast they should never even have attempted it. I mean, it ultimately ends with one bomber left to drop bombs. They knew there would be fighters. They acted earlier like Poe taking out the cannons would make this easy. Instead, it's more lopsided than Super Bowl 24. This swarming force of First Order pilots were able to knock out these 3 bomber ships without much problem. But now that there's one left, they suddenly get preoccupied with something off-screen that prevents them from ending this. This remote falls completely past her before she even moves her arm. But because this scene is in slow-mo, this real-life action must also be slow-mo, as she's able to catch it well beyond the point of no return. There's no gravity in hold on. I know I've screwed this up before, so let's try this again. There is no force that would cause these bombs to simply fall straight down onto the dreadnought like how gravity works on Earth. As we see this once proud dreadnought explode in a cascade of flames, I'm wondering, why are all the other First Order ships useless here? They could fly after the Rebel fleet too, right? Why did they put all their eggs in the dread basket?
They can't get away, Supreme Leader. We have them tied on the end of a string.
Why wouldn't Snoke know that already, though? Wait, you mean Luke didn't just stare at Rey and the lightsaber for 25 minutes like he did at the end of The Force Awakens? She took a tiny step backwards after handing it to him, but it must have been a forced step, because now she's a dozen feet away. This moment completely undermines the ending of The Force Awakens, and does so for a throwaway joke. Yes, Luke has given up on the Force at this point, but you don't need this gag to sell it. He could hand it back to her solemnly and accomplish the same thing story-wise, but you wanted to subvert audience expectations. A disease that infects this entire film, actually. Discount Ewoks.
Go away!
Look, if you want Luke to be disillusioned and turned away from the Force, fine. But Rey just told him his goddamn sister center, and they need his help. He's not even gonna ask about the details? Just, wait, man, I have angst over here.
You think that I came to the most unfindable place in the galaxy for no reason at all?
No, but I do wonder why you left a f***ing map to this unfindable place if you didn't want to be found. Booby balls. Unpasteurized Thalas siren milk. But was there any reason he needed to pole vault to the other side of the lagoon? The bottom pointy end of that stick is in the same place when he's on the original cliff as it is after he's vaulted. He just lifts it slightly and slams it down onto a fish. There's no reason he couldn't have done that at the start and skipped the Jedi decathlon.
Leia sent me here with hope.
But not Empire or Jedi? Jeez. Just imagine going on a trip with only A New Hope and Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium.
There were heroes on that mission.
A slap, a supposed demotion, and a couple verbal burns. I honestly think Leia is being way too easy on Poe here. He literally caused the death of like half the fleet.
They found us.
That's impossible.
This comes seconds after Leia showed off her fancy homing beacon Apple Watch. Seconds. Also, this should be the biggest duh moment for Poe here, right? They are obviously tracking you, even if the tracking through lightspeed thing is supposed to be impossible.
Can we jump to lightspeed?
We have enough fuel resources for just one jump.
Fuel? Is this the first mention of the concept of fuel in Star Wars? I sure don't remember Han in the original trilogy ever having to worry about fuel, certainly not for jumps to lightspeed. And Rey just took the Falcon supposedly halfway around the universe looking for Luke. But this ship only has enough fuel for one more jump? Jesus. Because Snoke's ship and Evil Fleet all come out of hyperspace here instead of over there, this entire movie is allowed to take place. Ships in this universe only have 2 speeds, faster than f***ing light and impulse power. Unnecessary spinning. Yes, only Poe and BB-8 survived that hangar explosion. What a lucky narrative break. This explosion doesn't kill Leia, nor does getting sucked out into space.
What is the point of all this if we can't blow up 3 tiny cruisers?
Hux would be excellent at CinemaSins.
They're faster and lighter, sir. They can't lose us, but they can keep at a range where our cannons are ineffective against their shields.
F***ing infuriating writing right here. Suddenly, and for the first time in all of Star Wars, ships struggle to catch up to other ships, depend on fuel, have limited jumps to light speed, have impulse speed based in part on their weight, all so we can have some kind of near but far ballet of characters.
They won't last long burning fuel like this.
God damn it, I pinpointed the moment I gave up on modern Star Wars movies, and it was the fuel. It was the f***ing fuel. It takes until The Last Jedi for these movies to actually show Leia doing something with the Force other than telepathic communication. Also, I truly don't care if you want to introduce new Force powers, but a little explanation goes a long way. Especially when said new power is literal space resurrection. Isn't she unkillable now? Where's the danger? Or does she only have enough fuel for one space resurrection? It's cute when the Porgs give Chewie grief as he's about to eat their friend, but where were these assholes back when Chewie was killing their friend? Or plucking their friend?
That's Admiral Holdo? Battle of Chiron Belt, Admiral Holdo?
Dude, how do you not know what such a famous person looks like? Star Wars is weird. It's like a long time ago in a galaxy far away. but they have super advanced space travel and weapons technology, yet no one's invented the photograph.
Captain, Commander, you can call me whatever you like. I just want to know what's going on.
Of course you do.
So begins the completely unnecessary and runtime bloating, let's not tell Poe what's going on so Finn and Rose can go on a side quest that adds an extra 30 minutes to this movie plot point.
What are you doing here?
Hello everyone, meet Rose. Rose is an escape pod guard. It's as if you can't just lock up the escape pod bay and require high-level access keycards to get in. Also, she's the last line of defense here. She's lucky a whole bunch of deserters don't come down here, overpower her, and just launch multiple escape pods off the ship. Holy she stunned him without even giving him 1 second to explain. After just fangirling over him, she has no chill.
We destroy her and disable the tracker without them realizing.
They won't realize it's off for 1 system cycle. About 6 minutes.
What? What's a system cycle? So you can turn off a main bridge Class A system, but no one notices until the computer does, what, a sweep of the ship for any changes to processes? And the ship is so huge it takes 6 minutes? F***ing hell. This movie knows where it wants all its characters to be at certain times, but gives zero shits about how and why they get there. Wait, they're having the secret Against Orders mission debrief in General Leia's hospital room? The f***? Hey, I know a spot where no one will pay us any mind. Follow me.
If I must be the sole voice of reason, Admiral Holdo will never agree to this plan.
I hate you.
Could I do it? Of course I could do it, but I can't do it.
Yeah, sure. I make this easy, right? Real life doesn't have easy answers, but a nice simple plan using Maz is exactly what this movie needed. And instead the plot will divert to a whole other planet and make this movie just as long as Transformers The Last Night.
He's a master codebreaker, an ace pilot, a poet with a blaster.
Jesus, lady, neither you nor they have the time for this kind of flowery, adjective-filled exposition.
You'll find him rolling at a high-stakes table in the casino on Canto Bight.
He plays there 24 hours a day. They let him bang chicks and sleep right there. Believe me, there is never a time that guy isn't at that table. Also, what's his game? Can you at least tell them what game he likes to play at this high-stakes table?
You're not doing this. The effort would kill you.
Foreshadowing? Sorry, that pun was pretty forced. Oh, I can't even force myself to stop! Holy did we just stumble into the Dark Crystal?
I was cleaning my blaster, it went off.
This is exactly the excuse I would tell my ex-girlfriend whenever she caught me masturbating.
Who were those things?
Caretakers. Island natives. They've kept up the Jedi structure since they were built.
Do they live forever? Are there male caretakers here, or do they reproduce with spores? Also, this kind of sounds like slavery. Like a powerful dude getting his inherited cleaned and fixed by the rag-clothed natives of whatever place his ancestors decided to build their religious temple. No one will be seated during the climb up Kung Fu Panda mountain staircase.
You went straight to the dark.
Yeah, but you made your exile camp on top of a Jedi temple that was built on top of the dark, so...
Fleet's only got 18 hours of fuel left. We gotta hurry.
How is there even enough fuel for your little hyperspace journey to Space Vegas? He went from not eating these things to allowing them to tear up the bridge of the Falcon in about an hour.
And you called me a monster.
You are a monster.
Seriously, the most compelling this movie gets is these strange forced time calls between Rey and Kylo. But instead of exploring that further, it's just being used as a reason to let them fight together for one scene later and then be enemies again. What? You're telling me that the Force can teleport matter now?
I told those two, I said, this is a public beach. We can't park that shuttle here.
These motherfuckers honestly couldn't find one place to park their shuttle that wouldn't cause trouble for them later. Also, keep in mind that right after they parked way down here on this beach, they had to run to this casino, which is miles away. I understand these rich dicks wouldn't allow them to park it right there at the casino, but there had to be a better plan than this.
Maz said this master codebreaker would have a red plum bloom on his lapel.
Because she knew he would never change his jacket or shirt. Gotta tell ya, these discount horse things just took me right out of the movie. Right out of the universe of Star Wars. They are so out of place here, I'm expecting to see the USS Enterprise. Also, they're trying to find this master codebreaker, a guy they need to find fast, and risk parking their ship on a public beach to find. But sure, we have time for a lesson about how terrible this town is.
I wish I could put my fist through this whole lousy, beautiful town.
And film it, and upload it to Pornhub. BB Hate, did you guys not shoot any coverage? Why did you just give me that close-up of her staff mere centimeters from the rock, only to cut straight to a wide shot of her and her staff several feet away from the rock? Movie continues to go out of its way to make these caretakers' lives miserable.
Their medical frigate is out of fuel, and its shields are down.
Gotta ask, since we just saw Finn and Rose flying through hyperspace a minute ago in this cruiser, can the rebels not take fuel from all the smaller ships and hook up the medical frigate with it? Or is this some Star Wars thing that only Star Wars people know, where everything uses different kinds of fuel?
Unless you got a thief in your pocket, our plan is shot. I can direct.
Finn and Rose just happen to get thrown into the cell where the Collector is, and yeah, he knows how to do this shit that they need done. Why not? I mean, after all, Maz told us only one person in the universe could do it, so stumbling on another person shouldn't be too hard. It's amazing how far this movie went to make a throwaway joke. This guy with this talent has just been sitting here, biding his time until the right rescuer came along. There's a f***ing sewer grate in the middle of the prison walkway. That's right, folks. Not a jail set up with regular plumbing or anything, but an actual goddamn escape sewer. Also, could these assholes not be bothered to replace the grate on either side of their escape route? Maybe make it somewhat hard to find out where you went?
Stop enjoying this! Stop enjoying this!
Oh, Finn, I am decidedly not enjoying this. So these giant horse goat things just run head first through walls? I guess they know they'll be able to bust through and won't slam into steel or concrete. Good for them.
Our ship's on the beach! Straight ahead!
Does he think she's controlling this f***ing thing? Wait, is the movie saying she is controlling it? Heroes nearly fall off a cliff and slide right to the edge of their deaths cliche. How the f*** did DJ get a ship and find them? This motherfucker is a luck dragon. Tell Falcor I said hello.
I didn't need a left!
I guess Disney is on a quest to cast Benicio del Toro in as many of their franchises as possible in roles that seem more important at first than they really are.
Let the past die. Kill it. If you have to. That's the only way to become what you were meant to be.
And that, my friends, was the mantra recited during the writing of this script in direct relation to the Star Wars franchise. You gotta admire the balls on this movie. I almost want to remove Sins for it being so ballsy, but you know how we do.
Let me see them. My parents. Please.
Rian Johnson's Star Wars troll. You can now roll the footage from A Few Good Men here.
You want answers! I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
I thought I'd find answers here.
So did I. But hey, at least you found some mirrors.
If I go to him, Ben Solo will turn.
She seems super sure about this after spending basically the entire movie whining about how she doesn't know anything about the Force and what's going on inside. Yoda? F***ing Ghost Yoda waited a long motherfucking time to make another appearance. Also, Yoda looks like an actor who actually died in real life and then they found archive footage to put him into this movie. If Ghost Jedi can do this, then they should have been a lot more helpful in the last two trilogies.
But that library contained nothing that the girl Rey does not already possess.
Grammatically, this is a clever way of disguising whether or not the library itself and the text therein were ever actually important.
4 parsecs to go. This thing really clicks.
I guess. Aren't you going at light speed? Isn't that the same for all ships?
It's just their main cruiser now.
And their fuel reserve?
Our experts say it's at maximum storytelling levels, sir.
Tell us that we have a plan. That there's hope.
I swear to fuzzy Zeus on a cracker, if one more person says hope, I'm going to lose my shit. Star Wars movies are hereby forbidden from ever again using the word hope. If you cast soccer player Hope Solo in a movie, you better change her name in the credits. I'm serious.
But we're on our way back to the fleet.
How in the hell are they having this radio conversation while in light speed? Ruled so hard? Huh, that's weird. That one shield just blipped. I guess there's no reason to radio down and have somebody check that out.
So a stormtrooper and a who now are doing what?
You mean to tell me that Poe, who proudly gave Finn his name, still refers to him as a stormtrooper? And doesn't she know who the Finn is?
You have bet the survival of the Resistance on bad odds and put us all at risk?
Considering this is her response to finding out about Finn and Rose's side mission, no, he didn't. He created an entirely detached mission for a couple folks that might ultimately aid the Resistance's fight, while not detracting them from their current battle even one bit. Mutiny! Full-blown mutiny! All because Holdo didn't share her plan, and Poe thinks he's Resistance Jesus, and they're all wrong.
Clear the bridge. Escort the officers down to the hangar.
This movie totally rips off Crimson Tide here in the middle of the third act, and I'm pretty sure it's just to stretch the runtime of an already bloated movie.
That one's a troublemaker. I like him. Me too.
Oh, you do not. This guy has insulted you, called you a traitor, disobeyed orders, started a mutiny, and other than looking like Oscar Isaac,
Holdo knew the First Order was tracking our big ship. They're not monitoring for little transports.
So we could slip down to the surface unnoticed and hide till the First Order passes.
Yep, and why couldn't Holdo tell him that again? If there was fear of a mole being on the ship, that would have made this whole surprise make sense. Instead, Holdo made a known troublemaker panic about the situation and forced his hand to try something else that might have messed up her plan. Also, Holdo's plan relies on the First Order not tracking their transports. Fine. But this also suggests that they would never suspect the rebels to board escape pods once they got within firing range. That they'd just sit there during an attack and die peacefully. The First Order does know about escape pods, right? It was a big plot point in A New Hope, and it helped destroy the Empire. Also, couldn't they also see you with their eyeballs? You're not cloaked. You're a couple dozen escape capsules leaving a main ship. They f***ing see you, right? Why are they marching prisoners to the main launching bay?
I see him turning the lightsaber to strike true.
While this turns into one of the movie's signature scenes, I've got to wonder about the nature of this action. Snoke can obviously sense Kylo's intentions, so how is he able to tell Snoke he intends to kill Rey while making a deliberate action to kill him at the same time without being found out? Awesome! Even remove a Sinworthy. But who the f was Snoke? We built this guy up throughout the first movie, and now we're killing him near the end of the second one without an ounce of explanation as to where he came from. By the way, whatever happened to the Knights of Ren? Didn't they exist? Weren't they a thing in The Force Awakens? Where the f did they go? This is the way action should basically work. Minimal cutting and a well-choreographed fight, with no shaky cam or extreme close-ups of random things. I hope other directors are watching.
Execution by blaster is too good for them. Let's make this hurt.
It only took us 9 minutes of movie time to figure that out, so why not drag out their deaths even longer so that something might save them? Also, for f***'s sake, can the movie make one logical decision? These two are not major Resistance figures. Phasma hates him because of personal reasons, but these are not the kind of Resistance heroes you'd say this about. Holy f***. Oh, what a shocker. Finn and Rose and all the people important to the story are still alive after Holdo's lightspeed badassery. Captain Phasma and this cadre of stormtroopers still care about killing Finn and Rose after all that. And by the way, wasn't Phasma giving the order to kill them just before the Holdo maneuver? Are you telling me that after that she brushed herself off, went to another part of the ship, rounded up some stormtroopers, then came back to kill them? Finn has been wasted this whole movie, so let's have him square off at the end against Phasma, who has also been wasted this whole movie. Brilliant! Someone needs to get Snoke's legs an agent, because they have amazing dramatic timing. How long have these TIE fighters been shooting at Snoke's ship, currently being flown by Finn and Rose, and can't hit it until the last minute? The First Order, true to form, lands binocular distance away from the Rebel base, rather than simply landing right next to the giant metal wall that they are going to spend the next 15 minutes slowly approaching.
Is the only way in or out.
I guess the rebels didn't care much about fire codes and when it came to building this base. That's a hefty fine. No wonder they didn't last long here. I can't sin this enough. How far away these assholes landed from the base. The rebels have flown for quite some time at this point, and those First Order dicks are still ants on the horizon. Oh yeah, there's also a bunch of ice walls on this planet. It's like the brainstorming session where no suggestion is mocked somehow became the actual writer's room. F***ing Rose. Why the f*** did she do this? He's about to sacrifice himself to save hundreds of people, and she does this. If she was going to do something that was going to potentially end her own life, why didn't she just crash headfirst into the cannon, instead of preventing Finn from doing it? Now you f***ed everybody, Rose. I hope you're happy.
That's how we're gonna win. Not fighting what we hate. Saving what we love.
Also, letting someone smash into a cannon that would have saved hundreds of lives would have worked too. But sure, what an empowering message of stupidity. F***ing Michael Bay.
He's stalling so we can escape.
It sure would have been nice for Luke to tell them that before he went out to confront Kylo. Maybe even tell them where some exits are. Or hell, maybe even help create an exit, since apparently Jedi are like God now. But I guess having Poe figure it out for himself and figuring Rey would come to save the day was good enough.
And when I kill you, I will have killed the last Jedi!
Roll credits. Surprisingly close to the credits, though. Well, I guess we need to read the big book of Jedi tricks that have never been in one movie up until now, 7th edition, to understand how Luke is projecting himself light years away from this spot. No. So the bracelet or necklace or whatever that Luke gave Leia was also a hologram, even though it looks and acts like a physical thing, and I have a number of questions about it. But Luke died like 3 minutes ago. But I guess this explains why we lose 21 holograms when we die.
Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master.
How the f*** did they hear this story already? Casual Jediing. I don't know what was written when, but the introduction of Emperor Goddamn Palpatine in Episode 9 feels like a desperate attempt to give people who hated The Last Jedi a nostalgia high right off the bat. Who watched the first 2 movies and thought, somehow Emperor Palpatine figures into this? Who is he fighting? They look like kindly baby Yoda types. They're all like half Jawa, half Ewok. Jawoks? Who are they, and what did they do to piss off Kylo Ren? Well, you might care as I do, but the movie does not. You move on, you're too old, let it go. Nobody listens to techno, now let's go. In the middle of the woods of some random planet, there's a star map to where Emperor Palpatine is. It's called a Sith Wayfinder, and it may be the dumbest thing ever put in a Star Wars film. Why would a Sith create a map to his location? As powerful as Palpatine and Kylo are, can't Palpatine communicate this via the Force? And how did Kylo know this device was on this planet? Wait, there are ports compatible with stuff on your ship you can plug into the Sith Wayfinder? And why do you need 4 photo plugs for this thing, anyway?
I have died before. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
That is literally all the explanation this movie cares to give about the return of Palpatine. Also, it's weird that you have this technology to clone yourself, and instead of being a young Palpatine, you're the same old Palpatine that got thrown into the Death Star shaft in Return of the Jedi.
What could you give me?
Everything.
Earlier in this conversation, Emperor Palpatine said the First Order was just the beginning. I can give you so much more. Now he's like, I'll give you everything. And all of this is just vague enough to ask, what exactly do any of these Sith assholes actually want? It's not money, not sex. If power is the main goal, what do they want to use that power for? If the ultimate goal is to shape the universe into an evil spiral of wickedness, then is the power just being used for their entertainment value? Like, I hated King Joffrey on Game of Thrones, but we knew that his power was a means to satisfy his own amusement. I don't know what the hell these guys want.
The might of the final order will soon be ready.
Some of our software has some buggy code, and a lot of the stuff we promised at the Expo of Evil won't be in the final product, but our launch will still go better than that Warcraft 3 remake. More of the Wookiee playing holographic space chess. That's what fresh Star Wars looks like, kids. The same, just with a twist of lime, aka the same thing. Meanwhile, at the Fortress of Hothitude...
Get us back to base! How thick do you think that ice wall is?
What are you talking about? There were a handful of TIE fighters in front of you before you said that. It's bad enough that this kind of force can't shoot down the Millennium Falcon, but it's even worse that the movie totally forgets about what is directly in front of the heroes after one single cut. Oh, it came out of hyperspace right onto Billy Idol's scalp. Also, they pop out of hyperspace in a super dangerous situation, which is something I always wondered about with the original trilogy. But I long ago made peace with the fact that the ship's computers calculate for possible collision and route the hyperspace journey around any danger. Then this movie comes along.
What are you doing? Light speed skipping! How do you know how to do that?
First off, if light speed skipping is a thing, then Poe, one of the preeminent pilots in the galaxy, would know how to do that. But second off, light speed skipping...
Be with me.
Be with me? Is she talking to Luke? Or is she anthropomorphizing the Force? Be with me. Sounds like a Michelle Branch song title from 2003. She's played this level several times before, and it's obvious. This is practically a speed run. This jump is far less impressive when you see that it takes 2 different shots of her physically jumping off the log and 3 cuts to make it happen. Yeah. Reggie Jackson.
I know it looks like I'm making excuses.
Don't tell me what things look like. Tell me what they are.
I love Carrie Fisher. We all do, but JJ's insistence on keeping her an important part of this final Skywalker film, despite her untimely death, ultimately hurts the story and the overall presentation of this final film. These inserted pre-existing footage shots of her are ridiculously awkward. They remind me a lot of when they did that with Tony's mom in The Sopranos.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Writer's room reaction to JJ's big idea gets filmed and included as an actual scene in the movie.
There are ciphers here I can't read.
Bummer.
But he said to get there you need one of these.
Wait, what the
They're compasses that lead the way to Exegol.
So what you're telling me is that this movie is ripping off the primary MacGuffin from the Pirates of the Caribbean? A compass?
I'm gonna pick up Luke's search for Exegol. I'm gonna start where his trail went cold.
Never mind that this scavenger hunt needs to be successful in 16 hours, which is the time frame the movie gave for the Emperor's attack on the Free Worlds.
The General asked me to study the specs of old destroyers, so we can stop the fleet if you find it.
Yeah, knowing the specs of the old destroyers will surely help you to destroy 18 million supposedly new destroyers. Ah, the Knights of Ren are back.
Knights of Ren. Gold.
See, they even had to include dialogue to remind viewers who these guys were, because they were absent the entire previous film. Also, so JJ made Force Awakens and Rian Johnson was like, well, that was good, but it's a New Hope all over again. I want to take Star Wars in new directions. And JJ sees The Last Jedi and says, what the f***, Ryan? You threw out everything I did. I'm bringing it all back, damn it. And Kathleen Kennedy sat at a table counting money like Gus Van Sant and Jay and Silent Bob saying, not now, Ben, I'm busy. And Colin Trevorrow was over in the corner raising his hand saying, I am job. A Sith baddie uses the Force to choke a mouthy cabinet member, and we are just playing all the hits here, people. If you dig that, take out your masturbation assistance devices now. Strange that we couldn't hear that crowd until they got around that rock.
She would be honored to know your family name, too.
Oh, give me a break. We get it! Rey longs for familial connection. I feel like JJ wrote this script on autopilot, then ran it by a bunch of first-year film school students for a touch-up. That necklace snatching is so dramatic, I'm surprised it didn't lead to the death of Bruce Wayne's parents.
Sir, we've had this analyzed. It comes from the Midian system. Pasana, Forbidden Valley.
You analyzed a bead necklace, and it gave you the exact location? I'm shocked it didn't at least offer up the possibility of New Orleans.
Leia sent me a transmission.
Leia sent you a transmission, but didn't send the others a transmission to look for you? Why wouldn't setting up a meeting between Lando and the others be the plan from the get-go? Instead, Rey walks around the festival, gets a bead necklace, plays herself when Kylo reaches into the void and grabs it for analysis, and gets attacked by stormtroopers, all because they couldn't set up a meeting in the first place.
Only 2 were made.
A Sith Wayfinder.
I still don't know why they made these things, but if they wanted Sith to be able to find this place, why would they only make 2? This is like God only giving Moses 1 copy of the 10 Commandments.
Luke Skywalker came here to find one.
I know. I was with him. Luke and I were tailing an old Jedi hunter.
No, you weren't. You think moody-ass loner Luke decided to call Lando up to track down a Jedi hunter? I'm not buying it. But look, I get it. You wanted to put Lando in your movie. You wanted the cheering and the applause.
I got a bad feeling about this.
God damn it all to hell. Stop re-hitting all the beats, JJ. This is like having Spock yell Khan instead of Kirk.
How do you know how to do that?
Why does Finn keep asking Poe questions about his ability to know things about the very thing in which he is an expert?
They fly now!
They fly now? They fly now!
Excitement? Also, did everyone forget about Boba Fett? He flew without combat. He flew without net. He flew long before these dudes even met. And he set the flight bar that these fools just forget. No one will be seated during the Mad Max Fury Road portion of the film.
Never underestimate a droid!
Jesus.
The hell is this?
It's quicksand, the oldest trick in the false tension book. Just like that one Harry Potter film, the real answer here ends up being to let go and allow yourself to be swallowed by the vine's quicksand, which is, I guess, exciting?
Luke sensed it. Ochi never left this place.
So tell me again how Luke ran into a dead end when looking for this guy, if he could sense him. Wouldn't the Force tell him where this guy ended up? Let me put it this way, if we watched a Star Wars movie where Luke was looking for this guy, he'd use the Force to find out that his body was in the ground underneath the quicksand. We wouldn't even bat an eye that he found him. But this movie is trying to say he just gave up after searching Ochi's ship with Lando. After falling through the quicksand into a system of caves, they find the magical dagger of truth that ultimately helps Rey find her way later. And I just have to say, quicksand ex machina, am I right? Because, Jesus. How did you find it? I literally fell on it.
I know exactly where the Wayfinder is. Unfortunately, it is written in the runic language of the Sith.
So what?
My programming forbids me from translating it.
God damn it. Oh yeah, that's right. Rey knows parcel tongue.
I just transferred a bit of life. Force energy from me to him.
But can you get that back somehow? Does it regenerate like a special move bar in a video game? So they parked their ship here and then climbed down into a trench, then climbed up onto a mesa because the Knights of Ren are cinematic? If they wanted a good view, they could have stayed on the higher peak where their ship is. Kylo survives this. Well, that was pretty badass.
There was another transport in the desert. It brought back a valuable prisoner.
I'm happy that Chewbacca isn't dead, but how the did Rey and everybody else miss the fact that there was a second transport? It was sitting right there next to the other transport. How didn't they see the other one fly off? And Rey couldn't sense Chewbacca was alive?
The beast used to fly with Han Solo.
Who gives a if he used to fly with Han Solo? You do know he's with the other people you're looking for, right? His relationship to Han Solo means about as much to this movie as the fact that Donald Gleason was an ex machina with Oscar Isaac.
Let's do that. I know a black market droidsmith. For Chewie.
Really wish C-3PO would die. He hasn't been funny or fun since the original trilogy, and even then he was pushing it.
Hello.
Yes, because BB-8 needed a boyfriend. This is like playing Rainbow Six Rogue Spear. And don't any of you modern Rainbow Six or Ghost Recon bitches even start with me about how old that reference makes me sound. I'm old, I don't care, and I could kick your ass at a Rogue Spear Grenades Only run right now. I don't understand why everybody had to go on this mission. Aren't you easier to spot when you're in a crew that includes 3 droids?
We make him translate it, he won't remember anything.
Sounds good to me. Let's go. What are we pausing to consider this for? Let's go! Leroy Jenkins!
Doesn't R2 back up your memory?
Oh, please. R2 storage units are famously unreliable.
And that's all the movie has to say about that.
If this mission fails, it was all for nothing.
Is it just me, or is more than 16 hours gone by at this point?
We sent out a call for help at the Battle of Crate. Nobody came.
Did you ever wonder if there was a problem with your signal or transmission, and not that people didn't care?
Gotta go now. Did we get it? Babu?
Yep, droid is ready.
Perfect timing, dude.
Chewie?
What about him?
He's on my ship.
Oh, now you can sense him. Also, it would have been way better for the movie for the reveal that he's alive to happen here, and not some bull scene with General Hux.
Poe! Might get you on a capital ship.
Thank God she had this, and that she was willing to give it to Poe, even though she'd been carrying it for years, waiting for a way out herself. She's basically female alien helmeted Jesus, and being played by Kerry Russell, I'd bow down to her.
Search the city again.
She's close.
For a guy that can steal her necklace during visions, he sure is dumb about where and how to find her, even when he's close. People that were just shooting to kill our heroes suddenly decide to take them prisoner. This actually happens a lot in Star Wars movies, but it goes largely unnoticed. Look, I get it when Kylo grabs a necklace and Force steals it from one world to another. I do not get it when they smash the Darth Vader pedestal and somehow the image of only his mask transports to another place. They can apparently only see each other and not their surroundings, so how does any of this work?
You are a Palpatine.
You know why this is a surprise? Because nobody can imagine Emperor Palpatine having sex. And now I have a million questions about the backstory of this whole thing that I am sure is explained in a book or a comic or something. And Palpatine finding out about Rey occurred after his death, by the way. I know he was cloned, but who told him he had a granddaughter while he spent his days on that distant planet? If you say the Force, then why wasn't he able to locate her and kill her while she ran around scavenging on Jakku? If you say one of his minions kept tabs on Palpatine's son, I'll call you a liar, because there's no way Palpatine anybody and had a kid. All I've got to say is this is entirely too much work to hide a Sith Wayfinder thing that shouldn't even exist in the first place. Somebody came out here, wrote down some coordinates, drew a picture, and then said, I shall construct a blade from the outline of this drawing, and then engrave those coordinates in the Sith language that nobody except Siths and C-3PO can read. Why a blade? I don't know. I just do what the cocaine tells me.
We can go first light tomorrow. We can't wait that long. We don't have the time.
Is it just me, or has more than 16 hours gone by at this point?
You were First Order?
Not by choice. We were conscripted as kids. All of us.
Once again, this movie would have been just fine without.
She took a skimmer?
Yeah, I know. Like, if she can make herself levitate, why can't she just fly there? Interstellar wave is interstellar.
Well, I'm not Leia. That's for damn sure.
Are we really doing this protagonist fight before the big finish cliche here?
There's another skimmer.
Sounds about right. Seriously, with all the stuff that Rey has to do to navigate this Death Star wreckage to get the Wayfinder, the people who hid it could have told people where it was and they still couldn't have found it. Man, Rey working her way through this wreckage to find the Wayfinder is the best Tomb Raider movie ever made. Whoa, it's like you got some Empire Strikes Back in my Rise of Skywalker. It's like metaphorical and stuff.
The only way you're getting to Exegol is with me.
I have been through too much with this Wayfinder to just have Kylo smash it. Entirely, deeply too much. This whole movie has been about Rey trying to find this thing. Now Kylo smashes it, as if all the that happens in the movie after this can't happen without it. I think, yeah, I'm gonna add 100 cents for this. Sure, yada yada the out of how the fight went from the main Emperor's chamber in the wreckage to out here on a floating piece of jetsam. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually bored with this lightsaber battle. What do we think is going to actually happen here? Every lightsaber battle in the original trilogy seemed consequential. Obi-Wan dying, Luke losing his hand, and the negotiation between good and evil itself. This one? Yeah, Rey's going to stab Kylo when Leia distracts him, but Rey's going to heal him immediately afterward. This is a laser show. Play some Pink Floyd and maybe I'll pay attention. Why does she decide to heal him again? Because his death makes Leia sad? Because he had his shirt off that one time? If she didn't want to hurt him or kill him, what was all that yawn burger lightsaber battling for? It wasn't self-defense. Man, that Rage Ocean sure took a time out while these two had this long private moment, didn't it? Hand service.
The Princess of Alderaan has disrupted my plan.
And just when I thought this movie was going to avoid resorting to one hologram, here it is in all its glory. What's remarkable is that in this world, 30 plus years have gone by and there's still glitchy eyesores. Man, all the bad guys ever want to do in these movies is blow up planets. And I guess it's cool, but I've seen enough exploding planets in these movies to not be moved by them anymore.
Does that mean every ship in the fleet
has planet-killing weapons? Of course they do.
This reminds me of that story by Hans Christian Andersen, where two screenwriters promise the Emperor that they'll give him an imagination, but then they decide not to give him one at all. They just tell him it's there. And then everybody claims that the Emperor has an imagination because they don't want to look stupid, until a kid observes him and says, but he doesn't have an imagination at all.
We had each other. That's how we won.
Family.
This droid has a ton of information about Exegol.
Like St. Peter on a pizza, this convenient got to stop. And so help me fancy Moses, if you start with me on that, it's the Force. This is just lazy writing. And the Star Wars farewell tour continues. Coming up next, Porkins, Mace Windu, the ghost of Anakin Skywalker from the original trilogy before they replaced him with Hayden Christensen, and a fantastic cover band called There Can Be Obi-Wan. The name sounds apt, but it's not. Also, apparently Jedi ghosts can handle physical objects now. This really raises questions as to why Yoda and Obi-Wan couldn't help out with the cause after they died.
Because you're a Palpatine. Leia knew it too.
I am exhausted at what the Force can and can't tell Jedis or Siths. Rey had no idea she was a Palpatine, but Luke and Leia knew somehow. I know the Force can tap into other people's thoughts and feelings, but family lineage?
Some things are stronger than blood.
Duh! You are the son of the evil Darth Vader, you numbnuts! How the is this a lesson anyone in the universe needs to learn? Everyone knows about how you were good, even though your dad was, you know what, 50 cents, because some things are stronger than stupid dialogue, like the sin counter. Yeah, you can darken the screen and light the scene only with a blue lightsaber, and this digitally youngin' Leia still looks pretty creepy. Is it just me, or is more than 16 hours gone by at this point? Also, the fans may love it that Luke finally got a chance to lift his ship out of some water after completely failing to do so in The Empire Strikes Back. But I better see an army of goddamn Jedi ghosts coming to fight the Emperor after this. That asshole Qui-Gon and the dude with the 3-foot neck better be there, lightsabers drawn.
You want to put what in my head? Under no
Well, that was a quick edit, but it's still the character insists they won't do the thing only to do the thing cliche.
Are you seeing these Atmo readings?
Did he just say Atmo instead of atmosphere? Because that's Opno.
They can't activate their shields until they reach atmosphere.
But why?
We think hitting the cannons might ignite the main reactors.
If there's anything I learned from watching the 9 main Star Wars films, it's that the Empire First Order didn't learn a goddamn thing over a 60-year time span. Sure, it's great that our heroes can find minute weaknesses that help them level the playing field, but it's disappointing story-wise that the villains always underestimated their opponents. Over the course of 1 trilogy, I get it. Over the course of 3 trilogies, especially this one, it's tiresome.
We need to pull some hold-on maneuvers. Do some real damage.
Is Mary Brandybuck here seriously suggesting a strategy of mass suicide?
Not today. Today we make our last stand.
Oh my god. 1 million of these Star Destroyers shoot 500 million ion cannons at this small resistance force, and somehow it's not a huge disaster for the resistance.
The nav signal is coming from that command ship. That's our drop zone.
How do you know?
A feeling.
They're riding horse thingies on top of a spaceship. Hey boss, how big do you want to make that facehugger throne? Bigger!
Your hatred, your anger. You want to kill me. That is what I want.
I feel like in Star Wars Episode 18 we'll be seeing this exact scene yet again, because Star Wars never changes. It'll be right after Disney hands the reins to Star Wars to Cal L. Cage, who will make Episode 17 using motion capture on his 85-year-old dad to play every single character of the movie, including the werewolves. This is a cool action shot, but I'm still having a hard time figuring out why Finn can just kneel out in the open like this and not get shot.
Weak. Like your parents.
My parents were strong.
Jedi skip! Again with the look at the ships as your friends are dying routine? This guy has one shtick. One.
She will take her revenge.
This whole setup seems phony. In the original trilogy, we could actually see Luke getting angrier, and slipping into the dark side seemed to be a possibility, even though we knew it wouldn't happen. Rey has never really seemed like the angry type. The Emperor really seems to think sitting on this throne out in the unknown regions is super appealing enough to sell your soul. Okay, this is probably the coolest scene in the movie, but even with the dyad nature, how is this possible? The way this has worked throughout the last couple of movies is they can talk to each other, read each other's thoughts, even grab things in front of them, and even see images of things that might be around them. But when did they perfect this wireless transfer of lightsabers? Even if this is possible, wouldn't you need to work on this? Wouldn't it require just a tad of training to do this in such a cinematically pleasing manner? Kylo is actually doing a better job killing the Knights of Ren than Rian Johnson did.
There's just too many of them.
But there are more of us, Poe. There are more of us.
Did this huge fleet really get here just now? Just in time to hear Poe giving up, but not in time to help out before this? Snap was depending on you, Lando! Snap was depending on you! Also, how the did all these assholes navigate that narrow and twisty hellscape that you have to go through to get here? I really do think some of these dicks have been sitting here for a long time waiting for Lando to make his grand entrance. Lando. The Emperor, with considerable power at his fingertips, says, I'll let gravity decide this. I'm taking a sin off because this is rad, but movie should consider itself lucky that I'm still awake right now to even see it.
Ray, bring back the balance, Ray, as I did.
This is a nice pep talk from all the Jedi ghosts, and it gets Rey back up on her feet, but what I really want at this point is for all these voices to get off their lazy asses and fight, because that's the problem with showing Ghost Luke grabbing a lightsaber earlier. You opened up the possibility of dead Jedi coming to the fight, and I want it to happen on a larger scale now. This whole movie is fan service. Why can't there be ghosts of all our favorite Jedis kicking ass at the end of this movie? Once again, Star Wars finds a loophole in the kill the Emperor but become evil rule. They set up this impossible thing where if you kill the Emperor, no matter your level of anger, you become a dick like he does. So in Return of the Jedi, Darth Vader throws him down a shaft so Luke doesn't have to do it. And this one, I guess it's because the Emperor's own lightning is melting him. The little arrangement of killing the Emperor and becoming the Emperor doesn't work anymore.
I see him!
You do not. I guess we'll just forget about Finn and Jen on top of the Falcon as it flies vertically away from this wreckage. They have a strong foothold. This Kylo isn't dead scene might be more impactful if we actually knew how far he fell down this chasm of nothingness, and how he even survived that. Kylo's never used this power before, so of course on the first try he resurrects Rey from the dead. Oh, ew. What? Also, let me get this straight. He heals her, and then that zaps him of all his life? And she can't heal him back because she's too weak? Did she act too slowly? When Rey was dead, why didn't she just disappear? Did the Force know that Kylo was going to Ben Solo up the Sith chasm to save her? I guess no matter what happens anywhere, you can always see the aftermath from Endor's forest moon somewhere. Also, Ewoks.
This is for you.
Yeah, Chewie, now you deserve this medal. After 30 plus years, someone's finally giving you one. Not because of anything you did in this movie, but because of fan service. Seriously, I hope it's actually chocolate. Now have a threesome.
Rey Skywalker.
This movie is pretty average. The ending is great. Wait a minute, Warner Brothers? Those assholes wouldn't know how to Star War if Yoda lightsabered them in the Batmans. Do you get the feeling with this music that you're watching somebody's fan film, or a Simpsons parody, or a piece of you don't want to watch? Star the Clone Wars Wars. Also, this movie supposedly takes place between episodes 2 and 3 of the prequels, which means this movie is stuck between the taint and butthole of the Star Wars franchise.
A galaxy divided!
Oh no, the movie replaced its scrolling text with an overeager narrator. Also, this feels like it needs spinning newspapers.
And the innocent become victims in a lawless galaxy.
I've seen those ships before. I can say with confidence that those guys probably aren't innocent. If anything, they are taking Jedi to the Sarlacc pit to execute them.
Crime Lord Jabba the Hutt's son has been kidnapped by a rival band of pirates.
Excuse me, what? His son? Are you serious? Funny we're only hearing about this guy just now.
Anyone who can help us find his kidnapped son.
This warlord reaches out to the federal government to help him find his captured son, instead of simply taking matters into his own hands and sending a bunch of bounty hunters to do it.
The Hutts control the Outer Rim, and we'll need their space lanes in order to move our troops.
Jabba the Hutt is the Walder Frey of space. Or maybe Walder Frey is the Jabba Hutt of Westeros. Either way, there's a lot of gross stuff happening. Also, space lanes. Also, the Republic basically allows a mobster to control major trade routes in the Outer Rim.
The only Jedi we can spare are Skywalker and Kenobi.
Conveniently, those are the very best and well-known Jedi we have. Animators decided to cut out the middleman and make their spaceships look just like Lego sets.
We need to make contact with General Kenobi.
If only there was some sort of way we as Jedi could do that. Some sort of method or force that we could use to communicate to other Jedi.
A messenger we are sending.
Come on, guys. Was it really hard to get Frank Oz to do Yoda again? You got Samuel L. Jackson to do Windu. Of course, all it takes to get Samuel L. Jackson to do something is by saying, "I love your work, Samuel L. Jackson," and would never say anything to disparage you, not even in a Sins video, and he'd do it. Clone's gun is stuck on some sort of automatic animated blast, which disappears when the camera moves away from him, probably because the animators got tired of drawing straight blue lines that were obviously going nowhere. So, to be honest, I have no idea why they're fighting right now. Maybe they explained it? I don't know. I'm mostly just pissed off already that they took everything shitty about the Star Wars prequels and presented it with a Rankin Bass holiday special aesthetic. R2D petting. Why does this robot thing here need to rotate its head to shoot? Doesn't all of its blaster power come from the same source? Also, stealing robot designs from Syndrome. Obi-Wan, who is defending himself with slow lightsaber strokes here, somehow deflects all the blaster fire that comes anywhere near him in a screen full of blaster fire f***ery.
What's our plan of attack, sir?
Follow me.
First of all, they didn't know the plan of attack before they got to this point. Second of all, they have no f***ing plan of attack. Anakin and 5 clones attack the evil equivalent of Epcot Center. Well, I'm just praying that Captain EO makes it out alive. He didn't ask for this. Obi-Wan, Anakin, and company are clearly outgunned and outnumbered, but they still manage to defeat this army of droids. You see this shot right here? This shot explains in painful detail why a whole bunch of robots shooting each other is boring as shit. This clone loses his blaster and resorts to punching the droid, because every little bit helps, you know?
Retreat! Retreat!
Unthinking droids need a verbal command to be told to retreat, rather than a simple signal. How do you become a robot captain anyway? Aren't all these things made at the same assembly line and programmed with the same code?
You really think it's a good idea to bring a Padawan learner into all this?
Anakin has a point. They are in the middle of a f***ing battle.
You'd make a good teacher.
Yeah, until he murders the entire class.
I'm Ahsoka. Master Yoda sent me.
He doesn't often send cats, but with all the wars going on, it's hard to send homing pigeons anymore.
So he sent me to deliver the message.
Okay, but why? They didn't have any non-irritating adults that could deliver a message.
Oh, great. They don't even know we're in trouble.
Maybe you can relay a signal through the cruiser that just dropped me off.
They should not need a child to tell them this. No wonder this battle is going so badly. I found a transcript of the conversation the animators had about this planet. Here's an excerpt. The planet looks fine, but it doesn't have enough detail. Okay, fine, just draw some f***ing green lines on it or something, I don't know. This joint isn't going to smoke itself.
We've lost the transmission, sir.
But not your transmission. Yours still coming in fine. And it's not on Yoda's end either, because Yoda and Windu will be yakking it up with this blue static guy 5 minutes later.
I'm at your service, Master Kenobi, but I'm afraid I've actually been assigned to Master Skywalker.
I see the Emperor turned off his mute button on the hologram thing, which makes him visible and
I'm I'm Master Skywalker's Padawan. The name's Ahsoka Tano.
Plus 10 sins for Ahsoka Tano and every word that comes out of her mouth. This character almost out Jar Jar's Jar Jar.
You're stuck with me, Sky Guy.
Her calling Anakin Sky Guy induces a level of rage I rarely experience from a movie for children.
I don't even think you're old enough to be a Padawan.
But Master Yoda thinks I am.
Well, Master Yoda's about 900 years old. He is clearly becoming senile and losing his mind. Also, she looks like a cat who's proud of a shit that missed the litter box.
Have you thought about moving that line back, Captain?
This captain doesn't respond with, "How old are you?"
If you're a captain and I'm a Jedi...
You are definitely not a Jedi. Robot.
Someone has to get to that shield generator and destroy it.
Why is the shield generator out in the open? Why can't it be underneath the shield? Why do I have to think of these things?
If Rex and I can engage them here, you two might have a chance to get through their lines undetected here.
Movie knows this is such bullshit, would rather not establish an actual setting and prefers not to tell us where Obi-Wan is pointing.
They will march forward under the protection of their shield until they are right on top of our cannons. Then they'll blow them away.
Why aren't these assholes moving faster then, if the shield is such hot Meanwhile, on the monochrome planet of Perpelia, a guy walks around looking for the source of yellow that was rumored to be here by the old man he met at the People Eater Tavern. Only 15 minutes in, and movie is about to blow their hologram budget.
You're the one with the experience, which I'm looking forward to learning from.
Anakin is inexplicably beginning to like this girl.
Sneak through the middle, then.
Impossible, unless you can turn yourself into a droid.
Wait, are you telling me that this shield has the weakness of droidsploitation? I mean, extroitation? This bullshit works. Also, this is what Anakin meant about turning themselves into a droid, hiding under a box. It's the same thing.
We're inside the shield.
This movie and my dictionary differ in the definition of shield.
I think we made it past all them, Master.
I can tell because my raccoon powers can sense danger while under a metal box.
I can't take it anymore. I have to stand up.
Maybe the so-called shield should have been made of this blue material. It seems like it's actually better at shielding things.
Jedi, don't run!
What the f*** is she talking about? I've definitely seen running Jedi before, and I don't live in this universe. Things Jedi should always be able to do, but don't. Obi-Wan shows how great he is by showing how terrible these droids are. Obi-Wan is allowed to do this.
Bring us something liquid.
Pee? I think he means pee. The f*** is this shit? Easily avoidable triple arms? Unless you're this stupid chick that caused earthquake robots? What in the tectonic f*** is this? Also, why go through all the trouble of burying landmine droids when you could just have a group of droids guarding the shields? The movie steals the Steamboat Bill Jr. thing from Buster Keaton, and I never thought I'd ever write a sentence like that.
I had everything under control.
Oh, so that's why you said...
I could use a little help!
Medic, need a medic here!
When have the clones ever cared enough about each other in battle to call for a medic?
All cannons! Fire on those tanks!
I'm pretty shocked that the bad guys had no weapon that could destroy those cannons before they got there, but I'm also shocked I'm still watching the movie, so both of us are wrong.
What happened to the shield?
The same thing that happened to Fun.
Your reinforcements should be landing in a moment.
You mean at the exact time that you destroyed the shield and got the upper hand? That's amazing.
You're reckless, little one. You never would have made it as Obi-Wan's Padawan.
Maybe this is the point, but are you f***ing kidding me? I guess these are the bounty hunters Jabba sent, but all I saw were people in masks, so this reveal isn't nearly as powerful as Jabba wants us to think. 30 seconds of ship landing.
Pull the wall down on top of the droids.
Are we really rehashing the battle we just saw? We only have an hour and a half to get through this, and the movie is telling me about things I already saw and hated.
We should not keep the wise and powerful Jabba waiting.
He's been there how long? 2 seconds?
He demands you bring back the slime who kidnapped his little punky muffin.
Does Jabba referring to his son as a punky muffin make you angry? Or are you now Guy Pearce and Memento because of it? Discuss.
Punky?
Mocking the pet name a father has for his kidnapped son in front of the father. Also, that father is a warlord. Also, you need to borrow that warlord's space roads.
Jabba has given us only one planetary rotation to...
Cool your jets, college boy.
Shut up, Sergeant. I'm in command here.
The battle droids in this movie are programmed to be this special brand of hot-headed asshole to keep 8-year-olds entertained.
Stay close to me, if you can.
It won't be a problem, Master.
Are they flirting right now? How old is she supposed to be? Like 13?
Concentrate fire on Sector 11374265. 1137... What was that again?
It's almost like these droids don't have CPUs in them. Like they've got human brains inside their robot bodies. Did we just witness the violent end of an innocuous comic relief character? Or was that supposed to be funny? How are the droids missing this totally out in the open walker? They even have these droids hanging upside down on the cliff that should be able to take a head-on shot at it.
Gotta keep up!
Way to show a kid who's boss, Anakin.
Surrender, Jedi.
Are you on some sort of orders not to kill Jedi when you have the chance? Are you those type of evil minions? Are you saving him for Voldemort?
Blasted Ahsoka. I told you to stay close to me.
You just took out 4 droids and took one of their flying unicycles and blasted off to the top of the cliff. You even taunted her for not being able to keep up because you're so goddamn great and everything. So the f*** are you talking about?
Always in time to save your life.
Always is a strong word, given you guys have only known each other for a few hours.
This looks like one of those Ba'omar monk monasteries that I read about in my studies at the temple.
Apparently at Jedi school, they cover a wide range of topics for movie exposition.
Smugglers take these monasteries over, turn them into their own personal retreats.
And the monks just let them?
Murdered corpses generally can't fight back.
Not a place for a servant girl.
Do servant girls carry these?
Is Anakin gonna tell her she's holding it backwards, or should I? Pac-Man the Hutt. Also, do I want to know how that baby even came into this world? Is there a Hutt mother? Asexual reproduction? Hatching? Or budding of some kind?
I have discovered it is the Jedi who have kidnapped him.
This plan seems way too complicated to blame the Jedi for kidnapping Jabba's son. What would they gain from it? Would they have known Jabba would come to them for help after his son was kidnapped? Also, they can use his space lanes?
I think this little guy is sick. He's burning up with a fever.
Because I took a Hutt physiology class during my Jedi training, and therefore know when they have a fever.
I hate Hutts.
Got a problem, Henry. Yeah? In this screenplay? Haha, screenplay. Yeah, I know. Anyway, how do I make it believable to Jabba that the Jedi kidnapped his son? I know, have Anakin say I hate Hutts at the perfect time a spy robot comes out to find exactly that evidence. Wow, that's perfect. When do you think they'll let us out of this dungeon?
This smells like Count Dooku to me.
Nope, it's just the movie, I assure you.
We could use a little help here if you have the time.
The crux of every battle scene in this movie is the Jedi need reinforcements. I'm so tired of seeing Anakin block this blaster fire. Can someone shoot more than 2 lasers in his direction, please? There goes another Wilhelm. Only 2,500 more to go before we obliterate the species.
I suppose you have a plan.
Relying on Ahsoka for a plan. So her plan is to have R2 do that thing where he scans the whole building and finds a way out. Got it.
Seal the main gate and all portals. Let nothing escape this castle.
Surely Ventress knows that these droids are awful. Why trust them to do anything?
Ventress.
Dooku's assassin?
Don't know why it took until now for this movie to clumsily tell us who that person was. It's not like that chick is Padme's sister, or something that would require this to be a big reveal.
Let me show you how it works, clanker.
Can we even get excited when the good guys win against these droids? It's like playing the New England Patriots against a Pop Warner team and watching Bill Belichick doing a victory dance when it's 168-0 by the end of the first quarter, and everyone on the Pop Warner team is dead.
Master!
You! The baby Hutt does not know anything about landing platforms. He's a baby, and he was kidnapped and taken here, probably in a bowling ball bag. He doesn't understand anything about the gravity of this situation, or that it would help, and you. Also, a convenient landing platform with another ship on it is very, very convenient.
So how are we gonna get over there?
Ahsoka got all excited about a second platform, but had no idea how they'd get over there. That might as well have been on Earth's moon. Anakin jumps on the giant dragonfly when that apparently wasn't even an option earlier. Before, he was like, so much for going that way, but somehow forgot the dragonfly riding skill he learned while vacationing on Pandora.
Right here, Ventress!
Despite Anakin giving her an extremely long time to simply exterminate this dragonfly thing, or Anakin himself, Ventress is so taken aback by this she forgets to sit. R2-D2 can do this.
She's at it again.
Probably should wait to help her. She'd get all mad if she died while you were helping.
Don't you dare!
Making basically all the villains robots is a pretty clever way to make sure your young heroes can kill indiscriminately with zero moral repercussions.
Have you recovered Jabba's son?
How do you know to look up or down if you're transmitting a message via hologram?
Need I remind you, whoever gains Jabba's favor will control the war in the Outer Rim?
I hope not, because that's the whole point of everything that's happened so far. Also, this is like Indiana Jones saying something like, need I remind you, if we don't get the Ark of the Covenant, the Nazis will, 2/3 into the movie. Also, it sounds like Dooku could simply have kidnapped Jabba's kid, then cut out the part where he framed the Jedi for it, and simply brought the kid back to win Jabba's favor that way. He could have said anybody other than the Jedi, and it would have been a better plan. Wait, weren't the evil robots about to fly this ship out of here? Wouldn't this thing just be ready to go? Ah, f*** it. There's nothing R2 can't accomplish by sticking his penis in it. What the kind of jump was that?
Well, now I'm impressed.
Ventress allows Obi-Wan to quit.
Now you die.
Just kill him already.
Well, get focused, because things just got a lot harder.
Anakin says the same words he said to Padme on the first night they Apparently, Anakin decided to approach a friendly ship in an enemy ship without telling anyone, and he expected everyone to understand that he was a good guy by his flying style, I guess.
We've made it!
Premature celebration.
That changes our plans.
The explosion and numerous deaths? Yeah, I would hope so. Also, this is a perfect example of the f***ed-up tone that permeates this entire movie. It's possible to have a quipping, roguish anti-hero without being a blithe dick. Obi parkour. Her makeup doesn't look evil so much as it looks like she tried to make a suction cup over her mouth with a drinking glass. Anakin makes this ship jump into hyperspace, but wasn't Ahsoka looking for medical supplies? And is Baby Jabba even strapped in? And isn't R2 just standing around like a dick? Wouldn't hyperspace cause all three of those people I just mentioned to crash their bodies into the windshield? When the moon hits your eye like a flattened representation of spherical objects, that's a shoddy animation. Nice Fitbit.
You must dispense one of these medical boosters into the infant's mouth.
All that trouble with Jabba's kid being sick, and somehow this random ship carries a magical serum that saves the day.
They only promised to rescue your son to win your trust.
Jabba, despite being a disgusting larva troll, is smarter than this, right? Jedi are many things, but resorting to kidnapping? Their reputation is way more solid than that, right?
No, R2. I want the cannon operational first. Leave the rear deflector shields for later.
Can't he do both? He has the magical penis.
A strong attack eliminates the need for defense.
The best defense is a good offense, sure, but I wouldn't act like shields aren't a great and necessary idea.
It's too bad you decided not to repair the rear deflector shields.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Despite a massive amount of fire, these assholes couldn't hit this ship even if Anakin stopped in midair and built another ship on top of this one. Wait, do the blasts that miss the target just keep careening through space forever until they eventually hit something?
We've attempted to contact Jabba. He won't accept communication from us.
And there's no way in this futuristic world where we can leave a message or tell him what's going on. Intergalactic voicemail won't be invented until Steve Jobs' soul arrives in the galaxy.
Jabba the Hutt has an uncle in the old downtown area here on Coruscant.
Convenient relative on another planet is even more convenient than a landing platform with a ship on it.
What is it, Kronos 327?
The movie introduces us to Jabba's androgynous uncle who speaks fluent English, and may be the only English-speaking Hutt in the entire franchise only because subtitles are hard. Walking through the desert with no water or protection from two suns. Maybe that's why Ahsoka is that color.
Master Yoda has a saying, old sins cast long shadows.
Like that lap dance sin? Ah, so many memories.
What if she found out I helped you kidnap Jabba's son?
And what if I spelled it out in truly obvious fashion, just so an eavesdropper could hear me?
And you, my friend, will be left to take control of all the Hutt clans.
Character introduced with 15 minutes left in the movie revealed to be the catalyst of all the film's action.
I sense it too.
Baby Hutt can also sense the dark side of the Force.
Time to split up.
Movie decides to become an episode of Scooby-Doo in the last 10 minutes.
Don't touch that! Whatever you do, keep away from it!
Could be dangerous.
These droids have apparently never seen one of these hologram things before, which in this universe is goddamn impossible.
Your training has come a long way.
Sith Lord complimenting a young Jedi on their progress as a Jedi during a lightsaber fight cliche.
She's more skillful than you think.
Anakin has no reason to believe this. Also, why are you laughing, Dooku? Anakin just took your only mode of transportation, and you are in the middle of a desert.
Is anybody home?
3PO?
What is that?
A robot. It's always fucking robots. The clones come in blasting, and just barely manage to miss Zero the Hutt, who is their only way of proving the Jedi innocent in the kidnapping.
Your timing was perfect.
It wouldn't be Star Wars without some perfectly timed ex machinas. I guess we're supposed to be happy that Jabba, who is a dickhead, got his son back, because his son is a collectible that probably this whole movie was made for.
I am Senator Amidala of the Galactic Congress.
One day you'll make my daughter wear a slave outfit for sexploitation, but I'm not here to talk about that right now.
Senator, you have my undying gratitude.
No, Master Skywalker, it is I and the Republic who owes you thanks.
The Jedi armies will now have their supply routes to the Outer Rim.
This story will almost certainly be referred to throughout Revenge of the Sith, and the characters of Ahsoka, Jabba's son, and Ventress will all be remembered fondly in this universe by people who don't watch the cartoon series later. From what I understand, this is the story of the people who try to steal the Death Star plans, which drives the plot of A New Hope. I wonder if they'll succeed. I haven't felt this much suspense since Titanic. Introducing Galen Erso, a hero so heroic that he's never mentioned once in the original Star Wars trilogy. Thanks for building the Death Star all f***ed up so we could destroy it, dick. It's not a Star Wars breakfast without some mysterious blue liquid. Why does this ship land so f***ing far away from the home it's here to investigate? Why do movies keep doing this? You're in a f***ing spaceship. Just land 20 feet from the house. Is there any reason why Galen needs to wait for these guys to walk to his farm so far away? Why hasn't he already run away? If his daughter can get away, he can too. And don't tell me he knows about building a Death Star and putting a weakness in it yet. That comes later. Having already seen this movie, I kinda wouldn't mind if instead of jumping ahead in time, they'd have just stayed on young Jin. Growing Old with Forrest Whitaker, a Star Wars story. In-movie Stormtrooper toys are much larger and cooler than any of the I got to play with back in the 80s. Considering that they had this hiding place that the discount Stormtroopers can't find, was there really any reason anyone had to die? Okay, she's in space prison, but where does this open door the camera is backing through lead to? Is it a prison apartment with multiple rooms?
Planet Killer! That's what he called it!
This is essentially the fourth of 8 movies in the Star Wars franchise that focuses on either the Death Star or something like the Death Star. Get your head out of your Death Star, Star Wars.
Congratulations. You are being rescued.
Good God, I might have to start removing sins just for the fact that Alan Tudyk exists. Tudyk! Come on, movie. I know we have a lot of characters to meet and little time to do so, but how am I supposed to keep up with Ring of Kafren, Jeddah, Wobani, and this place? God damn, this movie changes planets faster than a Guardians of the Galaxy film.
What is this? It's a chance for you to make a fresh start.
We like using prisoners for make-or-break missions. In fact, we're also waiting on Sean Connery to finish getting a haircut while we dethaw Sly Stallone, and they'll meet up with Jason Statham for transport here.
This is Captain Cassian Andor, Rebel Intelligence.
AKA Discount Han Solo. Also, I'm happy Mon Mothma is in this, and they got the same actress from Revenge of the Sith to play her, but where the f*** was she in A New Hope? This is kind of confusing, since she was the main rebel leader in Return of the Jedi, where they're building yet another Death Star, but as you know, that's way down the line from A New Hope.
We're hoping that he will help us locate your father and return him to the Senate for testimony.
You gotta love when someone walks in on cue, just to show they're in the movie, and bridging continuity between the prequels and this one. That's basically his role here.
You find him, you kill him.
Boss Dude tells Cassian to kill Galen if they find him, the guy that designed the supposed planet-killing weapon. You don't want to ask that guy a few questions, maybe? Interrogate him?
Trust goes both ways.
But neither of you trust each other, even a little bit. This is one of those things you say that sounds cool but makes no f***ing sense. He's not trusting you, nor is he asking you to trust him. Frightening CGI decisions. Also, you couldn't find a guy who looks like Grand Moff Tarkin. You found someone who looks enough like Mon Mothma. And sure, she was in Revenge of the Sith too, but that doesn't mean you can't go on a casting call for new Peter Cushings. This f***ing mind-reading Jabba ripoff with a dozen tentacle penises.
Poor Gullet can feel your thoughts.
That's pretty insanely useful, but I'm wondering, how did Saw end up hiring Bor Gullet, or did he just come with the cave? Fried this.
You just watch yourself.
Callback to A New Hope is callback.
What do you know about kyber crystals?
My father, he said they powered the Jedi's lightsabers.
Is it just me, or are the kyber crystals this movie's midichlorians? In other words, things that rob you of the mystery of Star Wars.
The strongest stars have hearts of kyber.
This line not only makes little sense, it's never returned to or paid off in any way. It's just random pseudo-force poetry.
Who are they?
The Guardians of the Wills.
Unless you have subtitles, the names of these things in movies are totally confusing. I heard this as Guardians of the Wills in a movie theater, but apparently it's Guardians of the Wills, and now I've got to figure out what the f*** a will is. Oh, it's the Force? Well, sh**. This scene does a good job not letting you know where anyone really is, and an even better job making you not care. I sure would like to see what Cassian is seeing right now. I might enjoy this action scene a lot more.
Did you know that wasn't me?
This is almost remove as sin-worthy, but this is a disobedient f***ing droid right here. And how the f*** did K2SO know where Jin and Cassian were?
Is your foot alright?
Donnie Yen as a blind, Force-attuned Star Wars character is such a match made in heaven. I'm not taking a sin off. The universe is. Stormtrooper suddenly has alarmingly great aim when it comes to hitting a Stormtrooper being used as human shield.
Go back to the ship. Wait for my call.
Oh, now he obeys, after Ex Machina disobeying and saving their lives.
Can you get us to Saw Gerrera?
No, but all his soldiers who are eavesdropping nearby just now can. Jeddah is nothing if not a place for convenient timing. That seems like a long walk to a super obvious place for Saw Gerrera to have been hiding all this time. But whatever. The Empire is leaving, cats and dogs are living together. It's madness. Hollow porn. Glad this movie gave him the oxygen problem to pad the runtime from 2 hours 14 minutes to 2 hours 15 minutes. I mean, phew, right?
We call it the Death Star. There is no better name, and the day is coming soon when it will be unleashed.
Well, it'll be unleashed in mere minutes on this very city, so pre-recorded Galen is prescient as f*** here. On accident.
I've placed a weakness deep within the system.
Movie tries to retroactively excuse the Death Star's ludicrous weak spot, but fails because that weak spot is still so stupidly obvious someone in the Empire should have noticed that long before Luke trusted the Force. Also, Galen Erso created the small shaft that Luke will one day fire his 1 in a million shot into, winning the day for the Rebels. But if he had this kind of power in creating the Death Star, surely he could have figured out a way that would not have required such long odds. There's literally no reason for the Death Star to cause a total eclipse on Jeddah before annihilating Jeddah City. Cool shot that in no way makes sense.
You'll need the plans. The structural plans for the Death Star to find the reactor.
Why didn't Galen go ahead and send the Death Star plans to Saw? Yeah, the plans are on some other planet. But why not at least send a drawing or something? If he could get this message to Saw, surely he could get the plans or a drawing to him. Cassian uses a thing on an inexplicably placed prison door controller and makes his escape. Star Wars, the universe where merely shooting a lock makes it unlock. Somehow this is possible while this is also going on and nobody important dies in this scene. You know, Hollywood, not everything exciting has to occur at the very last second in order to be exciting. Think about the serendipity here. The rebels find Jin in a prison on some distant planet, take her to the rebel headquarters, and send Cassian with her to go find Saw. Then the Empire tests the Death Star on the very planet where Saw is. He shows her the Galen Erso recording, and luckily Cassian was able to totally bullshit his way out of his cell to save Jin just in time to fly off the planet before they die. Suicide by stubbornly refusing to leave with the others. I feel nothing. He had his chances.
Your work exceeds all expectation,
said the studio to the CGI firm after signing off on this totally not real-looking Grand Moff Tarkin abomination. Everyone survives this. Literally the only way Hollywood knows to denote a mountaintop walk is dangerous is the cliche of a few rocks falling off the path. How are there not at least 6 people dead after Krennic just yelled fire? No one hears any of this. I guess the film chalks it up to the rainstorm, but honestly, that's pretty f***ing stupid. Also, I know Jin is a badass, but a one-armed tug on this stormtrooper's gun and he goes flying off the edge?
Get the squadron leader on. Get him on now. They're already engaged, sir.
Then several seconds of them flying through the mountain peaks before they're actually on site and engaged. But whatever, like this movie gives a shit about time. Also, didn't Bodhi tell Cassian a few moments ago that getting through these canyons was tough because the Empire had sensors and shit all through it? Why were they able to fly through here without any alarms going off? This doesn't kill nearly as many of these assholes as you'd think it would. I get the sense that this guy could have been a Jedi, but the Jedi Council hadn't passed any ADA laws back then. Jin's reunion with her dad is prolonged by a spaceship's exhaust, because this movie stretches out every single moment 2 to 5 seconds longer than it should. Hopefully she gets to him just before he dies. Oh good, she did. Phew.
You lied about why we came here, and you lied about why you went up alone.
Well, he did take the pilot guy with him, so he didn't go up alone. Which, if I'm being honest, creates a bit of a dent in your anger argument. Could the Empire get any more Sauron? Yep, this movie's gonna use the all-red helmeted Imperial Guard dudes, even though A New Hope and Empire both had none of them. Apparently just before you got to know him, Vader was using these red dudes as bodyguards on the regular.
Its power to create problems has certainly been confirmed.
Damn, Darth Vader's beginning to sound as bad as Bugs Bunny without Mel Blanc. Which is weird, since this is before A New Hope. It's almost like the actor doing his voice is 40 years older now. So weird.
Until you can assure the Emperor that Galen Erso has not compromised this weapon in any way.
Especially in any obvious and easily detectable way that a child would spot instantly, like gas vents that lead back to a main engine.
So I'm still in command?
He's leaving, dude. Why would you even risk asking this?
Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, Director.
This is a little known fact, but Darth Vader spent some time as James Bond from 1960 to 1962.
The question is what choice? Run, hide, plead for mercy, scatter your forces.
Movie's just gonna suddenly give the prisoner angry daughter character not only the wisdom for an inspiring speech, but the public speaking and motivational skills required to make it work? Okay, movie, but I tuned out about half a Jedi ago.
You're asking us to invade an Imperial installation based on nothing but hope.
Nice line, but no. She's got information about the installation's weakness, as well as legit experience versus Imperial troops, and a blind Force ninja for a friend.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Yeah, just like I've always believed for this entire movie. Get with it, you non-hoping pieces of shit.
I'm not sure 4 of us is quite enough.
How many do we need?
It's kind of amazing that the rebellion didn't think to send a small group of volunteers to do exactly what Jin is going to do. They have an impounded Imperial ship, 2 Imperial defectors, and they always fight when the numbers are against them. So what did they have to lose by sending some dedicated fighters?
But I do. I believe you.
For no reason at all other than, what the hell, the script says I do, so let's do this.
Rogue One.
Rogue credits. Normally I'd shoot this ship down, but they promoted Gary over me.
Your friend, the Jedi.
Yes, I will send for him.
You will need someone you can trust.
I would trust her with my life.
I thought Princess Leia was on her way to Alderaan at the beginning of A New Hope, and Vader boarded their ship around the time they reached Tatooine. So sending the plans with R2-D2 to give to Obi-Wan was a Hail Mary. But here, apparently she was sent to see Obi-Wan before the rebellion even knew Rogue One went on their unsanctioned mission.
Cargo shuttle SW0608, you're not listed on the arrival schedule.
We were rerouted from Edu Flight Station.
And even though there was a rebel attack there, no one informed you of a rerouted ship. Because at this point, everyone in the Empire is bad at their jobs.
Saw Gerrera used to say one fighter with a sharp stick.
Shut up. After everything I've sat through, you mean to tell me these men need a Miracle on Ice style pep talk prior to their battle? This is the moviest movie bullshit this movie has tried to movie on my ass, and it makes me angry. Makes me angry, and I'm gonna start ranting soon.
Probably looking for a manifest.
That would be helpful.
It's just down here.
You know, where you keep such things. No reason to be suspicious.
Good luck, little sister.
What? Well, won't you look at that? They took the clothes off the inspection team and they conveniently fit Cassian and Jin.
I've got a bad feeling about it.
Quiet.
Oh, you, movie.
Intercepted Imperial transmission, Mom. Rebels on Scarif.
Even though this proves nothing and the rebellion was dead set against going to Scarif, they send everyone there now because Rebels of the Rebels decided to defy orders?
Scarif? They're going to Scarif?
BB-8 and K2SO have replaced both of you in our hearts. You aren't the droids we're looking for. Move along.
I can locate the tape, but you'll need to use the handles for extraction.
Excuse me, the tape? Did he just say the tape?
Keep it tight and watch out for those towers.
Why keep it tight? Doesn't that just increase the odds the cannons will hit one of your squadron? Why not fan out wide and force them to constantly move their fire to hit one of you? Bunched up together, you make one bigger target, padding the XP and kill stats for whichever Ender is manning that particular cannon. The f*** were these assholes waiting for? This skirmish has been going on 10 minutes.
Get close, Red 5. Where are you going?
Jeez, archive footage now? So you've got CGI plastered over other actors posing as the original actors? You have new actors replacing old actors, and now you're just reusing old footage? What was the deciding factor on all these?
It's Red 5! I need help!
Alas, poor Red 5, I knew you not.
Stardust. That's it.
How do you know that?
I know because it's me.
Yeah, but what happens if you're not the person looking for the plans? What if you die? You mean to tell me that Galen left all this to chance? This further illustrates why it was so stupid he didn't send the plans along with Bodhi in the first place, or a copy of them, or at least a general thing to look for when attacking the Death Star.
You can still send the plans to the fleet. If they open the shield gate, you can broadcast from the tower.
Jesus, the radio and satellite in this finale is f***ing confusing. With all the stuff Jin and Cassian are doing in tandem with what Bodhi's doing, this conflict will warp your mind into jelly. But C-3PO got at least 8 movies. Why is she wearing Deadpool-style double swords on her back? Have we seen her use that kind of thing at all in this movie? Yeah, she snuck in here in some bounty hunter droid costume thing, but still, you had your heroine wearing this for the climax and never once let her use them? That's a sin for the costume designer, I think.
The master switch! It's out there at that console! I'm going!
Just look at the size of that hard drive, whatever it is thing. And sure, the Death Star plans are probably a huge file, but Jesus, Leia puts them inside R2-D2 later, so why'd the Empire need this much storage? This is like the Rebel Alliance having moved on to MP3s, while the Empire is still on 8-tracks. Guys, I'm having a hard time figuring out which character is blind in this scene. Blind guy who can see incoming blaster shots and enemies during battle has to feel around for the right lever on the console.
This is for you, Galen.
I mean, you made this way too hard for us, but, you know, good job, I guess. I like how once everyone has fulfilled their one crucial plot duty, they die immediately. It's as if the bad guys know to wait 10 seconds after they've finished to finally figure out how to kill these people. What the unholy f*** is this bullshit?
Reset antenna alignment.
The thing to set the antenna alignment is on the edge of this walkway for some f***ing reason, instead of where all the other controls are.
Antenna aligned.
How did it get misaligned? Was it somehow hit during this battle by a wayward X-Wing that misaligned it but didn't actually damage it? Do they have to realign it every time they want to send a message out of here?
My father's revenge. He built a flaw in the Death Star.
Why would you say this? I've heard of the bad guy monologuing in situations like this, but the good guy?
Die with the rebellion.
Dead guy, ex machina.
Admiral, receiving transmission from Scarif.
Now, if they got this transmission, then why didn't everybody in the rebellion have the Death Star plans? Maybe they said only this ship could receive the transmission, but Jin used a satellite to beam these things into space. Anybody could have gotten them, right? Look how badly he's limping right here. How did he climb up? Even if he somehow knew about and had a key card for, and then took the same elevator Krennic did, he's limping too badly to have made it up here in time. This is some bullshit of the highest order. Well, will you look at that? Hoisted with his own Death Star. Movie rips off the sit on a beach and wait for the sweet incoming death scene from Deep Impact.
The Rebel flagship is disabled, my lord, but has received transmissions from the surface.
Prepare a boarding party.
Yes, prepare a boarding party for the Rebel flagship, but by all means, allow a small ship to fly out of it later. Is this scene with Darth Vader badass and awesome? Yes. Does it contradict basically every physical movement Vader made in the original trilogy? Yes. Still though, this Vader scene, holy f***. Seriously, why are there no Imperial ships around to stop this? It's like everybody disappeared. A minute ago, they had ships blasting the Rebel flagship, but I guess they were told to vanish once Vader boarded it. By this point, everyone should know of the magnet hide a ship inside bigger ships, and do everything they can to prevent it from leaving. Even more terrible CGI decisions, perhaps even worse than the previous ones. Also, I guess when Bail told Leia to go find Obi-Wan, she decided to put herself in danger just in case the rebels were able to find the Death Star plans. Why does she have to do everything? Why can't there be somebody else in charge of the plans while she goes to find Obi-Wan? I think the connection between this and A New Hope is a bit jagged.
Hope.
F*** you, movie. Hope, 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 hope. Say, do you remember the first movie was called A New Hope? Hope, hope, Bob Hope, Hope Solo. This ship takes off using hyperspace and somehow didn't get to the planet before Vader tracks them down. Not having the yellow text opening crawl is the new black. But still reading. How omniscient are these opening titles supposed to be? Normally they're essentially biographical, telling us about the status of the rebellion or the fine details of trade agreements and their impact on intergalactic legislation. But this shit's telling us what's in the heart and mind of Han f***ing Solo. I don't think even Han knows what's really in the heart and mind of Han Solo in this movie. Adding a Star Wars story to the end of this film's title is really infuriating. Like, we need to know that Han Solo is part of the Star Wars universe. Or maybe they were concerned about being confused as a reboot for that Mario Van Peebles Cyborg movie. Mario Van Peebles. Dice. The dice that have been so goddamn important to all the movies up until now.
This is worth
500-600 credits. That's more than you said we'd need.
to buy our way out of the control zone and off Corellia.
You guys are just reminding each other of you both already know. Expositional aspiration. Exasperation? Lady Proxima is a prawn, basically. She spends her time underwater and only emerges in this dramatic fashion when business requires it. I can totally see how she came to power in this almost entirely above-land society. Premature celebration.
Thought we'd get a little more of a head start.
Yeah, what's up with that? Dude left well after Han, and it's not like they've been puttering along toward the airport. Not to mention he knew exactly where they were going. Sure, it makes sense that they'd make a run for the launch pad, but what if they decided to lay low for a few days? Solo, a Tokyo Drift story. Did I hear Wilhelm in there? I'm almost positive I did. So does that make it a Han helm? A Wilhelm? It's at this point that I realize this has been a pretty low-speed chase for the last minute or so. I honestly haven't been this riveted since that scene in Mitchell.
Sold to Crimson Dawn or the Hutt cartel.
That's not gonna happen. I won't let it.
Character says he won't allow something to happen immediately before allowing that exact thing to happen cliché. Han palming the dice to the Targaryen here 100% foretells that she's coming back before the movie ends, because I saw The Last Jedi, goddammit. Also, here's another sin for The Last Jedi. Just because I can. Several things here. First, why wouldn't Moloch immediately check the line for the immigrants? Isn't that the only place Han and Kira could get through to escape? Also, there aren't even that many people here. Like, a quick swing around this tiny terminal would easily turn up your fugitives. I'm not saying that I'm rooting for Moloch to do this shit. I'm just saying it's stupid that he didn't.
Join the Empire. Learn valuable skills.
Convenient recruitment center is massively convenient.
What? Who are your people?
I'm alone.
Solo.
Give me a goddamn break. Also, Rolo Solos.
I'll take this mouthy scooch and we'll go around to the right.
Mouthy scooch is all of the following: a hilarious insult, a Canadian nickname for a yappy dog, a popular spicy Albanian cola drink, and the name of my new R-rated ska revival band.
Stick to soldiering, kid. You don't want any part of this.
Not since Tim Meadows in Walk Hard has someone said a more enticing and phony "you don't want any part of this" line.
In 3 hours, we move out for the southern marshlands.
Besides the introduction of Beckett, what does any of this bring to the table? Do we really need several scenes of war footage and strategy speeches?
I'll do whatever it takes to get back to Corellia. I've already been away too long.
It's been 3 years, though, right? If Han's this intent on going AWOL from the Empire, is this movie telling me he really hasn't had a chance before now?
Haven't fed him in 3 days. Should be fun.
So, up until now, Chewie was just eating all his cellmates? That is dark, little Ronnie Howard, dark. Han survives this. Also, they make it sound like Chewie's a ravenous badass, and of course, we know he can rip a fool's arms off if he wants. So why all this playing with his food? He hasn't eaten in 3 days. Han should be all the dead right now. I guess it's kind of funny that Han already speaks Wookiee, but it sure does create an easy escape for both of them that is uber convenient. Wow, good thing there are no troops around this Imperial ship that is currently being hella stolen.
Thanks for helping me get out of there.
Nice sentiment and all, but is this the first chance they've had to have this conversation? They made it all the way to another planet, and they just shared a shower together. That's a perfect place to chat.
Chewbacca? Alright, well, you're gonna need a nickname, because I ain't saying that every time.
Har har har. This movie could have been great if you'd spent less time paying so much lip service to the films that came before it. A nod here, a hand job there. It gets to be obvious to the viewer, and therefore less enjoyable. You might as well have him turn to the camera and tell the audience, "You love me? I know!"
Our whole future depends on this one school, and you bring in amateurs.
Gotta side with Val here. Why would Beckett bring in amateurs for their one final score? This is like Danny Ocean bringing the actual Bruce Willis into their heist in Ocean's 12.
I waited a long time for a shot like this. I'm not about to screw it up.
You know, I bet Han's palms are sweaty right now. His knees must also be weak, since he's sitting. Those arms definitely look heavy. And what's that on his sweater? Mom spaghetti?
Have you ever tried to disinvite a Wookiee to anything? Not a good idea.
Damn it, Rio is one of the most fun characters in this movie, and I'm sending the out of it for killing his ass way too early.
Tell us about the girl, Han. Is she nice? Does she have sharp teeth?
Man, Jon Favreau is discount Steve Buscemiing so hard here, I literally had to check IMDb 3 times to make certain it was Jon Favreau and not Steve Buscemi. Huh, what do you know? White men can jump. Why does it take 3 individuals to do the on the train? They're essentially just tying some cables down, but no one wants to help Val with the much more dangerous part of the mission? I'm just saying, if they didn't have Chewie and Han, this would have probably gone much smoother.
Coaxium, enough to power a fleet.
F***ing fuel.
Here they come! Get down to the couplers!
What the hell? There was no part of the plan that Beckett laid out earlier that involved getting shot at by armed guards. Also, if there is a security presence on this train, why the hell are they all the way back there? Isn't this the most valuable compartment by far?
Chewie!
Off. I looked it up. Chewie's 7'3" and almost 112 kilograms, which is Canadian for 250 pounds. Ain't no way Han is pulling him back on the train with one f***ing hand. The enemy soldiers have magnetic boots, which, given the amount of raw planning Woody and company did, is something the heist crew should all be wearing as well, right? On his first heist, Han is given an opportunity to prove his piloting skills. What are the f***ing odds?
You weren't lying, kid. You're a hell of a pilot.
Thanks for telling me. Honestly, nothing he's done so far look remotely complicated, but thanks to your trained eye, which I trust because you also are a pilot, I now know he truly is a hell of a pilot. She just killed herself so the score could carry on. For money. For her husband and his crew. She didn't think her life was worth more than a score. Like, everyone in the crew would rather have her live and they go on for another score down the road. But not her. It's not like her death is for the greater good or anything. This is an attempt to steal for profit. I'm sorry, this death has no emotional weight for me because it makes no logical sense. This movie suffers from a common cinema affliction these days. Last-second-itis. As though every bomb exploding, train derailing, airplane crashing, vehicle skidding toward a cliff, as though all that utterly requires being pushed to the very last second, which it does not. Tension does not require razor-edge margins of victory. Galaxy Quest made fun of this garbage writing almost 20 years ago. Tin Cup-proof tense finales don't even require protagonist victory, as though them pulling up the train car 200 yards sooner and us watching the rest of the cars fall to their deaths wouldn't have been as thrilling or interesting. And Han releases the payload anyway to aid their escape, making Tandy's sacrifice even less meaningful than it already was. And it started out at f***ing 0. Jesus. If you wanted Woody to suffer loss and his lady to die in a heroic way, I can think of a dozen better ways you could have written this.
We were hired by Crimson Dawn.
Isn't that the group that Hans Gruber read about in Time magazine?
For me, it's worth the risk. How about you?
Yeah. This is the quickest I've seen a civilian fully commit to a life of crime since the Amazing Yen in Ocean's 11. In this movie's version of a rich crime lord's space yacht penthouse, we have a singer with a Bane pacifier and half a Shazam-themed Lazy Susan on her head, beside one of the more disgusting Ripley clone fails from Alien Resurrection, plus thousands of sequins. Paul Bettany, now having appeared in Star Wars and Marvel movies, is hereby literally 30% owned by Disney.
What are you doing here? I work here.
As I've said before, space is really, really big. So what are the odds Han and Kira find each other on this f***ing yacht? Please, someone with an advanced mathematics degree, show me what the actual f***ing odds are of this happening. And if you come back with an interstellar-type love answer, I will f***ing scream at you.
Well, that is good news, because you're going with him.
This is weird. Suddenly he doesn't trust someone. So he sends Khaleesi on the mission even though he also doesn't fully trust her? What the f***?
I know a guy, and I know just where to find him.
Boy, this is some geographical oddity, isn't it? Not only did the heist occur on Vandor 1, and Voss decided to bring his yacht to that planet, there's also a very famous smuggler with an incredibly fast ship on this same planet, within walking distance.
Charisma, not to mention his prodigious.
I get it. Is that a cock joke thrown in the middle of a Star Wars movie? Because I think that was a cock joke thrown in the middle of a Star Wars movie.
All we need is a ship.
Well, he'll never part with it. He loves that ship.
Is there literally only one ship in the entire universe they can use for this caper? If so, maybe the caper's not worth the risk, eh? Pretty f***ing bad odds from where I sit.
The seat taken? Nobody's in the seat, then it ain't taken, friend.
Wow, this might apply for a poker game. Or at least this poker game. But as a general life rule, this is some terrible f***ing advice. Try this empty seats are claimable bullshit with the director's chair on a movie set. Or at the Masters. Or in Buckingham f***ing Palace. Also, a movie takes nearly an hour to Lando, and that's definitely a sin.
Anything, Han? That's Han, but that's okay.
This attempt to retcon Billy D. Williams' odd pronunciation of the name in the original trilogy makes me super angry. Not everything we wondered about needs a f***ing explanation. God, it's like modern movies want to stamp out human imagination rather than inspiring it.
Oh, great hand.
Way too much footage of this alien poker game that ultimately means nothing since no one knows how it's played.
I'll see you 2,000, and I'll raise you however much this is.
Splashing the pot.
And I'm calling. With what? My ship. Against your ship.
Yeah, but that's not how calling works. Han put his chips into the pot, which was on top of the $2,000 bet. So if Lando calls with his ship, it's to cover the chips that are on the table.
New move. We're making the Kessel Run.
This movie makes the Kessel Run sound famous, but then immediately points out how impossible it is, which means only a few could have even tried it, making me wonder how it ever got famous. Other than the mention in the original trilogy, of course.
I'm gonna need half the take.
You don't even know how much the take is, though. Why speak in fractions before you even know the total haul in dollars or credits or whatevers?
I'm gonna flip your switch! Good luck finding it!
Is that a G-spot joke thrown in the middle of a Star Wars movie? Because I think that was a G-spot joke thrown in the middle of a Star Wars movie.
And what if I don't elect to go to Kessel?
Please don't start.
She said that, and then he waited hundreds of steps until they were all the way outside on the ramp before he responded with "Don't start." Can Hollywood start coming up with less lazy transitions so dialogue doesn't get used as sinew between unconnected shots?
I actually would have a memory wiped. But she's got the best damn navigational database in the galaxy.
It seems like the Star Wars movies are f***ing littered with people that are the best damn something in the galaxy.
We've attached the homing beacon. They won't elude us now.
Yeah, but they didn't elude you before either, right? You showed up to f*** up the train heist just in time. Also, how did Enfys know they were going out to get more coaxium? It's not like she was in the meeting with Voss. And even if she saw Han and Lando together, there's no way she'd know for sure what they were up to.
My dad worked the line at the CEC plant before he got laid off. He built these.
Someone thought Han needed a personal connection to the Millennium Falcon, so this dad got written, and none of the smart people on this production managed to stop it before it got filmed and made the final cut. Look, this guy doesn't look like Han or sound like Han, but somehow he still feels like Han, and that is enough. It's kind of amazing. I don't take a sin off. While you guys tear up or get horny watching him passionately kiss some not Princess Leia woman, I'd like to point out a more important issue, which is that these rods have nothing to keep these hangers from sliding off. Someone really wanted the hangers to have unbroken circles at the top, meaning we needed closet rods with open ends. But then they stopped there and started Logic in the face and kicked it into the fires of Mount Doom.
Am I interrupting something?
I hear this move is called Mickey Knox Block and Cock.
We got a good thing going here. Me, you, Chewie.
Yeah.
Right? The makings of a solid crew.
You just had 2 other crew members killed in a failed heist, asshole.
Assume everyone will betray you and you will never be disappointed.
Jesus Christ, can Beckett telegraph he's gonna eventually turn on Han any harder during this trip?
You need anything?
Equal rights?
L3's quest for droid citizenship is played for laughs here, but we won't be laughing when the robots start asking for rights here in the real world. We'll be screaming at the latest horror film directed by a robot, as we scarf down popcorn made by a robot, in a home theater made by robots, while a robot version of My College Girlfriend jerks off my robot.
That Lando has feelings for me. Sometimes I think, maybe.
How would that work?
It works.
No, seriously, how the does that work? God damn it, movie's dropping all kinds of odd sex references here with no follow-up, simply because it thinks the idea is funny. I want to see how that works.
Do not improvise.
Saying this to Han Solo in a movie named after him seems like wasted breath and time for everyone involved, including me. Fucking dice are back. Yep, we're even squeezing Lando's Return of the Jedi helmet into this thing because do all the nostalgia! After Rogue One, I'm not surprised, but I am disappointed.
Freedom.
Sure, the droids are taking off their restraining bolts, whatever the those are, but how would that modify their programming? They're probably grateful, but once they're off, they all turn into William Wallace? Holy shit! Of course, the alien Vault Guard has an external set of sensitive sex organs in the exact same place as a human. Jesus, there are more crotchal references in this movie than I remembered.
You guys are not going to believe what I'm seeing up here.
You better come take a look at this cliche. Chewbacca ex machina. Chewbacca? So let's immediately start firing at this large supply of a highly unstable element. L3 isn't going to make it, so Lando goes in. And Lando isn't going to make it, so Han goes in. Then Han isn't going to make it, so a Wookiee goes in. This is like the Russian nesting dolls of action scene writing. I'm legit surprised Chewie didn't run into trouble and cause Khaleesi to have to come out here too. What? Where the hell have those motherfuckers been this whole time?
L3!
I know he's sad and we're supposed to be sad, but I can't help but think, dude, you f***ed a robot. That's whack.
Could use a co-pilot.
Now watch Chewie die inside for the next few seconds.
You can't make the Kessel Run in less than 20 parsecs.
Fucking parsecs. Are they distance? Are they time? You don't know. The entire Star Wars canon doesn't know. This whole trial is out of order. Attica! Attica!
Into the master room.
Can't do it without L3. It's possible we can download her brain into the Falcon's Nava computer, right?
Could we?
Theoretically.
Well, you got 5 seconds to test that theory, you time-wasting arguing dicks. Also, leave it to Han to basically break the Kessel Run record by cheating. He's the James T. Kirk of this particular Kesselashi Maroon.
Are they on us?
Like Rashnol on a Kylax.
I don't know what that means.
I'm telling you, I don't know what that means has become the cheap, modern, comedic equivalent of, did I do that?
We need to divert auxiliary power to the rear deflector shield.
Because we're now showing a run Han famously bragged about making in record time distance, we're robbed here as viewers of the chance to feel any tension for like more than 10 fucking minutes. The characters feel tension, but they're paid actors. I know he makes it and does so in record fashion, so all these speed bumps along the way are just red herrings.
She's interfacing. She's part of the ship now.
Awesome! So all that talk a few minutes ago about how difficult this would be was bullshit, right? This took one cable in 2 seconds. Buckle in now, fans, as we follow Han again while he pilots this ship again, away from a sudden ginormous space alien again! Again! This movie has 2 new ideas and everything else is just a callback, an homage, a ripoff, or an audience applause break. This goes Han for some time.
Now! Now!
This doesn't work? What the hell? I had a raging sin boner, and now the movie subverted it by Oh, that's the stuff. This works.
Just did the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs.
Great, kid. Don't get cocky.
I hate you. I know.
God damn it, this movie left no nostalgia stone unturned, and it's offensive.
Back in.
The fuck? There were panels ripped off the fucking Falcon when they were trying to fly it out of the gravity well, but the movie's saying Enfys Nest's aftermarket tracking thingamajig stayed on and kept working that entire time. Okay, Nest and her crew end up being the seeds of the rebellion, which is a cool twist and all, but what was with all that threatening earlier in the movie? They've literally tried to kill Beckett before, and did kill Rhea, but now that Beckett has the coaxium, we're just gonna have a powwow? Really seems like they shoehorned this rebel storyline in here hard.
I need a drink. Bring them inside.
This bartender should be fired. It's like 3 sips of alcohol you just spilled on the table, you ass.
Not this time. I'm leaving.
Hang on, is he pretending to run? Like, without the prophets or the coaxium? How the f would Han actually believe this?
By some miracle, you make it out of here. Find me on Tatooine. What's on Tatooine?
Why would Beckett even mention this? He knows Han's coming up to see Voss, and wants the outcome to be certain death. So why say anything at all, unless you're just trying to cram another nostalgic storyline reference in?
I don't know everything.
No, just a bit more than you.
It's not like Han is just missing small signals of pending betrayal and scum and villainy. This is right in his face.
Oh, I'm talking about my other associate. Can you come in and join us, please?
Dum, dum, dum. I mean, who the f else was it gonna be?
But I'm also an entrepreneur. I mean, you of all people understand that.
You're making a huge mistake.
What about this situation got Beckett all horned up to take the coaxium? Even before the subterfuge, everyone was terrified of Dryden Voss and wouldn't cross him. Now we're perfectly fine stealing directly in front of him?
Go, I'm right behind you.
Even if Han weren't clouded by his boner, shouldn't he get a few more details? Are they meeting at the refinery? Is she backing him up against Beckett? Where are they getting a ship? I'm just saying a few more lines of dialogue would make this villain turn a little harder to predict. Oh no, it's Darth Maul! And between him, the Force Ghosts, and Leia's Space Odyssey and Last Jedi, there goes my ability to get it up for any major character's death in this franchise.
Kira, you and I will be working much more closely from now on.
I don't know about that, dude. Did you see the box office numbers for this thing?
I hope you're still paying attention, because now I'm going to tell you the most important.
Movie takes a firm stance on whether or not Han is the type to shoot first.
You fold now, you walk away with enough to get yourself your own little ship. You call. I'm gonna clean you out again.
Movie does give us a little more Lando, which is always welcome, but this ending feels more tacked on than the Jai-Ho sequence at the end of Slumdog Millionaire.
Beckett said he heard about this very big gangster putting together a job.
God damn it, we're cramming Jabba into this story too? Everything important in Han's life happened within a week.
And you people, you're all astronauts on some kind of Star Trek.
I will not condone a course of action that will lead us to war.
Open war is upon you. Whether you would risk it or not.
There are fields, endless fields, where human beings are no longer born. We are grown.
Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, swimming.
I need parts for a J-type 327 Nubian.
What's a Nubian?
Cycle. Break off a stray from the herd and flush him to the right.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Double impact. There's 2 of them.
Now there are 2 of them.
This time, there are 2. Terminator 2.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
I'm glad to have met you, Anakin.
I was glad to meet you too.
Oh, Lawrence, this is the happiest day of my life! I think my testicles are dropping!
Oh boy, Mom, you sure can hydrate a pizza.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this year's annual Las Vegas International Dodgeball Open, brought to you exclusively here on ESPN 8, The Ocho.
There's only one person who guns an engine like that. It's gotta be the roughest, tough guy of them all, Machine Gun Joe Viterbo!
Ever been in a cockpit before?
No, sir, I've never been up in a plane before.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
You will bow down before me, both you, and then one day, your ass!
You maniacs! You blew it up! Damn you all to hell!
You've grown up.
Because you're grown up and you're grown up and you're grown up.
Over the first billion years, the universe continued to expand and cool as matter gravitated into these massive concentrations we call galaxies.
There are fields, endless fields, where human beings are no longer born. We are grown.
A is for Axiom, your home sweet home. B is for by and large, your very best friend.
Stop all the clocks. Cut off the telephone.
Prevent the dog from barking with a juicy bone. Silence the pianos and with muffled drum.
You, sir, truly are Mr. Incredible. You know, I was right to idolize you. I always knew you were tough. But tricking the probe by hiding under the bones of another super? Oh, man! I'm still geeking out about it.
It's a better show!
Whoever wrote this episode should die!
I have had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane!
Is he not to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force?
What's in your wallet?
But on my way, I'm gonna be doing this. If you get hit, it's your own fault.
March to hell's deep! Leave none alive!
Anakin, all I want is your love.
All you need is love.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology.
There's a man out there. What do they call him during the war? You know, the pilots? Gremlins.
It's running a little hot.
Hold me. Like you did by the lake on Naboo.
Let's do what we did in Mexico City.
This is Papa Dragon. I want this mission high and tight. I want to be home for dinner.
The war is over!
The war is over, sir. The war is over.
They taste like burning.
I will deal with this Jedi slime myself. You fool!
Deliver the device to me, or I will destroy your ship.
Space, the final frontier.
Tommy, how's the peeping?
Every day that man remains free is one more failure. 347 days, gentlemen. 347 failures.
Terminator, immediately.
Not tomorrow, not after breakfast, now.
Hey, girl. Hey, what's the matter? You smell something?
I'm late for a very important day.
There is no spoon.
Oh, here's a fun fact. You made out with your sister, man! Chewie, take care of yourself, okay?
Brothers gotta hug.
Beef. It's what's for dinner.
James T. Kirk.
Leave me. I'm finished. No! Bones! I'm wearing a Viridian patch on my back. Spock slapped it there just before we went on Gorkin's ship.
R2 says the chances of survival are 725 to 1.
Please, don't quote me the price when I haven't got the time.
Tommy, how's the peeping? Tommy, how's the peeping?
I ain't been dropping no eaves, sir, honest.
I cannot teach him. The boy has no patience.
If you build it, he will come.
When did you have there?
They were in pain.
You have the sight now, Neo.
There are 2 rules to remember if you want to have a good time. Rule number 1, never run out of Colt 45. Rule number 2, never forget rule number 1.
Shut your eyes, Mary, and don't look at it no matter what happens.
My world is fire and blood.
Hey, don't tase me, bro! Don't tase me!
Look at the blood! Gotcha!
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh.
I'm endangering the mission. I shouldn't have come.
I'm getting what I deserve. I'm reaping what I sow. You think they're supers?
Yes, remember what Mom said.
Remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
Use your aggressive feelings, boy. Let the hate flow through you.
Give real money if he'd shut up.
Search your feelings, Father. You can't do this. I feel the conflict within you. Let go of your hate.
We are the United States government. We don't do that sort of thing.
Stay alive, no matter what occurs. I will find you.
Sir, the villagers.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Turn here.
I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you.
I have got to get me one of these!
Hey, what's your name?
FN2187.
F... what? That's the only name they ever gave me.
We're calling you McLovin. Take care of yourself. I guess that's what you're best at, isn't it?
I shouldn't have gone in there. Don't go in there. Promise me you don't go in there.
Me go in there? That's the last place I want to go. Like, I'm gonna go in there. Try getting a boner now.
Fear does not exist in this dojo, does it? No, Sensei! Hate does not exist in this dojo, does it? No, Sensei! I like it!
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand.
I love you.
I know.
You have to go back.
We have to go back, Kate. We have to go back!
Meta Man, Express Elevator, Diner Guy, Snag on Takeoff, Splashdown, sucked into a vortex. Nook it!
Take that ridiculous thing off.
Leia is unconscious, but recovering.
Just like Gerald Ford.
That spark, this resistance must survive.
We're going to live on! We're going to survive! Today, we celebrate our Independence Day!
That little human being is out of his mind!
Hunda da bunda!
There's a...
You're so stupid! Why'd you do that, huh? You're so stupid, Rose! Why did you do that? Why?
It's a child in a mask.
You're an errand boy sent by grocery clerks.
Yep, those are the shuttle parkers. Don't tase me, bro!
Hey, I think somebody just shot a torpedo at us.
Must go faster.
Then the time come for you to be your own man and take on the world, and you did. But somewhere along the line, you changed.
This. We can dance for a little bit, and if you don't like the way I dance, you can kick me.
How'd you find us?
Colt 45. It works every time.
Don't you stick that knife in your leg.
Is that the best you can do? You're gonna have to kill me!
Just stay alive! I will find you.
There's just too many of them.
But there are more of us, Poe. There are more of us.
On your left.
Crime lord Jabba the Hutt's son has been kidnapped by a rival band of pirates.
All in the game, yo.
They're back!
They're back!
If that shield's gonna be such a problem, why don't we just take it out?
Were you listening to the dude's story, Donnie? You're like a child who wanders into the middle of a movie and wants to know...
Behold the Underminer!
Please put down your weapon. You have 20 seconds to comply.
Nonsense. General, there are numerous details to be discussed.
Prostitution whore! You are f***ing Dave 19 times!
Hey! Hey, mate! I think there's something wrong with your suit. Yeah. There's a dead guy in it.
Captain, what's going on down there?
What's going on there?
Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh.
I have dreamed a dream. But now that dream is gone.
After this, my fortress, my high tower, and my deliverer.
Yes, we are. Affirmative. It's
Say something.
Rogue? Rogue One.
Lock down the base. Lock it down.
And close the shield.
You better lock it up. You better lock it up.
Oh, screw that!
Baby, let's prevail.
There's a 26% chance of failure.
Never tell me the odds.
Khan, listen to me.
These are pets, of course. Not quite domesticated.
I did not murder him!
I would trust her with my life.
Stick to soldiering, kid. You don't want any part of this.
You don't want no part of this.
What company do you
None of your
command?
business, company. And we're full up.
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
That day, sometimes, a lot of times, I think.
I appreciate your honesty. You're a real straight shooter. It's no big deal. Whatever.
Yeah, I had to try one on.
Knock it!
Then why'd you do it? That's why, baby.
What, are you using my babies now?